It's already more than 12 o'clock in the morning. Those who are still online are night owls or working overtime. Shanghai stock market. Inside a tall office building. The 37th floor. This is the office space of a gaming company. Programmers are rushing to work on a game project. For companies with more than 50 people, more than 30 are working overtime. Suddenly, a familiar loud sound rang intensively in the office area. The voice of the mailbox. Everyone thought it was an email from the company's top executives, so they quickly opened it and looked at it. What is it? Looking for a child? A programmer opened it and looked at it speechlessly. Let me take a look. It must be spam. Leave it alone. Maybe it's a virus. Another person also opened the email and looked at it and said, virus? Then I will delete it immediately. The programmer quickly deleted the email. Most of them specialize in this business, but not all of them specialize in computer security. They don't just open an unfamiliar link so as not to be recruited. Then their work results may be dangerous. Do it all over again, absolutely. It will make them want to die. But there are still some experts in this field who are confident of their computer's defensive capabilities and are not afraid at all. Click on the link. A website popped up quickly. Good design. The designer of this website should go back and remake it. A master said with disdain. What is this? A colleague next to him came over and asked. That website in the mailbox, just now. Brother Master said. What is it? Let me see. Brother Master leaned on the chair and hugged his head and said, there is nothing inside. Just some website registration introductions and the accounts of various banks. If you find a child, you can just put some money in if you're interested. It looks like a liar. The liar nowadays is really abominable. They deceive those anxious parents. Have you taken a closer look? You will only give you money if you find it, and you didn't ask for your money if you didn't find it. The colleague who finished reading pointed to the screen and said. The master brother shook his head in a tone of you are still too light and educates. This is psychology. Maybe this website is a liar who wants to try his luck. Some police found it for help, and the boss behind the website made some money. Downwind money is a liar at first sight. A liar. That's right. The colleague said suddenly. The employees of the game company don't believe in this website at all, but with such a wide spread of the net, there are naturally fish recruits. I would rather believe that some people will let you be there, all with the last glimmer of hope. Chi Hung, the owner of this game company, is one of them. Seeing such a website, his first reaction was anger. Someone actually cheated money by doing this kind of harmful thing because his 4-year-old son was lost last month. So far, it has been more than a month. There was no news at all, and his wife was overwhelmed and was admitted to the hospital. She still sheds tears every day. He has been looking for it, and he has posted all over the internet asking for help. Unfortunately, there has been no news. I didn't come to the company to look around for the first half month. In the past half month, I was paralyzed by work every day. Thinking of the children's laughter, his heart was filled with resentment and regret. He wanted to kill all those people. The most important thing is that Chi Hung is a computer expert, has been following the technical route, and is proficient in computer intrusion and defense. He is a well-known hacker. Seeing such a hateful liar, his heart immediately became angry. So I turned on the dedicated computer and began to prepare to hack this website to vent my anger so that no one would be deceived. But 10 minutes later, Chi Hung looked at the website stupidly. His previous intrusion methods were of no use at all, and all the methods smashed into it, and there was no gain at all. Master, this is Chi Hung's thinking at this time. General large-scale websites can inject or cross-site intrusion, at least a little gain. But this website, this time there is no gain. As for the saturation attack, nothing useful. Obviously, the website server is not a normal server. He is even more angry when he thinks of this, and the master still does such wicked things. Think about it. Chi Hung quickly contacted a few of his friends. They were all night owls, 12 o'clock. Still early. After half an hour, Chi Hung and his friends were stunned. Their methods are completely useless. The website is still that one, but it feels like it has become a scrumpy pen. I fought there for a long time without even touching the other party's fur. This blow is too big. Yellow, where did you find this website? Which internet security company's test product? That's amazing. A friend asked Chi Hung on the Penguin. Yellow is his nickname. No, I received an email. Chi Hung said. Hey, I also received the same email, but I was shopping on the internet just now and I didn't pay attention. Another friend said suddenly. You too? A friend in Beijing asked. Yes, I don't know who sent it. Look, the website on the homepage of the Alliance is topped. I went in and looked at them, and they were all planted. Another hacker who had been diving sent 3 messages in a row. What? Several people immediately opened the homepage of the Hacker Alliance. A post was marked red. Many people are following. There are all kinds of sayings. In short, his grandma's website is like a tortoise shell. There are no gaps at all. They were completely defeated. Everyone is asking about the creator of this website everywhere. Seeing this, Qi Hung looked at the IDs of the familiar great gods inside, igniting hopes in his heart. Back to the website, Qi Hung began to look carefully at the introduction. He followed the process, registered an account, and after all real name authentication, he got an ID number, 645. Maybe he was the 645th registered. Qi Hung guessed. Look at the dialogue interface after successful login. Qi Hung felt like he was beeping a dog. If it weren't for him to be a professional, he played hands just now, and he would really think that the owner of this website is a guy who has studied website production for 2 hours. Facing the introduction dialog box, Qi Hung followed the process to upload photos, fill in the description, and finally submit the application. Then, Nima. There's no after that. There is not even a prompt box for a successful submission. Too lazy. Qi Hung couldn't help but vomit. You don't have to be a little normal for such a fraud. You don't just take the usual path, you don't walk at all, and change to swimming. No, I have to remind you. Immediately, Qi Hung wrote another article. Suggestions. Add a success prompt box. I copied and pasted it a dozen times. Upload. 10 seconds later. He received a pop-up window. Mr. Qi Hung, thanks for the suggestion. Then there was no more. The corner of Qi Hung's mouth twitched. Forget it. Just treat it as more hope. He didn't report much hope at first. Command room. Tang Qing watched the continuous increase in the number of valid applications, and the number exceeded 1,000 in less than an hour. The calculation speed of P2 has also improved rapidly. Although I have been engaged in it, until now, P2's operating occupancy rate is 0%. That's right, it's 0%. Because Xiaoer told him that if it is less than 1%, no statistics will be done. Access to all monitoring and networks in the 2 provinces surrounding Shanghai Stock Shower is completely stress-free. In less than 3 minutes, the task was marked in green, which means that the specific address was found, and some were marked in orange, indicating that there were several suspicious targets. The blue one means that there are clues, but it needs to be verified. As for red, all of them are unfinished. Looking at the markings that kept turning green, Tang Qing was very satisfied. Tang Yi, at 12 o'clock every day from now on, all the messages that are judged to be people's meals will be sent to the local police station. If the children's messages are green, they will also be sent to the local police station. In addition to the red ones, we continue the in-depth investigation for 3 days. If the decision is not made, a report will be made and sent to the local police station for them to investigate by themselves. We just need to focus on tracking it. The 3-day survey period other than green is also particular. It is to reduce the work of police uncles. As for how to do it, at that time, it was the second child who fully shared the information in all the devices connected to the internet in several areas, and then conducted in-depth analysis and mining. Yes, it is all, whether it is a computer, a mobile phone, and the storage device connected to it. The purpose is to increase the database. Intelligence, secondly, is to find clues. This is a bit illegal, but it's all for good deeds. He never thought about leaking it out to make money. He is not a commercial company. He does not need to rely on this to survive, just to increase the efficiency of the task. Yes, Commander in command. Tang Yi agreed. After all is done, Qi Hung has been staring at this extremely concise website interface, waiting for any reply from the other party. Although he doesn't believe it, he can get a little comfort with this glimmer of hope or luck, just like going out to spread a flyer. A flyer or a post is his hope, and the flyer cannot be tracked, but as long as the post is posted by him, he will read it many times a day, hoping to get some clues. The sound of every penguin news can make him feel excited. However, because his flyers and posts were written with the words heavy money, many scammers also came to the door, saying that they had found his child, let him pay the money first, and even find someone who doesn't know who's home. The child cried and yelled at a dog blood incident such as Dad, and yelled at him in anger. In short, these people asked for money first and could not trade face to face. In the end, Chi Hung would certainly not be fooled. He insisted that he saw the child before paying the money, and even said that he would take the police there. So the other party hung up the phone and died. In the past few days, he really saw the ugly faces of those scammers. He was really crazy about money, and he didn't care about the sadness and hope of such a sad parent, and the loneliness was wiped out. He hates liars. Even if these people cheat money, those who use the anxious psychology of other children's children to cheat money are absolutely abominable. All should be taken to detention. What Chi Hung couldn't think of was, his child's clue was marked green within 10 minutes of uploading it. 12 o'clock at noon the next day. Hunan Province, Ningxia County, Baihe Town Police Station. The director Wu Hao was looking at the study documents sent to him by his colleagues in the county in the mailbox. Suddenly, an email with the subject titled Lost File appeared in his mailbox. What? Wu Hao was puzzled. The sender is called a good-hearted person. He didn't have much safety awareness, plus his professionalism. As soon as he saw the words file and lost, he clicked in. There are no files, only a brief introduction, with a picture of the child attached. Chi Wei, male, born on June 7, 2003, was taken away at Xiaodongmen in Shanghai Stock Exchange on March 27, 2005, and then on April 13. I was adopted by Cheng Jie's family in the 5 groups of Ningxia County, Baihe Town, and Conqiao Village. The adoption fee is unknown. The following is a photo of Chi Wei. Please save it as soon as possible. Thank you. Good-hearted people. The introduction is very simple. The command room omitted all the discovery process and only passed the results to the past, so that no one would think randomly or call it Sangjua. In fact, Chi Hang's child was not found because of surveillance, but because the other child was also made by this gang. Then he followed the surveillance and found this county, and then discovered it through a group of pictures accidentally taken by the owner of a photo studio. Through the computer in the photo studio, all the information of his connected equipment was uploaded to Shower. Like the Gone family brothers before, they will avoid surveillance. So it's a coincidence that if there is no picture of the boss, Chi Hang's child will probably not be found now. With the advent of the information age, there is no impermeable wall in the world. Even if you can't find it now, as long as the child grows up and appears in any device with surveillance or even photos stored on the internet, he can find it right away. Find and be located. To put it bluntly, Xiao Air's modeling ability ensures that as long as there are photos, there are no huge changes in body skeleton and behavior, eye expressions, and face shapes. There will be no problems with growth analysis within 10 years. Will it be wrong? Xiao's analytical ability, coupled with the auxiliary judgment of intelligence analysts and supplementary behavioral logic, the probability of mistakes is very small. Wu Hao looked at this email and the photo above. He believed 6 points. Because he has also seen Chi Hang's help messages in various posts and in the Penguin group. He quickly turned over the chat history of that group. The photos are correct. The personal information is correct. Only the address needs to be verified. I would rather believe it. This is Wu Hao's decision. After printing out the information, he got up and went out of the office. Director, I want to go out. Seeing Dao Wu Hao, one of his men hurriedly got up. Well, Xiao Miao, call everyone who has time. Let's go to Conqiao Village. Wu Hao ordered. What are you going to do there? Don't ask for now. Let's talk about it when we go. Wu Hao didn't say clearly. He didn't dare to say anything before he concluded. Yes. The subordinates hurriedly called for someone. 3 minutes later, the crew arrived, 8 people, plus 9 Wu Hao, a luxury Santana, and others with motorcycles, and even bicycles. No way. In this era, the conditions are simple, and those who own cars are all local tyrants. The people in the village are sturdy, and it is difficult to hold the place without too many people. Set off. After speaking, Wu Hao rushed to Conqiao Village with his men. The village chief who received the news was already waiting at the entrance of the village. Seeing the huge motorcade from a distance, the village chief thought something had happened, and he couldn't help feeling nervous. Wu Hao got out of the car. There was no wide road in Conqiao Village. They could only walk in with 2 feet. Director Wu, what's the matter with so many people? The village line stepped forward and asked carefully. Wu Hao shook his head and said, It's nothing. You take me to the Cheng Jie's family in your village. Cheng Jie? What's wrong with their family? The village chief asked in doubt. Nothing. Let's find out about the situation. How much do you know about Cheng Jie's house? Wu Hao walked in front, and the village chief quickly followed. I know that there are 5 people in Cheng Jie's family. He, his wife, and 3 daughters are no longer there. No, there are 6 now. I heard that he took a son from his relative a few days ago. Come back. The village chief thought for a while and said, Son? A few days ago. Wu Hao paused and asked in surprise. Yes, I think about it. It's been 2 weeks. The village chief nodded and said, This seems to be true. Maybe it was a coincidence or someone in the gang found it conscientiously. Wu Hao guessed. What he didn't know was that the gang was not in their town, so he didn't receive any information from these people. The information was sent to the local police station where the bad guys were. Go, lead the way, hurry up. Wu Hao quickened his pace, and the village chief walked quickly. He also felt something. The child has a problem. Other police officers are also alert. Right here. When he came to a house that was not too dilapidated, the village head pointed and said, Boom, boom, boom. The village head knocked on the door, making noises. Who? Cheng Jie, who was packing the rapeseed in the hall, walked out. However, seeing the village chief and the policeman next to him through the cracks in the iron door, Cheng Jie almost knelt to the ground with a soft leg. The village chief, what's the matter with you? Cheng Jie's expression became unnatural. The village chief knew why Wu Hao came when he saw Cheng Jie and said loudly, Open the door. The town chief, Wu, has something to ask you. Wu. Director Wu. I didn't do anything illegal. Cheng Jie was frightened by the director's name. Open the door first. Let's go in. Wu Hao was a little angry when he saw Cheng Jie's procrastination still not opening the door. Cheng Jie was said to hurriedly step forward and open the door. Okay, good. Entering the yard, Wu Hao looked at Cheng Jie, who was a little bit cold sweating, and his heart was a little funny. This is a guilty conscience and not doing bad things. How could he become so nervous? Are you Cheng Jie? Wu Hao frowned and asked. Yes, I am. Cheng Jie agreed. It means you brought a child back 2 weeks ago? Wu Hao asked directly. Director Wu, I took this child from my relatives. Cheng Jie said loudly as if being stepped on his tail. Quibble. Wu Hao's expression turned cold. Hold the child out and let me have a look. Wu Hao ordered. The child is sleeping. Cheng Jie hesitated. Come on, hand him over for me. Wu Hao doesn't want to fight wit and courage with Cheng Jie. 2 police officers immediately slapped Cheng Jie. They also made up for what happened. This kind of thing is very common in the countryside, but it is also a kind of people who hate them deeply. Police officer, I didn't do anything bad. Cheng Jie was so frightened that he lost his voice. Cheng Jie's wife suddenly rushed out. Master, what are you doing? Cheng Jie, I already know the origin of this child. Don't say anything about bringing it from relatives. I don't believe it at all. If I can walk here and find your home, it means there is evidence. You should explain it honestly. Do I need to say more? Wu Hao didn't want to be too stiff. He also understood the concept of the village and wanted the male to pass on the family. But understanding belongs to understanding. Everyone is equal before the law. When Cheng Jie saw this, he knew that he couldn't fool around and said bitterly, I recruited. This child is indeed not my relative. I bought it from someone from another province. There is no way. We Chung the family can't afford to pay the fine, so it's better to hold one. Hey, he started crying, partly afraid, partly ashamed of the ancestors. Okay, don't cry, just you will cry. Have you ever thought about what your child's parents would cry like? This is the only child of the family, and you have 3 daughters who love to compare their hearts. All of them fall from the body, a piece of meat. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you. Hand over the child. We can deal with it lightly. If the child is injured, I will not please you, and the law will not forgive you. Wu Hao educate honestly. Seeing that he would not go to jail, Cheng Jie quickly said, Yes, I will take the child out immediately. How dare we do this, little ancestor, who is entertaining with delicious food and drink? We just keep crying. After speaking, Cheng Jie's wife hurriedly went to the house and carried Chi Wei out. There were tears in the corner of the little guy's eyes. After so many days, he was a little sensible, but he was terrified. Wu Hao recalled the appearance in the photo, exactly the same. Chi Wei, Wu Hao stepped forward and asked with a smile. Yeah, Uncle Policeman, I am. Although Chi Wei can't tell the difference between good and bad people, the clothes of the policeman can still be distinguished. His father repeatedly told him to call the uncle police if he had something to do. Okay, Uncle will take you home. Cheng Jia, you also go to the office, explain the problem carefully, write a letter of guarantee, and apologize to Chi Wei's parents, so there will be no jail time. Wu Hao reported to Chi Wei and said, Understand, you take care of your children at home. I'll go there. Cheng Jia turned to his wife and said, Okay. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chi Hung woke up leisurely in the office. After the meeting in the morning, he was a little drowsy and took a nap after lunch. Suddenly, a sound from the system sounded in his ears, making him feel excited. It was all caused by this period of time, and he was particularly sensitive when he heard penguin or other news prompts. There are 3 computers in front of him. It was he who opened the unnamed website that made the noise. Chi Hung shook the screen quickly and quit the pipe screensaver. There is no change in the upload interface, there is no prompt box, and there is no reply in the dialog box. However, a striking red circle appeared above the user icon in the upper right corner with a white Arabic numeral 1 inside. Site news. Chi Hung quickly clicked to take a look. Enter another sub-interface. I saw it read. Mr. Chi Hung, your child Chi Wei has been found. Please wait patiently for the police to contact you. At the same time, thank you for your trust and support to this site. Finally, please take care of your children and reward you for watching. Just give it. Con man. This is Chi Hang's first feeling. No way, someone had cheated him like this several times before, and his heart was also very entangled. Sit in the boss chair. Chi Hung smoked a cigarette. The more I thought about it, the more angry. How long is this? 12 hours? Or the information uploaded last night? You told me to look for it now. Isn't this crazy me? Are you kidding me? It can't be so fast. Ding ding ding. The landline rang. Interrupted Chi Hang's thoughts. Unfamiliar number. He hurriedly picked up the phone. Hey, I'm Chi Hung. Chi Hung said formulaically. Then there was a puffy voice on the phone. Hello, Mr. Chi Hung. I am Wu Hao, the head of the Baihe Town Police Station in Ningxia County, Hunan Province. Your child, Chi Wei, has been found. Please come to our county to claim it as soon as possible. You liar. How dare you pretend to be a policeman again? Chi Hung was angry when he listened. Wu Hao on the other side was also full of helplessness and was regarded as a liar, but this was understandable. It seemed that Chi Hung had received a lot of liar calls during this period. Mr. Chi Hung, I am not pretending to be, so let's talk to your child. Wu Hao didn't talk nonsense and let the facts speak. Here again, Chi Hung was very angry, but the sound in the microphone made his anger dissipate instantly. Bah, bah, this is his own son. This sentence, this familiar voice. Absolutely. Chi Hang's brain was congested with excitement in an instant, and he stood up, unaware that the teacup was poured on his very precious laptop. Compared with the computer, his son is his most precious treasure. Ball, is that you? Chi Hung said in a trembling voice. It's me, Baba. Where are you? I miss my mother, woo woo woo. Chi Wei shed tears as he spoke. Chi Wei hurriedly comforted. Don't cry for the ball. Dad will come to pick you up. You have to listen to your uncle. You know, Dad will buy you delicious food, okay? Chi Wei stopped crying when he heard that it was delicious and said, Okay, I want to eat nuonyuo. Hearing the word nuonyuo, Chi Hung was even more sure that his son could not escape. This is his wife's specialty, fried glutinous rice balls, his son's favorite food, and his son has always been called nuonyuo. Okay, I'll ask your mother to do it right away, okay? Chi Hung said hurriedly. Okay, Chi Wei laughed. At this time, Wu Hao took the call. Mr. Chi Hung, we will take care of your child. Please bring your ID to the county bureau as soon as possible to lead the person. Wu Hao said, Well, I'll prepare right away and come. Thank you, police officer. Chi Hung Alliance thanked. You're polite. Serve the people, as you should. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Chi Hung couldn't calm down for a long time and couldn't sit still. After a few orders, he rushed out of the company and went to the hospital to pick up his wife. Hearing that his son was looking for it, his wife was also very excited, sobbing, and immediately asked to be discharged from the hospital to see the child. The doctor saw her heart not untied and did not stop her too much. At 7 o'clock in the evening, they rushed to see their son. Facing Cheng Jie's apology, Qi Heng is also entangled. After all, this person indirectly contributed to the arrogance of those criminals. But now that he saw his son, Cheng Jie's attitude was very good. He didn't say much. Let him go out, not seeing and not bothering. Director Wu, thank you. Thank you for helping me find the child. Qi Heng held Wu Hao's hand tightly and thanked. You're welcome. I also received the report. Wu Hao said with a smile, helping others, and whenever he hears thanks, he is also proud of his work. What report? Qi Heng wondered. I don't know who sent an email. Wu Hao didn't evade. He didn't know who reported it, let alone tell it. Mail? Qi Heng asked in surprise. Thinking of the message on the website, Qi Heng was completely sure that it was made by the people on that website. But it does not rule out the possibility that the website is behind the scenes of this time, maybe others deliberately. You know? Wu Hao asked in confusion. Do you have a computer? Qi Heng asked rhetorically. Yes, what's the matter? Wu Hao said curiously. Director Wu, show you something. After Qi Heng finished speaking, he followed Wu Hao to a computer and opened the website. Log into my account. Wu Hao also carefully looked at the website's business and the station's short message. The first thing in his mind was that this is a gang, self-directed and self-acted scam. But this is too blatant. Such a scam that is easy to debunk is simply playing with fire. Qi Heng, what do you think? Wu Hao frowned and asked. Me? I don't know if they are self-directed and acted or something. I need your help to investigate, because this website is too powerful. Qi Heng smiled bitterly. Awesome. Wu Hao doubted. Qi Heng began to explain. Yes, as you know, I am a software worker, and I am also proficient in the field of internet security. As far as I know, this website has been available to hundreds of thousands of internet users in the Shanghai Stock Exchange and surrounding provinces since 12 o'clock last night. I sent the same message, which is a link to this website. There is a lot of popularity in the hacker circle. However, I want to take it down so that he will not continue to deceive others. But now that most of the day has passed, this website has attracted almost all hackers in China. Go attack, but no one has the slightest gain. Thinking of this, Qi Heng smiled bitterly. The domestic hacker community has now fallen into a tumult. Together, they can't break such a dialogue website. It's a shame, but the fact is the fact. They have a website at all. There is no way. Invasion? Hee. Others don't pay attention to them at all. If you hit you, I won't move. So powerful. Although Wu Hao is a layman, he also knows how powerful a website cannot be broken by the domestic hacker community. Yes. Qi Heng sighed, shaking his head. At this moment, the deputy director of the county left the reception room. Xiao Wu, this child is the one you found after receiving the email at noon, the deputy director asked. Yeah, director, what's the matter? Wu Hao asked curiously. This matter has nothing to do with the deputy director. What's the matter? This good-hearted person has sent emails to colleagues in many places. At least we have counted more than 600 emails, of which more than 400 are missing children's addresses, and more than 100. It's the detailed information of some criminals. Some places don't care about it, but there are still dozens of colleagues in dozens of places with the mentality of a try and actually found it. This matter has now been ordered by the provincial government. Order, all such mails must be investigated on the spot, because so far there is no single mistake. The deputy director said. What? So weird? Really? Wu Hao exclaimed. Well, the above is currently tracing this website, but there is no progress. The deputy director frowned and said, Is it possible that they did it? Wu Hao said suddenly. But the deputy director said with a stupid expression on your face, You are stupid. If they did, why did you get yourself in? Do you think it's possible? Besides, there are many criminals who have been caught, and there is no information exchange. How could they collude? Yes, don't worry. I will pay attention to such emails in the future. Wu Hao was also a little bit dark and occupational. After being analyzed by the deputy director, it was found that it was true, but there were still many doubts. Well, this can be regarded as a good deed. If it weren't done by the people on that website, I would really admire them, said the deputy director of the county bureau. Yes. Wu Hao agreed. Although I don't know how they found, it does not prevent him from admiring such a person. As for why the deputy director did not evade Qi Heng, it is because things are slowly fermenting and many children have found them. Therefore, there have been a lot of news on the internet. and it is impossible to hide it. Qi Hung listened, and the suspicion in his heart gradually disappeared. It was so neat that anyone with a slightly normal IQ would know that it was impossible for them to do it. After the deputy director left with Qi Hang's inquiry record, "Mr. Qi, you can go back and take good care of the children in the future." Wu Hao said, "Well, I don't know if Director Wu has time, I think." Qi Hung invited. Wu Hao waved his hand and said, "No, it's our duty to serve people's names. I have to go back in advance, so please accompany your children." "Okay, thank you." Qi Hung also stopped insisting. Qi Hung and Wu Hao separated at the gate of the county bureau. "Husband, what should I do now?" the wife said while looking at Wu Hao's car. Qi Hung thought for a while and said, "I think Director Wu's car is very old. I will ask someone to donate some cars to them. As for the website, we will observe it for a few more days. If there is no problem, we will give it to him. Thank you for making a lot of money in that account." "Well, I support you, husband." "Qiu, miss my mother." The wife untied her heart and hugged her son tightly. The feeling of recovering from the loss really made her happy. "Yes," Qi Wei said milkily. "Hey, Mom misses you too. Let's go eat first. See you, you can smell it. Go back and wash it well." "Okay, take a shower." The following few days, under the heated discussion of netizens, this website became famous. One by one, the children were retrieved and rescued, and the bad guys were brought to justice, which made many people in the industry fearful. I cannot help but they are not afraid. Some of their peers still need to communicate, but as more and more of their peers are arrested and disappeared, they are also panicked, and they are preparing to rest for a while before going out. Let's go through this cold winter first, but what they didn't expect is that this cold winter will continue. It's cold and biting, but heartwarming. This also directly led to a rapid increase in the number of registrations on the website, which soon broke the 4D mark, and the business scope has become wider and wider. It is not only limited to those who have just been lost, but also not only to children. Even those who lost more than a decade ago are looking for them. Tang Qing was also helpless about this. For more than 10 years, it is basically impossible to find it in a short period of time. First, the appearance is changed. Second, the resolution of the surveillance video is too low to be calculated. Third, there is no information at the time. What you want to find difficult. However, Tang Qing did not refuse such an application. Put it all away first and look for it slowly. Anyway, there is no communication area on the website, and it is impossible to curse people who have not found it. And at 12 o'clock noon on the third day, the event fermentation got a huge boost, because a lot of emails were sent to the local police station. These are all suspected targets. Looking at the information in the email, the local police were a little convinced. Although they were very dissatisfied with the extra workload, they were not dissatisfied. The meat was delivered to the bowl, and they waited until they swallowed it. What else could they say? Yes, if you do a good job, not to mention the conscience, there will be a lot of bonuses and sense of honor. For example, Director Wu Hao, an Audi and 6 motorcycles were presented by Qi Hung. Online quarrels have started, and it is true in reality. It's just that there is no clear report in the formal television media and paper media, but it is spread by word of mouth in private. The current search scope is only on the Shanghai stock market, and other areas have not yet started. Tang Qing is not eager for this. The website will be tested for 2 weeks. The purpose is to improve and explore the necessary functions before receiving orders from the whole country. But search tasks in other provinces can also be registered, but the short message received from the station will only be processed after 10 days. Please wait a moment. This certainly does not satisfy some people. Under the guidance of some naval forces who watch the excitement and are not afraid of big things, voices of verbal criticism of websites began to appear on the internet. Looking at those who fear the world will not be chaotic on the internet. Tang Qing sneered. Be noisy. Keep scolding. Anyway, don't make noise on my site. Looking upset. There is no shortage of people who want to do things in any era. What he did in this matter was of a public welfare nature, and he didn't care if anyone supported him or supported him. His own conscience is the greatest support, so what does the praise and criticism from the outside world have to do with him? Boring and boring. Command room. Looking at the growing funds in several accounts, Tang Qing was also very happy. This is much more than the receipt of 1,000 yuan. So far, The thank you funds in major bank accounts have exceeded 5 million yuan, of which Qi Heng gave the most, a full 1.5 million yuan, and the others more or less. Even many local tyrants said that as long as they find their children, they can speak as much as they want. How to spend this money? Tang Qing had a plan in his heart. He is not short of money. He is not interested in a few million or tens of millions of RMB. Even if the unit is changed to US dollars, he will just take a look at it. He is going to donate all the money to build some schools, donate welfare institutes and the like. He knew that these accounts had been targeted for a long time, so he might as well be generous and send them all out, which would be considered a good bond. But not now, but wait until the account has a total of 50 million yuan or more. When the time comes, find a company to deal with this kind of thing. He doesn't want to go through other people's hands. As for who and what company, I will talk about it then. Ask people to find people who are really willing to do good deeds to manipulate the funds. With this amount of money, he believes that no one will be bothered, because by the time the 50 million yuan is collected, the influence of the website may have reached the heavens. But, just then, an untimely sound appeared on the projection interface. It was a message from a fake user who wanted to cooperate and blackmail those parents. See this request. Tang Qing was instantly angry. Tang Yi, find out this guy for me. Nima, if there is any humanity left, go. Let the soldiers teach you a lesson. You can think of this kind of wicked thing. Remember, if someone still sends it like this in the future, as long as it's not a trap, it will teach me a lesson. If there is a criminal record, find evidence for me and throw it in. Had it not been for the lack of law enforcement power, this kind of person could not be overstated for 10 or 8 years. And in order to avoid being fished, he is not taught by everyone. Yes, commander in command. Tang Yi agreed. And the few people in a county far away in Gan province didn't know how severe the punishment would be. In addition, there are not too many people seeking cooperation, technical exchanges, and advertising space. But Tang Qing doesn't want to talk to these people at all. The website thing came to an end. Tang Qing didn't pay attention anymore. Leave it to netizens to discuss. He has a lot of things a day, and he doesn't have much time to pay attention to them. Just when there was a stir on the internet, Chai Ren has also persuaded other shareholders to let Tang Qing's friend participate. Finish the video conference. Chai Ren let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, these partners have a good relationship with him, not just because of interest, otherwise they have not seen the strength of Tang Qing's friend, which would really mess things up. Then he can't take it anymore. Then Chai Ren quickly dialed the phone. Mr. Chai, hello. A familiar voice came. Hello, I have done things here. Each of them will give out a little share. The final share is like this. I own 12%, and each of you owns 8%. In Yunqi investment, the market value of the assets under our control is about 30 billion renminbi, so you actually have to invest 2.4 billion renminbi to come in. Considering the services you provide, we decided that only 2 billion renminbi is enough. I don't know where you are. What do you think about it? Chai Ren said quickly. Wait a minute, let me ask the boss. Okay. Tang Qing, who was painting, received the news and immediately asked the soldiers to agree. 2 billion RMB is not too much. Although it may need to be adjusted from the remaining funds for each task, it will also empty the available funds in his personal account. But it's worth it. The original plan was just to get a knock on the door and to get so many high-quality and powerful relationships, which has achieved the goal. No problem, we agreed. Hearing this, Chai Ren was also very happy and finally contributed to this event, thinking of the treatment he was enjoying. I felt very beautiful. Then when do you come to sign the contract? I'll be waiting for you in Beijing. Chai Ren asked. Tomorrow morning, I will be there, said the soldier. You? Chai Ren was puzzled. Will your boss come? Chai Ren asked. No, it's just a share worth 2 billions of millions of dollars. It's not qualified to be named under our boss. The soldier obeyed Tang Qing's words, pretending to be a heart-wrenching ratio. It's not really pretending to be a comparison, but it's less than 400 million US dollars in conversion, and it will not move out of the big boss, and it will leave a sense of mystery. These words really choked Chai Ren. 2 billion? Not qualified? Hitting people so much? That? Well, you call me before getting on the plane, and I will pick you up at the airport. Chai Ren smiled bitterly. Great, see you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Chai Ren was speechless. After doing it for a long time, other people don't care about this thing at all. 2 billion things. This money can be ranked in the top 3 in the domestic rich list. This friend is so rich. Forget it. People are more dead than others. In the past, others were compared with him. Others felt ashamed. Now when he compares with others, he understands the feelings of those people a little bit. But lose to such a powerful force. He still has no lumps. It is not a person of level and range of activities. There is no need to compare high and low. Others are strong, but they are abroad. If they are at home, his strength and influence are the strongest, so you don't need to belittle yourself. The next day, Beijing Airport. In order to welcome this new partner's men, Chiron came early. Although Tang Qing's friend never showed up, he didn't have any grudges in his heart. After all, from what he had seen and heard during this period of time, he could tell that he was definitely not a serious businessman. Serious businessmen would have such a cheating bodyguard? Will serious businessmen do it without hesitation on the streets of the United States? Especially the iron or matter. The method of handling has exceeded his imagination. This kind of person may have any scruples. It is understandable that they want to maintain a sense of mystery, and others are not necessarily from their country. If they rush to meet and miss the details, it is not normal. As I thought before, no matter who Tang Qing's friend is, which country is from, and what purpose he has, as long as it does not harm the interests of the country and the people, that is the object of cooperation. 2 of his bodyguards stood behind him, very straight, wearing sunglasses sloppily. No way. The thought of meeting those extremely professional bodyguards again makes them a little nervous, and they can't stand it every time they are compared. Chiron looked vigorously in the direction of the exit. At Beijing Airport, the flight is busy. Even if it comes out, I don't know which flight it is. Just then, 3 men in suits and leather shoes caught his attention. Each of the murderers carried a briefcase in their hands, but the sunglasses on their faces didn't want to line up with the briefcase. Accustomed to the temperament of that Yuan brother, now he has a bit of sight. It should be these 3 people. As predicted, the 3 people walked in front of Chiron. "Hello, Mr. Chai." Walking in the middle, the person in charge obviously nodded and said, "You are." Chiron suddenly realized that he still didn't know the other party's name. "My name is Wen Zhua, Wen Eduo 1, Burning Zhua. We talked on the phone last night." The analyst introduced himself with a smile. Those who perform combat missions are usually exchanged for fighters. Naturally, those who perform non-combat missions can only be exchanged for soldiers. Exchange intelligence analyst. This is also helpless. Because the command room currently only has 3 exchange items, fighters, intelligence analysts, and junior commanders can only exchange 1, and cannot leave the command room, so only analysts can come out to fight. The system does not have commercial talents. All business decisions are learned by the robots in the command room. As for who is the boss and stand up to support the field, it is decided by lottery. Anyway, it is the same. Mr. 1, it's a good time to meet. Chiron hurriedly shook the analyst's hand and said, while looking at the 2 cold-tempered soldiers behind the intelligence analyst. He was also shocked. They are 2 more perverted characters who are strong at the sight. The fighters sent to Tang Kai's friend are naturally not comparable to the core members of their forces. Wen Zhua must be one of the core members. He also has no idea of trying. He used to watch his friends and his bodyguards test. Many people even lost to him or drew a tie due to their status. But the last Muin brother didn't kill him at all. Whoever loves whoever dares to come up is just one word FCKM. Please hear. Chiron made a gesture of asking. It's time to work. Analysts are becoming more and more humane. After that, Chiron took the 3 to a club that he knew very well. He came relatively early, and he had to wait for other shareholders to sign the contract or something. He was notified relatively late in order to communicate with the person in charge and establish a good relationship. Enter a luxurious waiting room of the clubhouse. Chiron called the waiter out and made tea himself. "Where is Mr. 1 from?" Chiron said with a smile. "Sorry, you don't have the right to know." The analyst still smiled. This sentence choked Chiron. The smile on his face turned into embarrassment. He thought that everyone was friends, but now it seems that it is just a cooperative relationship, and he even feels that he is cooperating with himself. The other party does not care too much. But when I think of the 2 billion business directly under the name of a subordinate, my own business may be really inferior to others. Forget it, it's close to nothing. So as not to hurt your self-esteem. Immediately pulling Wen Zhua Aside, Chai Ren leaned over and whispered, Ahem, Brother Wen, take the liberty to ask, if there is a problem in the mines elsewhere, can you help solve it? After speaking, Chai Ren looked at the analyst hopefully. Yes, but we only help solve the things under the name of Yunqi investment. For other things, we have to charge and only accept shares, not money. Wenjua nodded and said. Chai Ren was very excited when he heard that, but the next sentence made his excitement fall to the ground. Chai Ren was also a little depressed. It's okay to ask for money, but it's a bit painful for shares. Over the years, Yunqi Investment's mineral resources only accounted for about 40% of his subordinates. Of the other 60%, one-third of them were in the country. To be determined. There are also one-third of countries that are relatively safe abroad, with complete systems and minor problems. But one-third of them are distributed in many countries in Africa. These are cheap goods at low prices, but this does not mean that the value is low. There are many reasons for the cheapness, but the most important thing is that he can get it. Part of it was severely exploited by local forces. These are extremely valuable minerals. For example, he won a gold mine in Tanzania, which is very cheap, only $1 million. What is the actual value of this gold mine? At least hundreds of millions of dollars. But he didn't make a penny, because like the iron ore, no, not as good. The iron ore still said it was a fee, but the gold mine was not allowed to be mined at all. Local forces are mining in private. Then play an egg. In this, he was also forced to be helpless. In order to win another mine for Yunqi investment, he could only suffer this loss, and he was changed into a trick to ask for money. And such a mine is naturally not linked to Yunqi investment, but under its own name. If you own those mines under your own name, you can say that they belong to Africa, as long as you allow him to intervene. This part of the income will properly exceed the total annual income of other minerals controlled by Chai Ren. These things are legally yours, but you can't get them. He has nothing to do. These minerals that are not profitable at all can be used to test the influence of Tang Qing's friend. If it is good, he will directly change his future development strategy. As for Yunqi investment, it is a partnership business, which serves as a bond of interest. If it is really like this iron ore, Yunqi's market value may be left behind in the future. Mindful of this, Chai Ren has made a decision. Nima, that's doing it. He also has a bad temper. He is far abroad. He has been so pitted over and over again and again. He is also angry. Anyway, this pot is backed by someone, and it seems that they will handle the follow-up problems well, so why not do it? Then it's okay. I don't know how many shares you want. Chai Ren gritted his teeth. This is not necessarily true. This will be based on a comprehensive assessment of the difficulty of the task, risks, follow-up impact, benefits, etc., and we will do it only after you agree. Wenjua said with a smile. Hear the words. Although Chai Ren hurts, he wants to pay a fixed share, but others are not stupid. How could it be, as he thought? But in an instant, Chai Ren agreed to this plan. It is better than no income. Okay, I agree. When do you need the information? Chai Ren said. It's okay now. This is the mailbox. After finishing it, send it to us. The analyst picked up the paper and pen on the desk and wrote a mailbox. Chai Ren took the note and said, No problem. I have already asked people to prepare. After finishing talking, Chai Ren immediately made a call to his company. In 3 minutes, Chai Ren's men sent all of his difficult-to-handle mineral resources. Please wait a moment, our people evaluate it. Wenjua said. After that, the two of them didn't say anything. Drinking tea. Wait for the result. 5 minutes later, Wenjua answered a call and pretended to say a few times. Okay, Mr. Chai, our people have finished their assessment. There are 13 mines distributed in 5 countries in Africa. The main problem is that the local forces charge too much money and even do not allow you to enter the mining area, and your legal documents have nothing. No problem, right? Ah, that's right. Chai Ren felt like being questioned. That's okay. I have a suggestion. I don't know if you want it or not. Wenjua said with a straight face. What? Chai Ren asked. That's it. After discussion, we think we can jointly establish a company and assign all these problematic assets to this company. You hold 51% of the shares of these minerals. We will pay for solving the problem. In addition, the later problem handling accounts for 49% of the shares. What you mean is that you don't pay a penny. You account for half of these minerals, which may be worth more than 5 billion yuan. Chai Ren's breathing is a little unsatisfactory. This is more than just a big mouth from the lion. This is a hippopotamus, 180 degrees mouth. Mr. Chai, I have to remind you that these mineral deposits in your hands are worth no more than 100 million yuan to you. The annual income is very small, but as long as we solve these problems, the annual income will be conservative. More than 800 million yuan. I think you should be able to calculate this account. Strictly speaking, we have suffered a big loss. If you don't have mining rights and you are friends and cooperatives, we can't get involved in this matter. It is impossible to give you so many discounts. The analyst said slowly. Discount? So I'm still taking advantage? These words sounded in Chai Ren's mind. Really thinking about it this way, these investments have slowly turned into sunk costs, which can't bring the slightest benefit. But once it is reversed, it will bring considerable benefits. 800 million yuan. Haha. At the beginning, I encountered a lot of obstacles during the exploration. Some of these data were filled randomly, and even reduced a lot in order to avoid trouble. Once all mining is resumed, the annual new profit is more than 800 million, 2 billion, and even more. 2 billion yuan. Even if it can only be divided into half. Chai Ren was already tempted enough. Thinking that they are also responsible for the maintenance of regional interests in the later period, 49% of the shares are really not too much. Thinking of this, Chai Ren's heart was fiery. Mad. 49 is 49. 49%. It's not bad to think about it. At least I own 51% of the shares, and I am still the controlling party. Then Chai Ren raised his head and said, No problem, brother one. I agree to these conditions. Then we will set up a group company together and register it in the offshore center. Yes. Wenjua nodded in agreement. Are there any requirements for names? Chai Ren asked again, lest the other party has any taboos. Whatever. The attitude and expression of Wenjua has nothing to do with him. Chai Ren always feels like his hot face is sticking to his cold buttocks, but he still has to post. I am used to it and accept this setting a bit. Chai Ren can't help but smile. A bit. Chai Ren rolled his eyes and thought for a while and said, In this way, it would be called the African Union Mining Group. How about it? Because these problematic mines are all in Africa, and if the headquarters are located in the capital of South Africa, there is my ready-made office building. Yes, when the company is established, after all those mineral deposits are handed over to this company, we will take care of the rest within 1 month at the latest. You are responsible for the preparation of other procedures and equipment, transportation, sales, etc. for 1 month. In the future, we still need to re-explorate the reserves of all the mines as a whole. We will not intervene in all the operations of the group except for finances. However, our boss does not want any unpleasant things to happen. Wenjua finally warned. Chai Ren hurriedly said, No problem. I will let people explain everything to me. Chai Ren still looks down on this kind of money. Mr. Chai, then I wish us a happy cooperation. Wenjua stretched out his hand and smiled. Happy cooperation. The two shook hands. After this cooperation, the conversation afterwards. Still lifeless as always. Helpless Chai Ren had to give up the set clothes and began to inform his subordinates about the preparation of company registration and mineral transfer. There are a lot of things. These minerals are controlled by the 5 companies under his control, and now they need to be spun off. The transfer of the work also involves dealing with various ministries in those African countries. Unlike in China, he has to send people, going to the local area to go through various procedures. Even if you use money to clear the way, it is impossible to complete all of them in less than half a month. After making a phone call for nearly an hour, Chai Ren finished his order, and by the way, he called those African friends to be ready to help. Put down the phone. I watched Small burning calmly. Chai Ren felt that he was just a toil. But there is no way. There are too many things that need to be coordinated, and many companies and countries at home and abroad are involved. Some of the relationships are still private. He also wants to set up a company like Tang Qing's Tianyan, but his identity is quite special. In order to avoid trouble, I dare not hand over to a company for supervision, and those private relationships cannot be handed over, which involves too many interests and secretly doors. Tang Qing handed over the dirty work to the black prison, but Chai Ren didn't have this ability. 11 o'clock noon. Chai Ren's partners have arrived one after another. Although these people are powerful behind each other, The analysts still don't have the slightest feeling. Has always been neither humble nor overbearing, and loves whoever is. Sometimes, I really need to act like this. No, these people are squeezed. After signing the contract. Xiao Chai, is this man? Do you look down on us? Just send one hand down. A second generation who felt underestimated said angrily. You keep your voice down. This is because I can't afford to provoke people. This little money. Others simply look down on. Chiron said in a low voice. Don't look down? 2 billion yuan? You're kidding. The second generation doesn't believe that it is true that the other party has money, but it doesn't look down on 2 billion, just like 10 years later. So, you think you are the richest man in the world. What do you think? Anyway, you speak carefully. Let me give you the bottom line. They are very powerful abroad. If you provoke them, you must be careful when you go abroad in the future. Chiron reminded. Or it is a threat. So smart. Yeah, who is this, so arrogant? There are still unbelievers. You don't need to know. What I'm going to say is not chaotic, and you will gradually understand it in the future. Don't say anything else. Don't be distracted by those welfare. You will see it in the future, so you give me time to relax. Don't be ashamed. Chiron said mysteriously. Yes, there is no need for analysts to pretend to be. Chiron was all pretended. If Tang Qing knew about it, she would definitely say, give it to you. We have installed it for you. Okay, if you don't have enough, you can continue to give it. In fact, Chiron can't help it. He is also confused, so he has to build a strong image. Anyway, let's talk about it by fooling around. From now on, the effect is quite good. Okay, I believe Xiao Chai. Let's go, I'll go first. Me too, Brother Chai, please accept him. It seems that he doesn't like these activities anyway. Bye. All the big and young are leaving together again. They really have no interest in playing with someone who is not fun. The big deal is that they won't be bothered in the future. As for the money, they didn't put forward it, because Yunchi Investment will spend more money in the future, and they have negotiated it a long time ago. All profits will be distributed at the end of the year. If there is an acquisition plan, sometimes even a penny is not needed. But they didn't say anything. They also hope that Yunchi's investment will become bigger and bigger, and its influence will become wider and wider. The second generation of low-level only values money as a thing. It's crazy to plow everything into the bowl. It's like the peasant envy the emperor to eat a few flatbreads. The level is different. Of course is different. They are all like-minded people with Chiron, and their pursuit is similar. There are too many channels to get money for normal play, and Yunchi's money cannot be moved, and they are even willing to post them. Chiron couldn't help it. These guys are just a little sloppy. When brother, don't be surprised. They are just like that. They are a bit of their own way, but they are not bad people. Chiron apologized. Understand, it's really sexual. Now that it's good, then I'll go first, and I will leave it to you about the formation of the group and the delivery of mineral deposits, and we will begin to make arrangements. Wenjua got up and said, Great. Chiron already knows the tempers of these people. They say they don't do anything, and they don't do anything. They are not polite at all. They can't persuade them for any reason. Therefore, they didn't say anything like playing for 2 days. Even lunch is a light meal. Chiron sent the three to the airport and waved goodbye. Seeing the three disappeared into sight, Chiron put away his smile. Hope this adventure is correct. He made such an important decision without notifying his family. It was more than a risk. It was just a joke. When his father and grandfather knew it, he would definitely educate him. He was also betting on a broad road and a splendid future, even right. Tang Qing's friends bet, if it is true, will definitely have a strong influence on their family. Then, Chai Ren came to the office of Guijun, chairman of Beijing Airport. Xiao Chai, hello. Guijun quickly got up to make tea. No, Mr. Gua, there is something I want you to help. Chai Ren raised his hand to stop. What's the matter? Guijun put down the teapot and asked. Check someone, I want to know where he comes from. Chiron said, No problem, I'll take you there. Came to the Information Management Center. Guijun asked his subordinates to call up the flight customer information. 3 minutes later, Chairman Wenjua and the three took off from the Shanghai Stock Exchange to Beijing this morning. There was no previous aviation record. Have they never boarded a plane before? Chiron frowned. No. Well, thanks a lot. I'm leaving now. Thank you, Mr. Gua. Leaving the airport, Chiron was also speechless. I wanted to find out where the other party came from. I didn't expect that the clue would be cut off. There was no entry and exit aviation record, and there was no domestic aviation record. It was really strange. Is this identity also fake? Is really possible. I don't know if it is good or bad to cooperate with such a person. He can only take one step and see one step at a time. Maybe you can know something from Tang Qing. Tang Qing's relationship with that friend is absolutely average. It seems that his relationship with Tang Qing needs to deepen. But this time is relatively busy, and I will go to Qingyan City to play some time later. But I still have to make a call. Young Master Chai, what is your work? Tang Qing received a call from Chai Ren just after lunch. Xiao Tang, thank you for your matchmaking. Your friend and I are now partners. Chai Ren smiled. That's good. Don't worry, my friend is very talkative. As long as you don't engage in tricks, you can rest assured in terms of cooperation. Tang Qing also understands Chai Ren's doubts, even though he speaks very well. The chaotic fall is of no use, and it will take time to verify, but it is still good to give Chai Ren some reassurance. As predicted, don't know why, Chai Ren has an inexplicable trust in Tang Qing. I feel relieved after listening. Okay, I see. Next time I go to Qingyan City to invite you to dinner. Chai Ren said. No problem, but if you want to say thank you, I have a small favor. I don't know if Chai Daxiao can help. Tang Qing said as he turned. What is busy? Don't worry. There are really not many things I can't do with Chai Ren in China, Chai Ren quickly promised. It's not a big deal. You also know that I have a clothing company under my hand, which is about to enter the national market, but the advertisement is stuck on CCTV. We want to get a better advertising space, and we want to see if you can do it. Tang Qing said slowly. After so long negotiations, the company has won a lot of advertising and naming rights on local satellite TVs, but CCTV's advertising spaces have been tendered. Now, although they have opened in coastal provinces, CCTV's advertising spaces are really good. It made Tang Qing look upset. A naming right. Tang Qing is really not interested. This united mining group, it is true that Chai Ren has taken a big advantage. With the continuous addition of mineral deposits in the later period, it is likely that Chai Ren will receive tens of billions of yuan in income in the next 10 years. This gift is not a big deal, so Tang Qing is not embarrassed. I can ask for it. Why do I still think about it? Don't worry, you can wrap it on me. There is no way for the golden advertising space, but I still have a solution for other things. You wait for my good news. Chai Ren is still asking why. This kind of thing is basically no difficulty for him. Chai Ren also thought of going with Tang Qing, feeling that he was taking advantage of it. But his idea is crazier than Tang Qing. If it is really possible in the future, it will be more than tens of billions. That is a conservative estimate, and the incidental benefits it will bring make him tremble and excited when he thinks of it. Hang up the phone. Chai Ren quickly called his little-in-law and talked about the advertisement. As the deputy director of CCTV, a little advertising can still be done, especially Chai Ren's tone is a bit solemn. He even dare not neglect. Although he is Chai Ren's little-in-law, but facing Chai Ren, the grandson of the Chai family, he doesn't feel any ostentation. Hang up the phone. Chai Ren started to work on the preparation of the mining group. He felt that he was going crazy, but full of energy. He is looking forward to what this company will develop into in the future. As soon as I get home in the evening, Chai Ren was called to the study by his father, Chai Guoqiang. Seeing Chai Ren, Chai Guoqiang asked with a serious face, Let's talk. What's going on today? These minerals are regarded as the Chai family's industry. Of course, Chai Ren will not be allowed to do whatever he wants. Of course, there are people arranged by the Chai family. Many things do not involve group discussions, but major decisions will be consulted by the elders. This time he was very dissatisfied with Chai Ren's first cut and no play. Dad, your news is really good. Chai Ren let go and smiled. Don't give me a hippie smile. What the are you going to do? Chai Guoqiang still looked serious. What are you doing in such a hurry? Just some unprofitable minerals. Chai Ren sat in the chair in front of his father nonchalantly. It's not that simple. Chai Guoqiang snorted coldly. Hey, it seems that I can't escape the eyes of my father. It's like this. I plan to assign all these minerals to a company for unified management. As for the reason, I found a way to revitalize these assets. Chai Ren explained with a smile. Invigorate. How to invigorate? Chai Guoqiang frowned. My partner will deal with those troubles this time. Chai Ren said. What? The powerful Chai Guoqiang asked in surprise. Those troubles? Of course he knows what it is. He also knows what obstacles he will encounter to solve these problems. Snatching food in the mouths of desperados. Or is it a terrible snake? Occupying the home court advantage. Is it something you can solve if you solve it? Is this a joke? Is that your reason? Chai Guiqiang is very upset about the way his son squeezes toothpaste. Dad, don't worry. I have a certain degree of confidence this time. I have worked together to make a deal before. Do you know the iron, ore of Ganghwa gold? They will help me solve the trouble. Chiron said sternly. How to solve it? Chai Guiqiang asked. Then Chiron talked about the matter. I heard that his father was also a little confused. He was not surprised by the method. What he was surprised at was the speed. 2 days. Only 2 days. He planned such a plan to usurp the throne. The most important thing was that only a few people were killed and there were no other casualties. It has proved its strength and is qualified to settle the troubles elsewhere. But this does not reassure Daddy Chai. The other party is very cheating, but this is also eaten on the tip of the knife. You can shock others for a while, but also shock others for a lifetime. Not to mention a lifetime. It is possible to make the opponent feel strange and give birth a year. Various incidents. Have you ever considered if he uses extreme methods to deal with those people and rebounds in the future, what kind of impact the other party will have on our enterprises? Chai Guiqiang expressed his concern. Chiron hurriedly explained. That's why I transferred those minerals to a new company. This company registered as an offshore center. Many people used to know that these mines are related to Yunxi investment, but they were transferred to this company. I can get out. All actions of this company have nothing to do with me and Yunxi investment. You are not afraid that the other party knows that this company is controlled by you? Dad, how can there be so many if those people really have the ability to find out this? Obviously someone wants to deal with us. It's useless to cover up, and I believe in the strength of this partner, although I have no idea, but I want to try. Chiron said seriously. Are you sure? Chai Guiqiang stared at his son and said. He doesn't know why his usually cautious son is so decisive this time, but he believes that his son will not play with the fate of the family. Yeah. Chiron nodded decisively. Well, you still think of ways to conceal the shares of this company and register more companies in some countries for joint holdings. How many shares did you give him? Chai Guiqiang didn't say anything. 49. What did they do? Solve all troubles and protect the interests of the region in the future. That's right, they are still losing money. You can figure out the size and strength of this force, otherwise I don't worry. I see, Dad. Well, in short, there is a principle: expand as steadily as possible and consider the impact more, so as not to let our family capsize in this kind of thing. Chai Guiqiang reminded again. I know, Chiron said. At this time, the content of the conversation between the two naturally appeared on the projection screen in the command room. No way. Such an important group company, even in the next period of time, it is likely to become the main source of income of the Black Prison, so the monitoring of risks is inevitable. Know yourself and the enemy. This is the consistent principle of the command room. It has nothing to do with ethics, just to avoid risks. After listening to the conversation between the two father and son, Tang Qing also fell into deep thought. I used to think about keeping mystery, but mystery brings not only fear, but also a strong sense of insecurity. Chai Rinding proposed this cooperation and even quickly agreed to the conditions. Tang Qing was actually a little surprised. Such a big event may also involve the lives of many people and the collateral influence of many African countries. Playing off brings huge troubles. But Chai Rin is so decisive. Could it be that my charm has improved? Tang Qing is a bit narcissistic, but this obviously can't make a difference. Thinking about it, Tang raised his head and ordered, Xiao Air, call up Chai Rin's behavior analysis report during this period. Yes, Commander in Command. Xiao just agreed. All of Chai Rin's personal information appeared on the projection screen on the left, and the behavior analysis report he wanted to see on the right. Looking at the word count, there are already more than 300,000 students. Tang Qing is a little dizzy, but he also understands that this kind of analysis report is accurate to every sentence of Chai Run or even the explanation of every expression, which is not a trivial summary. Called Shower to turn over to these 2 days. There are also 4,000 to 5,000 words. Tang Qing took a closer look. I slowly realized my heart. It turns out that the problem may have arisen because the soldier rescued him from the wolf's mouth. Chiron spent a few years in the barracks. He had an unusual feeling for his comrades fighting side by side and his life-saving grace. In the group incident, his view of Tang Qing's friend changed from general to trust. This is a warrior's instinct, believing in a person who fights with him and is a life and death friend. Although Chiron has been out for a long time, this quality has not disappeared. Even Chiron couldn't feel this. But once connected with the relevant, his first idea when making a decision is to believe and then talk about other things. There are indeed too many things involved in this matter. If someone uses methods due to the Black Prison, it is likely to cause diplomatic disturbances and even other cloud minds or the interests of the Chinese people. With the assurance of Mr. Wen, he believed them. There is also the belief in Tang Qing, which is the effect of Yuan Shi's aura. These things can only be seen clearly by onlookers, and the parties will find various reasons to make this decision reasonable. Tang Yi, first send people to investigate those minds, formulate action plans, and make arrangements as soon as possible. Chiron's father is right. In order to prevent these local forces that have harmed their interests from angering other Chinese companies or Chiron, we need to strengthen our control over local forces for any disturbance, and use all those monitoring methods that can be used. If there is any change or tendency, we will immediately deal with it as planned. Before, he just wanted to collect the dues, but now it seems that he has to send someone in, and he has to strengthen monitoring to ensure that after something happens, he can immediately suppress it without trouble. Everything must be established under the current controllable and subsequent safe operation. This will also be the basic criterion for future Black Prison operations. At the same time, under the command of Tang Yi, batches of fighters were exchanged and sent to the suburbs of Bangkok through the teleport node. With the help of local fighters, they took a plane from Bangkok airport to various countries in Africa. The main purpose is to cooperate with Chiron this time, and the secondary purpose is to initially establish a set of intelligence network. In the vast land of Africa, there are extremely rich resources. As the world's raw material warehouse, Tang Qing certainly has to make arrangements in advance. It is foreseeable that in the future, his mineral resources industry in Africa will definitely be very large. Therefore, the construction of preliminary intelligence networks and Black Prison branches throughout Africa has been put on the agenda. In the future, his all income will be invested in this plan. In order to facilitate future actions, everyone in Africa must establish a complete network of relationships. After all, fighting and killing is not a long-term solution. The long-lasting influence of the water is the right way. Force is only the last resort. If the attack is too strong and the methods are too fierce, the unevenness will cause a rebound. Therefore, he also needs to have the ability to extinguish the fire. This is what he wants. Is a bit expensive, but this is all necessary investment, cannot be saved. Nowadays, the fixed income of more than 30 million yuan per day seems to be a lot, but now the stalls are getting bigger and bigger. The early stage of the development of the Black Prison is almost a bottomless pit. The establishment and expansion of industrial alliances is also a big money-burning company. He also needs money. It seems that he will be poor again in a short time, and he is very poor. He needs money, a lot of money, a huge amount of money. And the profit of currency arbitrage has reached its maximum. His company is not making money. Burma and Thailand were able to maintain their operations in a short period of time, especially in Thailand. His subordinates stopped a lot of illegal businesses, and their income naturally dropped sharply, and the legitimate income was not much. Burma is better, and there are still under the ground. A large number of mineral deposits such as jade, gold, etc. are digged out as money, and it takes time to mine and sell. Can't count on it anymore. Sat in the command room. Tang Qing is a little depressed. After a long time after being proud, reality slapped up and slapped her face. But who told me that all of his subordinate industries are still waiting to be fed? Tang Qing had no choice but to think of a solution from the business of the Black Prison. Fortunately, there is a backup plan. Was only used to save life and emergency. Now it just happens to be used. There is a decision. Tang Yi, start to implement the PSHO plan. The level is medium. The time is 1 week. The upper limit is $1 billion. Tang Qing stood up and ordered. Yes, Commander in command. After receiving the order, Tang Yi quickly began to mobilize. What are the common forms of no-cost trading? Of course it's a bet. The Paixio project is one of the open-source projects that Tang Qing made a long time ago. It is mainly to use Shower's abnormal computing speed and analysis ability to help the soldiers win money, but he was not too nervous before. There is no rush to make money. Pai Yao, whose characteristic is that he can only get in and can't get out. This name also contains the principle of the soldier's action. I won the money, no one should think about it. Moderate means to master well, so as not to attract too much attention. In order to avoid causing too much reaction in the industry, the plan has formulated a lot of rules and regulations, mainly to restrict and regulate the behavior and process of fighters, what to play, how to play, and to win. Money methods, evacuation, contingency plans, etc. all have plans. You can't win every time you go up. It's still at the same table and within a day. Isn't this a beacon in the night? Isn't it a matter of choice? If it is messed up, it would be weird for Las Vegas or the king of gambling to close the door and wash your hands without being forced. $1 billion. Just try the water first, and you can't do it often, at least once more than a month or even longer. The cash machine, as the name suggests, you need to add it if you have all the money in the cash machine. I smashed the ATM, and I will play a fart in the future. Is still a principle. The water flows long, just like a leak. When it grows, cut a stubble. Perfect. This money is enough for the initial establishment of an intelligence network all over Africa. This is only a shallow level. If you want to slowly develop into an in-depth intelligence network, it is not a matter of money. It will take a long time to accumulate and develop. A sudden emergence for people who gain local rights or influence. It takes time, and it's in years. Now Tang Qing just asks the soldiers to pierce the eye first. First lay down the main personnel, and take them as the seeds and cores to take root, such as training a big businessman or a congressman. Take your time first and start with small things. The follow-up will gradually add support staff to serve them. The personnel cost budget is about $500 million, and the remaining $500 million is mainly for maintenance and activity funds. $500 million is equivalent to more than 4 billion yuan. If converted into the number of fighters, at least 2,000, and after deducting the ratio of analysts to fighters up to 4-to-1, there may be more than 1,500 fighters deployed to Africa this time. There are nearly 60 countries in Africa, and each African country averages more than 30, which is really not much. If the necessary action teams are deducted, it will be even less. But these seed members are not much more expensive. Is currently a very reasonable amount. It's just that the 8 billion yuan smashed in, and there was no wave of waves in a short time. Tang Qing felt a little painful. This is 5 years, 8 billion yuan, and it's just like that. Real Nima is crazy. Fortunately, it's not my hard-earned money, otherwise we won't feel bad about it. This is also one of the reasons why he doesn't want to make money in industries like the internet, because it is too slow and not enough to spend. No matter how high the market value is, he wants cash flow, a huge amount of cash flow. Seeing that everything is done, Tang Qing also returned to the room. Just wait a week to collect the money. As for whether one of them will have any crooked thoughts about the soldiers who won the money, that is, they can only ask for their own blessings. The emergency treatment plan made at the beginning will make them feel so distressed to cry. In his room, Tang Qing looked at the giant painting on the wall, constantly lamenting his versatility. As for power and power, will take some time. Alas, there is such a perfect person in the world, it's me. Tang Qing instantly felt a sense of watching the world and being alone. At this time, brother, don't turn off the lights when you sleep, and you don't need money for electricity. Qin Shiqi's voice sounded at the door. Hear the words. Tang Qing dissipated in an instant and said hurriedly, I will close it right away. Hey, that's not right. I shouldn't talk when I fall asleep. I just said my brother didn't sleep, sister. I guessed it right. Qin Shiqi said triumphantly outside the door. Yeah. Qin Shiyu's voice sounded. Then you sleep outside. I sleep inside. Okay. Tang Qing listened to the distant voice. I always feel teased. Just when Tang Qing was lying on the bed and counting the stars. The Paixio project has also begun. After the fighters who went to Africa got on the plane, the fighters of the plan also successively boarded planes to various countries. Of course, not all of the newly exchanged robots were used in the Pai Yao plan this time. Many of them were temporarily seconded from other tasks. Tang Qing's pockets did not allow him to be so extravagant. In the next week, these fighters will go to all the top 100 gambling games in the world to withdraw money, and they will hurry away after winning various amounts of money according to the scale of the gambling games. Finally, the money will be transferred to the bank card that the fighters use their identity information to handle. It will be transferred to a master account once a day in the early morning. This master account is also made by one of the fighters, but it is bound by the system, and the money only needs to be transferred. If you come in, it is impossible to be transferred out by others. Since several accounts are no longer used for currency arbitrage, many countries' bank card binding quotas are still available, and these bank accounts will be used as secure accounts to serve various programs. If there is induction, it is estimated that the bosses of gambling games all over the world will shudder. They were spotted by a group of hungry wolves. Anyway, they are not good people. Tang Qing has no psychological burden to take their money. As much as possible, the better is better. Although he will not use the money for charity, it will benefit many civilians when it generates income in the future. Because almost all the plans of the command room have a small principle to safeguard Tang Qing's interests in the local area while ensuring the stability of the regional situation. The absence of war is actually a kind of happiness for many places. In order to improve the reputation and influence of the fighters in the local area, force is one aspect, and benefiting the locality is the core method, especially those intelligence analysts who are arranged to run for politics in African countries. They also need political achievements and blindly plunder themselves. The foundation of the building is likely to be unstable. If someone is lucky to become president in the future, no one will be able to drive it down. Early the next morning, Tang Qing and his uncle's family have breakfast. Qin Shiqi whispered there, telling Tang Qing that he slept late at night and often did not turn off the lights. Anyway, if one sentence could tell things clearly, she had to add oil and jealousy into 10 sentences, plus the testimony and historical evidence of crime. Tang Qing said that he was speechless. Drinking porridge. Let's talk. It's not a waste of my saliva. Tang Qing thought like AQ. My aunt also listened helplessly to the eldest daughter because she couldn't stop it. Qin Yugong remained silent, looking at Tang Qing from time to time, as if hesitated to speak. Tang, did you go to Mr. Liu to talk about it? Qin Yugong finally couldn't help but ask when Tang Qing was almost finished eating. What's wrong? Tang Qing put down his chopsticks and asked in confusion. He really didn't know what Lu Gan did. As soon as Qin Yu saw nothing, he said, President Liu donated a few police cars to our office yesterday. The handwriting is not small. I called to express my gratitude. He even mentioned you accidentally. After listening to Tang Qing, he knew what Lu Gan meant. Court. Last time through his own matchmaking, the second uncle Tang Kai had agreed to provide some supplies to his uncle's office, but it had not been implemented yet. I didn't expect Lu Gan to take a step ahead. This is really fast. But Tang Qing would not admit that it had something to do with him, and shrugged and said, Is that right? I don't know. Maybe it was the second uncle who told him. They are now partners. Yes, they should be. After speaking, he nodded as if I believe it too. Maybe, it's weird. I feel that everything is going well recently. Qin Yugong saw Tang Qing deny, and no longer entangled. The law and order in his jurisdiction has improved a lot, and even the number of petty theft reports has plummeted to 1/5 of the original. Leaders value, subordinates respect, and colleagues admire. The society is stable. Those thieves and gangsters have also become more honest. I heard that the pickpockets who have been here for more than 10 years don't know why they went to other places in the city. They seem to be afraid of something. It's really weird. Your thoughts? Would you be happy if it didn't go well? Aunt put down the bowl and glared at her husband. Qin Yugong hurriedly said, No, it's the matter. Forget it. It is impossible for him to talk about these things with his wife, some of which are heard from the ears, and he is not a gossip. Work is work and life is life. At this time, everyone on the table had finished eating except Qin Shiyu. There was no way. Qin Shiyu chewed slowly. Every time she finished eating the porridge last time, she had to divide the porridge that she could drink into 2 mouthfuls. A bit too much, lady. At this time, Qin Shichi rolled her eyes and suddenly said, Mom, let's go shopping tomorrow weekend. Do you want to buy clothes again? Aunt glanced at her. No, just go out and get some air. Qin Shichi hurriedly denied. My aunt smiled and said, Ventilation? I still don't know what you were thinking. Qin Shichi stuck out her tongue and said with a grin, Hey, there is a big clothing store in the city. I want to go to see it. Many of my classmates have been there. They said it is big and the clothes look good, so I want to see it. Just watch. You mean the Tang dynasty? Aunt smiled. How did you know? Have you been there? Qin Shichi asked in surprise. My aunt shook her head and said, No. I heard that the store called Xingtang in the city has become more popular recently. I heard that it is a local enterprise in our city. It is very powerful. These days, many TV stations across the country have seen its advertisements. Especially in our province, advertising has never stopped. I have seen its advertisements on CCTV 6. It's really rich. Hearing his own prosperous Tang Qing also pricked his ears. Then let's go shopping. Qin Shichi said happily. On the way back yesterday, she also received a coupon for the Tang dynasty. She was excited to use it when she saw the word discount. People. All right, I haven't been there yet. Aunt nodded and agreed. The prices in the Tang dynasty are high and low. Most of them are still very close to the people, so we should support the enterprises from this city to the whole country. Tang Qing on the side also thought of this advertisement. This is the one that Sheng Tang had won by himself, CCTV 6, but he was very dissatisfied. The advertising space of a movie channel is worth nothing at all. How can it improve the corporate image? So he asked Chirin to ask for an advertising space. Brother, are you going? Qin Shichi turned to Tang Qing and said, I want to go to class. Tang Qing said, Do you still use class? Qin Shichi said dissatisfied. I'm a good student. Tang Qing was determined not to go. Otherwise he would play the role of handbags. Qin Shichi's little abacus, he was quite clear. Seeing the fellow and the wallet not going, Qin Shichi pouted her mouth and said angrily, Humph, you have bought so many clothes in the Tang dynasty, and you don't take me once. No matter, you have to compensate for my spirit. Loss. God. The reason was found again. Tang Qing seemed to have thought of something too. He returned to the room, took out a card, and handed it over. The last time he took it back, he had no chance to send it out. Yes, I have a membership card. You can buy clothes at a discount. Qin Shichi took the well-made membership card and looked at it over and over again. You can get a few discounts. Qin Shichi raised her head and asked in confusion. I don't know. I asked a friend to borrow it. Anyway, there are a lot of discounts. Tang Qing didn't say the 20% discount, so as not to cause a lot of problems. He wanted to clean up early in the morning. When Qin Shichi heard the word discount, her eyes widened. That's great. If I fight more, I'll buy one more. Okay, Mom. I'll talk after washing the dishes. Aunt suppressed strongly. Oh. Just when Qin Shichi was washing the dishes happy, Tang Qing carried the non-existent school bag and went out. Although it has been a long time, Tang Qing has such a huge space for the system, but does not provide storage services for personal items. He has a deep resentment. The high storage cost is directly ignored by him, 1 million yuan a day. He is stupid, he wants free. Out of the community, Tang Qing dialed Lu Gan's phone. Regardless, it is a fact that Lu Qian has given his uncle face, and he has other things to inform Lu Qian. At this time, Lu Gan was playing Tai Chi in his back garden. Seeing that it was Tang Qing's number, the monkey on the side quickly handed the phone over. Lu Gan did not dare to neglect. Haha, Xiaotang morning. Morning, Uncle Lu. Thank you for donating supplies to my uncle's office. Tang Qing thanked. Lu Gan felt very comfortable after hearing this. What he wanted was for Tang Qing to know. Otherwise, he wouldn't mention Tang Qing on the phone with Qin Yugang. He would hug this thigh anyway. What are you polite? The police and the people are family. Lu Gan laughed. By the way, Uncle Lu, I have something I want to tell you. Tang Qing started talking about business. What's the matter? Lu Gan also felt a little stunned by Tang Qing's words. Tang Qing explained. It's about US dollar cash exchange. I am going to stop this business and instead only provide domestic and foreign currency transfer services. Hearing the previous sentence almost scared Lu Gan to the ground. He thought he had done something wrong, but the latter sentence made his heart suddenly excited. But it was not excited about currency transfers at home and abroad. There was nothing to be excited about. In the past, he could, mainly through the platforms of other underground banks, and it was not difficult to operate and only charge some handling fees. Now the people behind Tang Qing do this, which is similar to those underground banks. He is pleased that he is qualified to participate in Tang Qing's such business. Especially the relationship with this kind of underground bank is still so close. There is still a personal relationship. This is what he cares about. That's great. How to do it? Lugan stepped aside and asked happily. Uncle Lu, I will not participate in this kind of currency exchange in the future. It will be done by my friend's hands. After all, the risk of dollar cash transactions is a bit high. Don't worry, regardless of the size of the channel or the security, it is extremely high. As long as you abide by the rules they set, I will give you a website later, and the business and scope of the future will be introduced on it. So the future cash exchange may have to be apologetic. Tang Qing said, Okay, the US dollar cash business is indeed a bit of a blink, and yours is still a new $100 note. I am also a little embarrassed to ship a large number of them, so I was so anxious to ask if you can open cross-border transfers. I'll go and take a look at it later. Lugan quickly agreed. Okay, that's it. I went to school. I'll send you the website later. Just go up and register. You must register with your real name. At the same time, keep things secret on the website. Delete the short message after reading it and go to the website. No one else can be there at that time. Tang Qing said, After all, this is not very legal, and future users will not be ordinary people, so it is not suitable for outsiders to know. Although the command room has also formulated a series of protective measures, reminders are still needed. Great. Finished. The two hung up the phone. Tang Qing hangs up first, but Lugan dare not press the hang up button in advance. After hanging up the phone within 3 seconds, Lugan, who was considering it, received a text message, but it was not from Tang Qing's number. Obviously, Tang Qing asked someone to do it. This URL is a bit long. He doesn't bother to enter it himself. Lugan looked at the website and didn't stop. Go back to the room. Close the door. Turn on computer. Enter the URL. In an instant, a website popped up. The layout of the website is also very simple. There is only a login interface, nothing else. If you don't log in, you don't know what's inside. Lu Qian followed the obvious process to register and fill in his identity information. Click Register. In an instant, a successful registration dialog box appeared in front of him. Next second, the net has also changed, and the content has also changed. The color of the website is a bit gloomy. The style is also a bit rigid, but it is not suppressed. The two big words, Tong Tian, in the upper left corner are extremely arrogant. Lugan also felt that the name was too exaggerated. Tang Qing did the same, but he started it casually. Anyway, he didn't need any money or registration. Tang Qing originally wanted to use Black Prison directly, but he gave up again. The entire website interface has 3 major categories: currency exchange, information consultation, task release. The homepage is the rules of the website, which should not be disclosed, as well as punishments, etc., all in a box. In short, I feel a little scared. Lugan quickly clicked on the currency exchange and took a look. Unsurprisingly, currency exchange, as the name implies, is to carry out cross-border currency transfers. Currently, only a few currencies are opened, and exchange rates and exchange rules have been agreed. Most of Lu Qian knows that basically all underground banks are like this. There is nothing new about the operation, but it has more restrictions than other underground banks, and it will not transfer the stolen money or the like. All transferred money must be able to withstand investigation. If a business owner, worth hundreds of millions, sells the company and wants to convert the money to US dollars and deposit it abroad, then it is good and it can be done. If it is obtained by embezzlement, bribery, embezzlement of public funds, etc., money will not be processed, but it is limited to domestic. Other countries, there is no such restriction. This one made Lu Gunarai smile. This website is typically like a Chinese practice. He also thought it was nothing. He wouldn't stick to that kind of money. As for how to withstand the investigation, Lu Qian doesn't know, because the transfer does not require him to provide a legality certificate. What really surprised him was was intelligence consultation and mission release. Immediately, Lu Gan opened an information consultation. After reading the introduction for a while, Lu Gankai understood what these two were for. Information consultation is mainly to buy some information that you can't find but you want to know. At the same time, the website has regulations not to sell any information about various state secrets. As for the task release, it is also very simple. The coverage is extremely wide. As long as it is charged for service, there are specific restrictions. That is, it will not participate in the internal affairs, confidential intelligence, war, and murder of various countries. The introduction of the latter two is quite simple. No way. This website was created only last night. Although the business scope of the latter two is much larger than currency exchange and is not at the same level at all, there are currently no users. At present, Lu Gan is the only one, and Chai Rin hasn't told him yet. It is estimated that it will take a long time to improve the specific business scope. Lu Qian was a little confused after reading it. Looking at this website, he doesn't know what to say, and he doesn't need it. Or try the transfer function first. Of course, the money was not transferred out by others. It's his own. It's not an account that wants to be ready to run away. It's just that we needed to cooperate with Chai Rin before. Just do it. According to the operation process, Lu Qian first transferred the RMB to a prescribed account. After half a minute, the website reminded him that the account could be transferred, so Lu Qian filled in the relevant US dollar account information on the interface and clicked to confirm the transfer. At this time, a dialog box pops up again with a confirmation message on it and reminds the transferor that if the transfer is wrong, it will not be held responsible. Lu Gan read it again and confirmed it was correct. Click Finish. Then he landed on the website of the US dollar account. 3 minutes later, prompt that $100,000 has arrived. Lu Gan was full of excitement when he saw it. This fee is much lower than that of the underground bank. The fee for converting from US dollars to renminbi is scary. He didn't care about it. He didn't need to exchange US dollars into renminbi for the transfer. No way, Tang Qing will lose money if he converts US dollars into renminbi. At this moment, the website popped up a message that the transfer was successful. At the same time, another message came, followed by a dialog box. Hello, Mr. Lu Gan. Since your authority is a secondary user, and a transfer order of more than 100,000 renminbi has occurred at the same time, we can provide a transfer balance account to avoid the risk and trouble of transferring money again and again. Lu Gan is not stupid. Type to confirm. You mean I can deposit money with you? Yes, it all depends on your volition, but it is recommended that you do this to avoid a lot of trouble, for reference only. It's not bad for Lu Gan to think about it. It's also troublesome to transfer money directly. He still believes in Tang Qing's reputation. I see. Thank you. What does the second level of authority mean? Lu Gan questioned. Hello, we divide customers according to credit and strength. The total transfer amount of in-turn users must be more than 100 million yuan, and only the currency exchange column can be seen. The total transfer amount of first-level users is more than 100 million US dollars. You can see the information consultation in the second column. The total transfer amount of the secondary user is more than 500 million US dollars, and you can see the task release. Is there any function on it? Lu Gan asked, typing. Sorry, your authority is not enough to inquire. In order to pretend, Tang Qing set it up like this. With a level, the user can be tied up. At this time, Lu Qian, who had the privilege, felt very good, and it was obvious that Tang Qing's goal was achieved. I can also be regarded as an important user. It must be Tang Qing's promotion. Well, it must be so. Lu Gan thinks about it and feels a little proud. Suddenly remembered something. By the way, I can buy information, right? Yes, it is. I want to know what happened to the iron ore that I invested in the Democratic Republic of Congo before. I heard that it was a bit troublesome. Can you solve it? Lu Gan also wanted to reflect the value. He didn't know that the Black Prison had already invested in Yunqi investment. He was not qualified to know yet. This information is priced at 100,000 yuan. Please pay first. Lu Gan was speechless. Real Nima is expensive but didn't say anything. He just watched it. The starting price of the information is 100,000, which avoids someone coming to consult boring information. I don't want to ask if the kitten is lost. Isn't that burying people? Lu Gan hurriedly transferred 100,000 yuan to the past. 10 seconds later. Receipt of the remittance. The situation near the iron mine has returned to stability. Their leader. The analyst on duty gave a brief overview of the events over there. They were all introduced from an objective perspective, and they were totally indistinguishable from them. What happened? Lu Gan felt something was wrong. You have no right to purchase this information. See this sentence. Lu Gan doesn't speak anymore. He has no right to buy, and he is not stupid. Obviously, there may be this organization involved. Thinking of the mysterious friends of Chai Rin and Tang Qing, as well as the information and time just seen, Lu Gan is 100% sure. This was done by the group of people that Chai Rin asked for. Although it is not possible to publish a murder mission inside, but Lu Gan was not completely convinced. Okay, thank you. Lu Gan needed to calm down slowly. His carelessness was a little uncontrollable. Goodbye. After finishing speaking, the website will be closed forcibly. Lu Gan, who wanted to see it for a while, gave a wry smile. Things are getting more and more complicated. What kind of people are these? So clean and tidy. They usurped the throne and righted them. The iron ore that was supposed to lose money can make money in an instant. Lu Gan's mood is contradictory. He had thought about the tiger behind Tang Qing a long time ago, but he didn't expect it would show up in front of him like this. He is a bit square. He thought of the 2 houses that Tang Qing's parents bought. Is it necessary to engage in more activities to return the tens of thousands of dollars to his parents? The channel used by the Tongtian website to help Lu Gan transfer money this time is of course not systematic. Tang Qing only has a limit of 10 currency exchanges per day. He still needs to use it for arbitrage. How could it be wasted here? The money was borrowed from the account opening organization. After a long time of cooperation, Tang Qing's huge financial resources and business have made his credit very high, with less than 100 million US dollars, unsecured and low-interest loans. The account arrives in hours and the deadline is 1 year, which is the treatment he now enjoys. $100 million is not much, but considering that it is a loan to an unidentified person or organization without any collateral, it is already very much. Of course, the money will not lie in that bank's account, but he will be collected into the system once, and then transferred to the account of another bank alliance camp, so as not to be traced. $20 million of which are left in the system allocated the Black Prison for Action funds, and $80 million US dollars was transferred by him to the total US dollar account of Tongtian, which was used to transfer money to various customers in need. There will also be a master account in the country. When the total domestic account has accumulated to more than 300 million yuan and the US dollar account is not enough, he will make a transfer to fill the vacancy. In this way, the profit is a little higher than a single currency arbitrage. To put it bluntly, the money in these 2 general accounts will basically not be misappropriated. At present, no matter how much money is exchanged, the 2 accounts can maintain a balance, and all the money earned will be invested in Tongtian during the construction and maintenance of the task team. 2 major business areas, information consultation and task release, were opened. How could it be possible that no one would perform it? And it must be their own person. Now the combatants of each task are a bit nervous, and the Tongtian must be built. Own task execution team. You can even consider outsourcing. And what he really wants is Lu Qian's balanced deposit, which is a bit like Yuebao, but without interest. This money is treated as a fixed deposit. As long as the credit is in place and the number of people is large, he can generate a huge amount of appropriation. For funds, Tang Qing is not interested in greedy for this money, but an insurance to deal with emergencies. Just like Chai Ren's deposit to loan, it is mainly to meet the imminent demand for money. Just when Tang Qing was in class, he received a text message. I will be back tomorrow afternoon and invite you to dinner in the evening. Look at the sender. A smile appeared at the corner of Tang Qing's mouth. Long time no see, I really miss it. The next day, April 30th. On Saturday. Brother, go to class, let's buy new clothes. Qin Shiqi waved her handkerchief with a smile. To buy clothes today, she dressed up and forced Qin Shiyu to wear the same clothes and jewelry as hers. Qin Shiyu had no choice but to accept fate. They are really sisters. Go and go, what are you proud of? Tang Qing went back. Although he contributed a discounted membership card yesterday, Qin Shiqi would not let go of his wallet. Last night, he had to leave a few red tickets, emptied his pocket, and didn't even leave any change. Knowing that Tang's father and Tang's mother made a lot of money every month, Qin Shiqi didn't have the little family spirit of the past, and he couldn't make a difference without a red ticket. I told you not to go with us, because you have contributed a little money, and I will see what suits you later. I will buy it for you. Rest assured, it is definitely not expensive. After saying that, Qin Shiqi did not forget to bury Tang Qing. Humph. After Tang Qing turned around and left, staying any longer, He could not help messing up Qin Shichi's hair, and he might have to chase him to the gate of the community by then. Noon. Tang Qing returned home. Qin Shichi rushed up, akimbo, and said furiously, "Brother, let's be honest. Where did your clothes come from?" "It was given by a friend." "What's the matter?" Tang Qing said. "What friend? Why did you give you such expensive clothes? I saw that many of your clothes were made in the Tang dynasty, and they were all custom-made. Looking at the materials and logos, they don't add up. The most important thing is, brother, your friend does not need a sister." Qin Shichi's righteous words immediately exposed her nature. He smiled at Tang Qing. "Today, I visited the main store in the Tang dynasty with my aunt all morning, and saw all kinds of beautiful clothes, and the price at which she could only stick her tongue out, and the two-fold membership card that was almost free." After being educated by Sheng Tang's product brochure, she also knew what the logo on Tang Qing's clothes meant. After coming back, I turned over Tang Qing's wardrobe and found that they were all the works of senior designers in the Tang dynasty, and each piece was not cheap. In an instant, Qin Shichi's mind had a wrong mind. Go, you can be my sister." Tang Qingbai glanced at her and walked to her room. It's just that the corner of his clothes was held by Qin Shichi. "No, I'll be your sister, and I don't have so many beautiful clothes to wear." Qin Shichi vowed not to stop. "Isn't there a discount card? You can afford it with private money," Tang Qing said helplessly. "I bought one, but it's so expensive, so I can't bear to wear it," Qin Shichi said confidently. "Blame me." Tang, who is this friend, so generous?" And asked as well. Tang Qing explained. "He is one of the senior officials in the Tang dynasty. I met him accidentally. Don't worry, I won't take people and things randomly." "That's good. We don't need to take advantage of others. Shichi, don't let go. What does it look like?" Aunt glared at her daughter. "Oh." Qin Shichi was pitiful, but her eyes turned wildly, apparently planning a bigger conspiracy. As predicted, just when Tang Qing went out after eating, Qin Shichi also came up on her back. "Why follow me?" Tang Qing said. "Brother, I'll discuss something for you." Qin Shichi leaned forward and said grinningly. Upon seeing this, Tang Qing took 2 steps back quickly. This expression, poisonous. Go, stay away from me. I'm allergic to your smile." Asking for others, Qin Shichi's attitude is surprisingly good. "Okay, stay a little farther away. I just want to ask you for a favor. Can I go to work in Xingtang during the summer vacation? If you know their leaders, there should be no problem." "Right." Qin Shichi belongs to a person who can't walk when seeing beautiful clothes, but she has a sense of measure and knows what to do. "You? It's illegal to hire child labor." Tang Qing looked at Qin Shichi, but she was childish except for her size. "I don't care. You just say to help or not." Qin Shichi began to play a rogue. "Then there might be no salary." Tang Qing thought for a while and said, "If you don't give money, wouldn't it be considered hired?" "Well, perfect logic. Then I want to go too. I don't care." Qin Shichi was not rushing for money and was immediately happy. Well, let you go. What's the rush? It's still early for your high school entrance examination." Tang Qing reluctantly agreed. "It's getting late. You'll get in touch first. So it's settled. Go to school quickly. Goodbye." Qin Shichi didn't wait for Tang Qing to speak, turned and ran. Really employ people forward, not backwards. But seeing Qin Shichi jumping back happily, Tang Qing didn't feel angry at all. "Sister, shouldn't you just get used to it, whether it's a cousin or a dear?" At this time, Tang Qing suddenly remembered the daughter of her second uncle who was far away in the United States. It seemed that she heard that an American guy came after her last week, but she was quiet by nature. Tang Mianer, who was strictly educated by her mother, did not agree. "Ignore. Although this person is not a threat, the soldiers did not do anything." But it also made Tang Qing unhappy. The American guy's initiative, stalker, and romance are a familiar road. Don't be deceived. But fortunately, that guy has no bad criminal record after investigation. Otherwise, that guy would not survive today and would have been dealt with by the inhuman fighters long ago. Rubbish. Dare to harass his relatives. He can only send him a free ride. Now, just ask the soldiers to scare them away. Among his brother-in-law, foreigners are not allowed. This is the principle and bottom line. School is over in the afternoon. As soon as she left the school gate, Tang Qing saw Do Jiao and Pan Yu standing in front of a Mercedes-Benz off-road on the side of the road, looking at the school gate. Do Jiao saw Tang Qing and waved her hands happily from a distance. Tang Qing stepped forward quickly. "Little boss, it's been a long time since I saw you. Why do you get a flat head?" Do Jiao looked up and down Tang Qing, who hadn't seen him for a long time. She had nothing to say about her clothes and shoes, but her hair made her feel uncoordinated. Tang Qing said with a chuckle, "It's more convenient. I don't want to wash and comb in the morning. If it wasn't for my mother and uncle to stop me, I would like to have a bald head. It would be best to take care of it. This is a fact. Chung Xiaoxianru is going to be cool like that. He still prefers flat or short hairstyles. On the one hand, it is easy to take care of. On the other hand, he feels very energetic when looking at him. Nonsense, bald head is so ugly. You should have long hair and be handsome." Tang Qing smiled and said, "You also said that I am handsome. If I have long hair, I am afraid that going out will cause a sensation. Pan Ge hello. It's okay with you, Jiao Jiao is right. She should keep her long hair and be handsome." Pan Yu quickly stated his position and smiled at Do Jiao. "Well, you're right. Get in the car, I'm hungry." Tang Qing watched the two show affection and could only deal with it at will. "Fortunately, we are not a single dog and will not be choked by this wave of dog food." "It was right? Yes, Master Jiao Jiao is right," Pan Yu said quickly. Of course, the villa project in the Shanghai stock market could not delay so much time, but the two went to see their parents. After various guarantees and Do Jiao's insistence, Pan Yu's family is not a commoner. Both parents have money, uncles and uncles. They are all not small officials. One may be promoted to the top of the province next year. Do Jiao's family agreed to the relationship between the two. If nothing happens, the marriage may be decided this year. On the way to the hotel, Do Jiao still talked about all kinds of fun, of course, did not forget the business. The villa project basically has no problems. Now it has started, and many main bodies have been completed, just waiting for the follow-up decoration and greening and so on. Especially for Tang Qing's big villa, construction was given priority, and the quality was better. You can move in only when Tang Qing goes to university. The driver Pan Yu drove the new car he bought for him at home. He could catch up with Do Jiao. Strictly speaking, it was a high climb, but the two fell in love with each other, so they didn't pay much attention to it. In order to save face for his son, this car, a new car, is an example. In addition to allowing their son to be recognized as soon as possible, they also paid for his son to expand his business. Anyway, it is to make every effort to promote this marriage. Tang Qing smiled and nodded there. He is also quite satisfied with Pan Yu. Whether it is the various analysis reports of the command office and the survey on Pan Yu's experience while studying in the United States, they all show that this is a good man who really loves Do Jiao. Otherwise, Tang Qing had let him rest long ago. "Come to Tianfu Hotel." The doorboy's face changed when he saw Tang Qing. "I wondered why this great came again. I had to notify the manager quickly." Tang Qing also found the doorman's abnormality, so when passing by, he whispered, "Brother, don't be nervous. I don't eat people." After speaking, leaving a back. But the doorman still notified the manager, Yu Zhengfeng nonstop. Have you beaten him before? So afraid of you." Do Jiao couldn't help laughing when she saw that doorboy hurriedly. "How is it possible? It's probably because I have come a lot, and he is annoyed when he sees me. Maybe he is jealous of my handsomeness. Smelly, let's take you to meet my aunt and uncle, and my grandmother. They have long wanted to see you." Do you want to beat me and say I squeeze your labor force?" "Why? It's too late for them to be happy. I have praised you to the sky, and you can do it normally. You can." Do Jiao said. "Well, I will try my best." While walking, Do Jiao briefly introduced the people he would meet later, and Tang Qing quickly noted it down. "Come to a box on the 3rd floor. Open the door." I saw a big round table. There are already 5 people seated on top of them. They are well arranged and well arranged. Tang Qing knew only 2 of them, Feng Hai, a senior official of Qingyan municipal law, and his son Feng Senator. The others are obviously Feng Sen's mother and Do Jiao's grandparents. Feng Sen's mother was Chu Qian, a section chief of the Qingyan Education Bureau. She was a type of soy sauce. She had little trouble and was close to home. Do Jiao's grandfather and grandmother are all retired and spend their time at home planting flowers and raising grass. Do Jiao's grandfather Cui Guangming used to be one of the provincial leaders. Although he retired for many years, he still has a strong official taste of The dressing of several people is very formal, but they are very simple, without any expensive vulgarity, but the temperament is not to be underestimated. Of course, except for Feng's son, who has no image and gnaws on the fruit. The bored Feng's son instantly became happy when he saw Tang Qing. "Brother Tang, long time no see, come sit here." Speaking and patted the chair beside him. It is rare for a peer of the same age to talk. Others looked curiously at Tang Qing, an outsider. It is generally impossible to invite outsiders for this kind of dinner. However, Do Jiao accidentally mentioned this recognized brother to her grandmother and knew that Tang Qing not only knew Do Jiao, but also knew him. Pan Yu and Feng's son, plus Do Jiao's boss, had long wanted to see them. In the end, Do Jiao's grandpa decided to call Tang Qing on, check him, and see what kind of person it was, lest the other party approached Do Jiao's insidious generation because of their power. Cui Guangming read countless people and can basically see through a person with simple contact. "Go and go, the little boss wants us here." After Do Jiao finished speaking, she pulled Tang Qing and sat beside him. There is only seniority here, and there are no employee bosses, so Tang Qing naturally sat at the end. "Then I will sit next to Brother Tang." Feng's son walked over and sat next to Tang Qing after finishing talking. He also grabbed a basket of fruit. "Brother Tang, eat fruit." Feng's son handed it eagerly. "Thank you." Tang Qing picked up an apple and placed it on the plate in front of him. "You are polite, it should be, but I plan to follow you in the future." Feng's son whispered, "Study hard, do what you need to do, and mess with it." Yes, what Tang brother said is brilliant. Briefly introduce the name. The dishes are almost ready at this time. Do Jiao's grandfather began to speak and couldn't stop as soon as he said it. All kinds of idioms became more and more vigorous. Finally, he was stopped by his wife and introduced each other. Tang Qing, as a junior, was naturally the last to introduce. This is a detailed introduction, not just the name in the previous one. Let me introduce to everyone. His name is Tang Qing. The younger brother I recognize is also my boss. I ate with him. There is absolutely no problem with my character. I will not talk about some company secrets, but the little boss is very rich, Do Jiao introduced. Very satisfactory. Basically, it means nothing is said. The introduction is over. Tang Qing naturally toasts one by one. Although he doesn't like it, the Chinese people still have to follow this process. Formalism and ritualization. In the past, he felt that it was casual, but when he saw more, he understood that it could only be partly casual and formal. The process that should be followed is to be followed. "Your uncle is Qin Yugong, right?" Feng Hai asked suddenly. "Yes, I didn't expect Secretary Feng to remember me." Tang Qing admitted with a smile. "Of course I remember. I said you were familiar. We met in a restaurant last year." The young man was very energetic. "Not bad. I have heard Jiao Jiao talk about many of your things. You are not a small man. You have many companies. Some of them are very big. As far as I know, Xingtang Clothing is controlled by you. I want to ask where your money comes from. I don't doubt you. After all, your uncle is just a deputy director-level cadre. Not at all. Possibly." Do Jiao interrupted before finishing talking. Do Jiao said with a dissatisfied expression, "Uncle, what are you talking about? How can the little boss do bad things? A woman is so emotional. She will believe it unconditionally if she believes it." Tang Qing is also very grateful to Do Jiao for trusting and maintaining him. Sometimes women are so silly, so cute. Feng Hai was helpless too. He had known Tang Qing's information a long time ago, and Shui Guangming asked him to check it, lest Do Jiao would encounter bad guys. So he would ask such a sharp question. Otherwise, how could he say such things here? Tang Qing hurriedly said, "Sister Jiao Jiao, it won't get in the way. Most people will definitely have doubts, especially those who care about you. I can explain this. Part of the money is from my friend and part from my second uncle. Help, you may not know, my second uncle has been doing jade jewelry business in Thailand, and it is very big. Actually, I don't know how much money it has. It's so useful to have a rich second uncle." Feng Hai couldn't find it anyway. "Why is your friend Lu?" Feng Hai continued to ask. "No. As for who it is, it's hard to say." Tang Qing pretended to hesitate. In fact, in the bottom of his heart, he wanted to let someone do it. Feng Hai seemed to have come prepared, and without an explanation, it seemed that he would not be able to pass the test today. "What's hard to say?" Feng Hai frowned and said, "Could it be a loan shark?" "There is it. I don't know if you know Chai Rin from the Chai family in Beijing. Tang Qing said lightly. Chai Rin? Who is it? Feng Hai questioned. He has been working in Qingyan City and has never been out at all, so he is naturally stupid and unclear. But Do Jiao's grandfather and grandmother were not ignorant people, and her expression changed when she heard the names of Chai family and Chai Ren. Okay, Xiao Tang, needless to say, Xiao Hai. Don't ask any more. This is someone's private matter. Cui Guangming continued. Ah, okay, Feng Hai said with a daze. At the same time, Tang Qing's eyes were full of weirdness. Obviously, the two elders knew this family and belonged to the capital again. Feng Hai wanted to know something in an instant and chose to shut up. This is indeed a private matter of the family. When it comes to this, it is already considered to be a face. Tang Qing smiled. The person with the top pod is really nice. Xiao Tang. Yes, he is so capable at a young age. Since it is Chai Run, I am relieved. Cui Guangming smiled and said, Who is Chai Run? He also knows, the second youngest of the Chai family. Help the people who manage most of the Chai family's properties are not bad. They are not the second-generation dudes. Since they can be seen by Chai Run, there must be no major problems with their character, but they don't know how deep the relationship is. This kid is really good. Do you have a girlfriend? Grandma will introduce one to you. Girlfriend? Tang Qing's face was a little unnatural. I'm only in the 3rd year of high school. Should I be so direct? Thank you, Grandma. I have a girlfriend. Tang Qing said with a wry smile. What he was most afraid of was someone leading the red line. Speaking of his girlfriend, Feng's son on the side was instantly refreshed. That's right, Brother Tang already has a girlfriend, and it's in our class. The two of them grew up together, so don't worry about it. Or find me one. Fengsen smiled. You? If you don't study well, what girlfriend do you want? Go to school first. If you have something like Xiao Tang, I'll introduce it to you. What kind of girlfriend do you want? Introducing a girlfriend to Tang Qing is a way to maintain the relationship. All right. Feng's son was aggrieved. But my heart is full of pride. He was just talking about it. He also has a girlfriend secretly, although it may not be recognized by the family in the future. By the way, Xiao Tang, you are so rich. Do you want to support the frontline police officers? Feng Hai also no longer entangled with the question of the source of Tang Qing's money. Instead, he got his idea of purse. Go, uncle, don't blackmail our little boss. Do Jiao said dissatisfied. I don't have it, it's just to get some fate. Feng Hai said bitterly. That's not okay, Xingtang's money is useful. Every cent has to be invested in the opening of a new store. If there is money for you, you cannot use Xingtang's ideas, and Tianyan's will not work. Do Jiao said brutally. She is the general manager of Tianyan. She has a natural sense of closeness to the companies under her, and a sense of responsibility as a manager. If she wants to see it grow, she really doesn't want to spend a penny. Amount. Feng Hai was speechless. Her little princess was too outgoing, and she wouldn't let her fate. Secretary Feng, this is not a big problem. This week, I asked Tianyan to donate 5 million yuan to the Qingyan City Public Security Bureau for purchasing transportation. How about it? Tang Qing said. It's not justified at all. Besides, in order to prevent Lu Gan and his uncle's second uncle from being seconded by the city bureau, he also had to pay the money. Haha, that would be great, but I would be disrespectful. Feng Hai laughed. It is shameful to ask a junior to ask for money. But compared to improving the working conditions of the police officers at hand, what is the face? Although it was not his own to spend 5 million, Do Jiao still felt distressed. Looking around, his eyes lit up. Huh, you actually bullied my brother. No, I want to bully your son. Do Jiao came to Feng's son after speaking, rubbing his handsome hair vigorously, making it messy, to vent the hatred of the heart. Ah, sister, what's the matter with me? I just passed by. Poor Feng's son yelled, but didn't dare to resist. Ha ha ha. After annoying for a while, Do Jiao returned to her seat, leaving behind Feng's son who looked at her hairstyle and looked unlovable. Secretary Feng, in the days after the founding ceremony of Shengtang Group, I hope to come and cut the ribbon at that time. Tang Qing invited. No problem. I have been invited a long time ago, and I will definitely go. During this period of time, your Tang dynasty has become famous throughout the country. You must continue to work hard and honor the name of our Qingyan city. It is best to go to the world. No problem. The next conversation returned to the subject. This meal was a meeting between relatives of Pan Yu and Do Jiao. It was not Tang Qing's pretend show. The previous questioning was just to see if Tang Qing was eligible for their approval. This recognition is not verbal, but also represents their actions and determines the degree of help Tang Qing finds them. Pan Yu cautiously dealt with the inquiries of the elders. Fortunately, they were not dull people, and their social skills were used after the initial stress period. Everyone is also very satisfied with Pan Yu. At least to a certain extent, the family is right, and there will be no contradictions between the three views in life. Their family's investigation of marriage in the early stage is all round. This is not only a matter of two people, but also a representative. There is also a coalition of interests behind it. They are not ordinary families. They leave when they leave. They are too involved, and if they are not careful, they may cause struggles, and they are not childish. Tang Qing looked at Pan Yu's tragic situation and could only give sympathetic eyes, just when Pan Yu was dealing with Do Jiao's elders' inquiries. Brother Tang, those guys who want to fight with his sister-in-law during this period have been taught by me one by one, and I don't dare to disturb the sister-in-law. Hee. Are there any rewards? Feng Sun leaned over. What reward do you want? Tang Qing asked. Hey, it's nothing. I heard that you were going to Thailand to play after the college entrance examination. Take me. Don't worry, I will take care of the expenses. This is naturally the news from Suzy Wang. Li Kai has a big mouth, and he wants to finish the college entrance examination. I knew everything about going to Thailand to play in the class, and Tang Qing was helpless, making the eyes of the people in the class even more strange. No problem. Don't take care of it all by yourself. You will pay for the travel expenses yourself, and I will cover the expenses there. Tang Qing agreed without thinking about it. There are only a few people who will help with the bag when the time comes. It's good. Okay, thank you. Feng Sun said excitedly. What are you talking about? Do Jiao asked Feng Sun with excitement and curiosity. Brother Tang promised to take me to Thailand after the college entrance examination. Feng Sun said triumphantly. Chu Qian frowned and said, Thailand? Isn't that dangerous? I heard that Bangkok is quite messy some time ago. It's not dangerous. We don't walk around. Just go to see famous places. Feng Sun said quickly. Everyone looked at Tang Qing again. Tang Qing had no choice but to say, Don't worry, there is nothing dangerous. The law and order over there is pretty good now. He didn't know about other places in Bangkok, but the thieves under his management were all taken to work, and those fighting were also scared. Before going there, let him rectify the law and order. Bangkok is here. The mayor's leadership, working together, is not a big problem. Well, if you fail the exam, you are not allowed to go. Chu Qian agreed. No problem. Undergraduate is absolutely no problem. Feng Sun promised. At this time, Lu Gan knocked on the door and walked in after receiving the news. Do Jiao's grandfather was an old leader in the province. Of course, Lu Gan knew him, and he even went to the door to run through the relationship. After a short greeting, I won't bother. Seeing Lu Gan smiling and winking at him, Tang Qing immediately understood. The back foot came to the outside of the box, and the monkey was waiting outside. Going to the corner with Lu Gan, the monkey checks the wind. Uncle Lu, what's the matter? Tang Qing asked directly. Xiao Tang, I logged into the website you gave me. Does that website have no other task restrictions except those that are banned by famous sayings? Lu Gan asked in a low voice. Not necessarily. Can it be done? You need to submit a description of the task. Is there anything urgent for you? Tang Qing asked curiously. There is one thing. That is, a friend of mine owes me a lot of money and ran away. He went abroad, but he obviously had money but didn't pay me back, so I want people to find him and let him pay back my money. Lu Gan said, Are you trying to collect debts? Tang Qing's face was full of black lines. He didn't expect that Lu Gan would actually hit Tongtian with this business. It's a bit of a problem, but it's not impossible. As long as the reasons are justified, how to collect debts and repay the debts is justified. If the charge for debt collection is not low, Tang Qing reminded. It's okay, 50%, as long as it is recovered. I can accept it within 50%, Lu Gan said. Although it hurts a bit, but it's better than nothing. Well, I'm not sure that I can pick it up. You first go to the website to ask, post the task, provide the necessary description information, whether it can be done. They have the final say. Tang Qing is not good to reply directly. Okay, I'll go right away. With Tang Qing's words, Lu Qian felt much more relieved. Great, After the separation, Tang Qing turned and returned to the box. Others didn't have any doubts. Even if it was a private matter, they wouldn't say it if they saw it. At this time, Tang Qing had a bold idea in his heart. Since Lugan's matter is not a big problem, can he undertake a large number of such orders to help others get back the money that should belong to him? As for those, Tang Qing has no mercy for people who borrow money and don't pay it back, and those who hold the thought of why should I pay back the money I borrowed by my ability. However, due to the particularity of the Tang Qing website, it's certainly not possible to let a large number of people know about it and post tasks. Is it possible to establish an agent system? For example, Lu Gan, who summarizes the tasks and uploads them. Can he give him some commission? However, Tang Qing prefers to use a robot to act as an agent for confidentiality. Collecting accounts is indeed a good business. A 50% handling fee for an account that cannot be repaid is not unacceptable. Even Lu Gan's tone can be accepted no matter how high it is. Think about it. Also, if you don't have to get half or even 4 layers for one share, it's also an absolute profit. This is a relatively large market. Well, I can think about it when I go back. It is a huge source of income, not only in China, but the whole world can carry out this business. Tisk, it's a lot of money. Tang Qing thought beautifully. Little boss, what do you think? Nothing. Thinking about the Shengtang group. Oh, in the evening, go home. Tang Qing quickly entered the command room. After consideration, it was finally decided to set up a Tang Qing branch on each continent, with a number of about 10 people, mainly to do business on the website of Tang Qing, which is fundamentally different from the core business of Black Prison. The core business of Black Prison is penetration and the establishment of intelligence networks and the use of force to protect one's own interests. Tang Qing is just an auxiliary, that's it, for making money. When the time comes, the soldiers of the Tang Qing branch will contact the wealthy bosses and provide various services for a fee. Debt is only one of them, and the business fighters on the Tang Qing website will promote sales. For example, for debts, according to Tang Qing's regulations, all commercial debts shall be charged at 50% without counteroffering. No matter how difficult you are, you must accept the results and raise a lesson. The collection recovery business is charged 60%, and if the money of the Mexican Public Welfare Organization is charged, only 20% is charged, so as not to be tricky in the operation. As for the greedy of the Mexican public money, Tang Qing is still considering whether to start this for the business. Think about it in the end. The country's business is not easy to do. Let's postpone this business first. Let's talk about it later. The water is too deep. At this moment, Tang Qing also saw the task uploaded by Lu Gan. It turned out that last year a relative of a minister in a province borrowed money from him, mainly to expand the production of the factory. Lu Qian did not want to borrow at the time, but there was no way, because a real estate project under him was blocked by others and was still in charge. I can't borrow if I don't want to. I finally called someone to investigate and saw that the factory was operating well, so I reluctantly borrowed it. But within 3 months, he learned the news that the factory was transferred, and the phone number of the boss, Manhwa, could not be reached. Finally, he found the director, who said that it was none of his business. As for Ninghua's whereabouts, he also said I don't know. Lu Gan, who had no evidence, was also dumbfounded. He almost yelled at that time, but he didn't dare. After another month, the minister went on accepting bribes due to corruption. That's right, Lu Gan did it. But I still want to get the money back. Finally, after many inquiries, Lu Gan learned that Ninghua had fled to Canada, but he didn't know the exact location. In the end, there is nothing left to do. What else can you do if you are in another country? Now that there is a chance, Lu Qian will certainly not let it go. This is not a small amount of money, 50 million yuan. After reading Lu Gan's introduction, there are intelligence supplements and logical inferences from the command room. Tang Yi, in reply to Lu Gan, he said that he could do it at a fee of 50%. Yes, Commander. At this time, Lu Ganjing looked anxiously at the order interface of the Tongtian website. After uploading all the information, he had been sitting by the computer waiting for news, full of hope. Ding dong. The beautiful reminder sounded in vain. He realized that the stand was short. Lu Gan quickly clicked on the flashing icon, and a dialog box popped up. Hello, Mr. Lu. We have reviewed your task and can take it on. The fee is charged at 50% of the total debt collection. However, regardless of whether it is completed or not, we will charge 100,000 renminbi as a deposit and will not be refunded. Avoid someone uploading false tasks, and the recovered money must be stored with us for 1 month before you can get it. If there is no problem, please click the payment process below. There is a play. Lugan couldn't help getting excited. As for those conditions, he doesn't care. Compared to the indefinite time and the inability to collect a dime, this is already considered great news. As for the conditions for the retention of funds for 1 month, it is nothing. Lugan read the news 3 times carefully, and after confirming that he understood it correctly, he quickly transferred 100,000 yuan to the prescribed account, which was only 100,000 yuan. Compared with the recovered money, it was only very small. As for the other party whether or not to lie to him, Lugan never thought about it. This kind of power, 100,000 yuan, would be embarrassing to lie to him. Full payment. Another message came from the other side. Mr. Liu, thank you for your support to our website. This task has been issued, number K01. If the task is completed, you will receive the task completion text message sent to you by the number previously given to your website address. Thank you for your cooperation. After reading the station text message, Lugan suppressed the excitement in his heart, shut down the website and lay on the bed, unable to sleep at all. Command room. Tang Yi, find out the specific address of Manhwa right away. Tang Qing ordered, 25 million yuan in profit, but a lot back to the commander. We have found him. According to Canada immigration registration records show that this person now lives in Vancouver, has no job, and lives with his current wife and son. At the same time, we found his bank card information and password on his personal computer, and the login test passed. The total amount of deposits in the 2 bank cards is equivalent to 130 million yuan. Tang Qing's mouth grew wide after hearing this. How long is this? Is there a minute? You said it was done for me? Do you want to be so fast? You mean you can complete the K01 task immediately? Tang Qing confirmed in surprise. Yes, Commander in command, but Manhwa may file a lawsuit against the local bank. This does not comply with the concealment regulations. Tang Yi reminded. Do you mean that we still need to warn him not to have extra troubles? He also knows this regulation, or he made it. The purpose is to try not to touch the bottom line of those bankers too early, and even happen to various countries. Head-on collision. If Manhwa filed a lawsuit, the following things might be very troublesome. If the bank compensates Manhwa for money, the bank will still have to count it against Tang Qing or even black prison, which is very detrimental to their future actions. Yes, Tang Yi said. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, I know. So, 50 million is too obvious. You transfer 60 million yuan worth of Canadian dollars. After all, it requires a handling fee. I can't bind a Canadian dollar account. After the transfer is completed, you find a reason to scare him, lest he do things everywhere, and at the same time send a soldier from the United States to deal with emergencies at any time. Yes, Commander in command, Tang Yi said. After speaking, Tang Yi began to issue tasks. The other side of the earth, Canada. Manhwa's life in Vancouver is quite comfortable. Now it's the afternoon. After lunch, he took his 8-year-old son and gorgeous wife to watch the baseball game. With a generous deposit, he has already started. Retired life. He has made so much money in the country. Just borrowing from private individuals is no less than 100 million yuan. In addition, the money from the sale of the factory and the previous earnings are all transferred through the underground bank. This money is enough for him to spend the next half of his life. Pay the money back? He never thought about it. Why should he repay the money he borrowed on his own merits? As for the mess left behind, who will clean up? Don't care about it. He got up from the status of a gangster. He thinks he has a thorough understanding of human nature. Everything in this society is based on money. He thinks that others are stupid. If you want to blame it, blame this society. He also prides himself on it. Is a victim. With his beautiful young wife in his arms, Manhwa, who is already 46 years old, feels that this is life. As for his wife and the daughter who is still in the country, who only spends his money, he has long been left behind. He left a house and a deposit of 100,000 yuan, and then immigrated here with the little San, who had given birth to a son in secret. Feeling the free air and warm sunshine of the stadium, and holding her arms around Jelly, Ninghua has long forgotten those people and things in China. Husband, Chanel has released a new perfume. Will you buy it for me? Okay, buy. My mother has been hospitalized in poor health these days. Can you put some money back? No problem. 50,000, that's enough. Ninghua knew that this woman was cheating him of money, but since he gave birth to a son, a little money is nothing. Thank you, husband. You are so kind. Huh. Long time no see, Bruce. A strong Westerner came up to say hello to Ninghua. The English name Ninghua gave himself is Bruce, which is simple and easy to remember. Hello, I have gained weight again. Tell you to eat more vegetables. Ninghua joked. Although his English is terrible, he can still make others understand by speaking slowly. No way, it can't be reduced. We are going to Las Vegas in the United States next week. Are we interested in going there? Okay, I haven't been there for a long time. Ninghua knew, of course, that the other party wanted to enjoy the Oriental culture of inviting guests again. Great, I will contact you in advance at that time. Ninghua kept greeting some familiar people one by one. Although they were pregnant with ghosts, many of them were extremely contemptuous of him. But what about it? Anyway, he was rich. This is the truth. He is planning whether to invest or not. It is not that he wants to make money, but to gain some social status here. Moreover, his intention to be a boss has sprouted again. When he thinks of his subordinates scolding him, he still has to be flattered. Attitude, he feels refreshed. Just then, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Take a look. Ninghua ignored the unfamiliar number and pressed the answer button. Hello, I am Ninghua. Ninghua said in Chinese English. Mr. Ninghua, hello. What came from the phone was the purest Chinese, with clear words, and definitely reached the broadcast level. Ninghua frowned when he heard it, and couldn't remember the voice among his acquaintances. Who are you? Ninghua asked in a deep voice. Mr. Ninghua, you don't need to worry about who I am. Now let me know that we have taken away 60 million Canadian dollars worth of Canadian dollars from your bank account, according to customer needs. I would advise you not to seek a bank to recover the money. Otherwise, you will have nothing. The warrior's threatening tone is very straightforward. He can be called a classic idiot, but it can't be discussed. My money is 60 million yuan less. Ninghua couldn't accept it for a while. He didn't want to know what customer demand was, but he knew that his money might have been transferred away somehow. Who are you? What did you do with my money? I'm going to the bank to sue you, and I will return it as soon as possible. Ninghua growled angrily in Chinese, because he had received the text message and there was little money in his account. That's a lot. Before he could think of the others, he directly threatened him. From the conversation just now, he knew that the other party was afraid that he would go to the bank to recover the money. As for changing the password, it seems too late. Mr. Ninghua, it seems that you are very uncooperative. 70 million. Do you have any questions? 70 million? What do you mean? Ninghua was stunned for a moment, but the mobile phone text messages made him stunned. Looking at the content of the text messages, there was less money, and nearly 1.5 million Canadian dollars were gone. Ninghua's blood came to his head, almost untenable, holding onto the railing. You? Who asked you to come? I'm going to sue you. Ninghua said angrily, without realizing that he had been watched by people around him, but he couldn't take care of it anymore. This is his hard-earned money. 8 million. Another sentence on the phone made him feel like falling into an ice cellar. The next second, the text message came again. Nearly 1.5 million Canadian dollars was gone. Ninghua was really scared this time. Face panicked. Don't, brother, stop. Let's talk about it. If you don't accept it, you can't do it. If you continue, you may be impoverished. Okay, Mr. Ning, you have finally calmed down. This money tells you the truth. You can't get it back. If it weren't for chaos, you won't keep a penny, but we don't want to be nosy. It is unlikely that the money will be Ninghua's own. According to the investigation, the market value of Ninghua's factory was only 40 million yuan, but there are ways to steal it. Tang Qing does not advocate taking all of it, so as not to take it away. Don't stop, especially if two customers are collecting debts from that person, and you are greedy for money. Wouldn't the other customer just haha? Ninghua took a deep breath, thinking about how to be kind, but looking at the other person's tone, he can't be kind today. Brother, I admit, I will give 60 million, but can the other money be returned to me? Ninghua begged in a whining voice. Yes, given your good attitude, I will give you the extra 3 million Canadian dollars. But if you make trouble for us, I will make you trouble for the rest of your life. Please believe that we have such strength. Okay, goodbye, sir. Do. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Ninghua's mind was a little short-circuited, so there was no more than 60 million yuan. Can't he resist? At this time, a text message of 3 million Canadian dollars was transferred back from the mobile phone. Perhaps this text message gave him confidence. Ninghua made a decision. Do not agree. Yes, call the police. After that, Ninghua hurriedly dialed the phone of the Canadian police, saying that the money from his bank had been illegally transferred. Hang up the Vancouver police call. Just when Ninghua was about to call the bank to freeze the account. In the next second, 2 text messages came from his mobile phone. The last sentence of the 2 text messages read, "The balance is 100,000 Canadian dollars." After reading Ninghua's hand softly, the phone fell to the ground. Kong dang. The phone belongs to Nokia, but it didn't break. The money in my 2 bank cards is gone, and the remaining 200,000 Canadian dollars is more than 1 million yuan. What can this do? It's over. Ninghua suddenly turned black and couldn't accept this reality. He fainted directly, and various screams came from his ears, and then his thinking fell into a stagnation. The next day, Ninghua woke up in the hospital, smelling the disinfectant, opened his eyes with difficulty, and looked at the doctor and his wife by the bed. He couldn't remember why he was dizzy, but he didn't lose his memory. But for a moment, he remembered the fact that he might become a pauper. Then, fainted again. 2 days later, Ninghua, who woke up again, did not continue to faint. But to think of a way, he can't just sit and wait for death. The money he has worked so hard for half a lifetime is so basically gone, he can't accept it. Although he still has more than $1 million on his other cards, he is indeed impoverished now compared to before. Yes, he wants to call the police. He wants to appeal. He seeks media exposure. He is looking for the best team of lawyers to fight this lawsuit, and the bank must pay him the money. Just when Ninghua's thoughts were excited, a male doctor, with the face of a Westerner and wearing a white coat, walked in. He looked handsome, but his face was expressionless. "Mr. Ninghua, hello," the Westerner said after closing the door and walking to the hospital bed. Ninghua was also very surprised. Didn't the doctor come here just now and told him that the police were going to take a confession later, and that his young wife was on the way? So there was another one now. An intern doctor? Should be. "Hello, when can I be discharged?" Ninghua asked indifferently. He had to go and quickly arrange to sue and recover. As for freezing the account, it is no longer necessary. This little money, freeze it. No, it's too early to leave the hospital, and you are likely to be dying. That kind-faced Westerner instantly changed his face and said in a sullen tone. This expression almost scared Ninghua to pee. You? Impossible. The doctor just said that my blood pressure was a little high. Ninghua Jiling leaned on the back of the bed and said in fear. It was not that he was afraid of death, but that the look, the expression, how. They were all like those murderous faces in the movie, and he became more afraid as he watched them. What a special thing. Luck won't be this way. Mr. Ninghua, of course it is possible. If you still want to do something to report to the police, click, you are really going to die. With that, the visitor took a pistol from his clothes, loaded it, and pointed it at Ninghua's head. Feel the cold muzzle on his forehead. Ninghua immediately persuaded. His mind was chaotic. Are you the one who made the call? Ninghua was not stupid and immediately linked the two together. Otherwise, there would be no such dialogue at all. Have no right to know, you just need to know. If you continue to keep going, I can't imagine your future. The soldier sneered. Seeing the other party's admission, Ninghua didn't dare to call the police again. He didn't want to die. He can't afford this kind of power. He missed the country for a while, the country where guns were banned. Can the money be returned to me? Ninghua said weakly. I'm sorry. I gave you a chance and you don't want it. So, you only have the money. I believe you still have money in other bank cards, but we are not interested. Please don't force us to be interested anymore. Okay, I will never call the police. When the police arrive, I will say that I have called a wrong number. I will not go to the bank to report the loss and prosecute. What else can Ninghua say? If you say it wrong, you will die. He knows how to choose. There was a chill in Ninghua's heart. The origins of these people are too mysterious, but no matter what, he doesn't want to die. He still has a good life to live. The money left over by oneself is enough to spend slowly. Thank you for your cooperation. Please cherish the days when you can see the sun. If you see me next time, it will probably be the last time you see this world, understand? Yes, yes, brother, I understand. Ninghua nodded quickly and agreed. Goodbye, Mr. Ning. No, I hope I won't see you again. After speaking, the soldier put away his gun and turned away. His mission is not over yet. He still needs to keep people and deal with emergencies so that Ninghua will not jump the wall in a hurry, although the probability is not high. Watching the soldiers leave, Ninghua had no strength to resist. He didn't know the specific origins, but he certainly couldn't provoke him. He could only suffer a dumb loss. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine the consequences. Tang Qing, who was far away in China, never expected that debt collection business would be so profitable. It is also more than 100 million yuan in income. He did not say anything. He left enough money for Ninghua to live his life to death. As long as he didn't mess around, his wife's and children's livelihoods and education expenditures, etc. were completely sufficient. The two did not have any deep hatred, if it weren't for Ninghua. Hua didn't cooperate. He went back, kicked his nose, and wanted to call the police. Tang Qing would not move the other money in Ninghua's account, and this money was also used by him for the construction of the Tongtian branch. The income alone is enough to basically complete the initial construction of the Tongtian branch. However, Tang Qing also discovered a major drawback of debt collection. That is, he has to let the other party admit it. Otherwise, the matter will become a big issue. They will seek bank claims and sue. Normal banks are okay, but many banks are state-owned, which is directly equivalent to peace. Those countries have conflicts of interest. If they cannot prevent this, Tongtian is likely to become a target of public criticism and affect other businesses. After all, debt collection is only one of the businesses of Tongtian, and other businesses are much more important than debt collection. Tongtian has even been regarded as a task platform and a mercenary platform in the strict sense. In the future, even independent registered ordinary people may even be added. Task teams, not just robots, like JD.com, can be self-employed or merchants can settle in. It's just that the popularity is not yet, so this business has not been fully opened up. Tang E, you should pay attention to the methods in the task of obtaining debts in the future and reduce personal threats. Whether it is setting up the situation or what, try to use mild methods, even if it is a lie. If you grab it, it will be too eye-catching. As for how to make your own decision, this is Tang Qing's solution. Can't grab it. The threat is not good either, or it can be used less. But you can always cheat. Just set up a bureau. These guys in front of you are professional. If you pretend debt collection is to make money, you won't involve the bank. Such a method of debt collection and recovery is no one. Tang Qing is a little embarrassed to think about it. Yes, Commander. Okay. After speaking, Tang Qing flashed back to his room. It was noon in China at this time. Tang Qing went to the kitchen to cook a bowl of meat stuffed by his aunt and ate it one bite at a time. The taste was different. Looking at the empty room, Tang Qing really felt a little uncomfortable without the noise of Qin Shiqi's noises in the past. It is the golden week of May 1st, and other schools are closed for a week, but Tang Qing's senior year is only for 3 days. This is the second day, and everyone else is nervously reviewing the college entrance examination, but Tang Qing is idly panicking. Okay, see our daughter-in-law after dinner. Thinking of Lin Jiaxue, Tang Qing quickly raked the remaining chaos in a few bites, washed the dishes, and changed clothes. Go out. Yesterday early in the morning, the uncle and aunt's family did not go to travel, but took Qin Shiqi and sisters back to her family's home, and drove the Mercedes-Benz of Tang Qing's second uncle, and put 10 caddies in the refrigerator before leaving. Mayday. The sun is shining, the spring is full, and the sun is not too poisonous, so it is very suitable for going out. Tang Qing didn't bother Sun Chao either. He took a taxi and came to Lin Jiaxue's house. This time, I didn't buy fruit. Since the income of Lin's father and Lin's mother has soared, the family is no longer struggling and no longer considers saving this little money. The food at home is better, and the two are usually busy once. I buy a lot and put it at home. The thought of moving into a big house in a short period of time made Lin's father and Lin's mother full of excitement, and every day he would take time to visit the house being renovated, otherwise he would not be able to sleep. Boom, boom, boom. Joshua, I'm here. Tang Qing directly knocked on the door and shouted. He called on the road and knew that Lin Jiaxue was doing homework with their classmates. Tang Qing also knew this person. It was Lin Jiaxue who went home on the road. He gradually became familiar with it. The female classmate on May Day in the previous life was in Lin Jiaxue. While doing homework here, both of them were thin-skinned. Suddenly, they were exposed to their childhood sweethearts and were teased by that classmate. So far, Tang Qing is funny thinking about it. Anyway, it was a very interesting person who even went to Lin Jiaxue's grave and cried out. The most important thing is that this is Lin Jiaxue's only classmate who came to the grave in this class, except for the teacher, of course. In addition to saying that Lin Jiaxue had few introverted friends in her previous life, Tang Qing also had a very good impression of her classmate. It was not how beautiful the other party was. She could only be said to be average in appearance, but with this kind of heart. I'm going to drive. A faint voice came into Tang Qing's ears. Tang Qing smiled. A voice that he hadn't heard for a long time. Kacha branch. The door was opened. Shishan, who is half a head taller than Lin Jiaxue, is still dressed like in the previous life. Although the clothes are clean, they can still be seen a bit old. The ordinary-looking Shishan later kept in touch with Tang Qing and occasionally chatted with penguins. After talking, Shishan became a strong woman, earning a lot of money, married an honest civil servant husband, had children, lived a happy life, and occasionally posted pictures of her son and daughter. Every time he chats with Shishan, he thinks of Lin Jiaxue, such as now. Shishan looked at Tang Qing at the door in a daze, thinking about something, shaking her hand in front of him. Then who, what do you think? Shishan said. Tang Qing was called back to God. Oh, my name is Tang Qing, not that. Tang Qing said embarrassedly. I don't know what your name is, or who's your name if you don't call you. Shishan muttered. The logic is meticulous. Tang Qing was speechless. Your name is Shishan, hello. Tang Qing quickly changed the subject. Do you know me? Shishan asked curiously. Listen to Jiaxue. Oh, come in. Then, your kid is quite capable, and you have even chased our sister Lin. Shishan stepped aside. She also knew that Lin Jiaxue had a master. If Tang Qing hadn't come today, she would have been kept in the dark. In school, Lin Jiaxue kept a distance from any male classmate. She thought that Lin Jiaxue wanted to concentrate on studying, not talking about the personal relationship between her children, and set her example. You see, such a beautiful and well-studied female classmate has worked so hard. There is nothing to slack off, and the two slowly became friends. But the moment I learned the truth, her belief collapsed. Therefore, he was full of resentment towards Tang Qing. How dare I ruin my belief? And it's in vain to study so hard. Oh, what? We have known each other since we were young. Tang Qing corrected. Let's go with the flow. It's all right. Yes, kid, I know how to choose people at a young age, and I have a good vision. Shishan said dissatisfied. That is. Tang Qing was instantly proud. I'm breathing on you. Tang Qing didn't answer, just smiled. Come on, sit down, my homework is almost finished. Lin Jiaxue stood at the door and whispered. Looking at Lin Jiaxue, Tang Qingtai would rush up for a long kiss if it weren't for Shishan. Okay, then you write it quickly. After finishing writing, we will go shopping. The weather is good today, so we can go out to get some air. Tang Qing walked around Shishan and walked to Lin Jiaxue's side. He took his little hand and entered the room. If he didn't know that he was going to do homework, Shishan would definitely be going to collapse, and the idol would fall. Shishan quickly followed in. Seeing Tang Qing lying swagger on Lin Jiaxue's bed, Shishan sat next to Lin Jiaxue. Jiaxue, does this guy often take advantage of you? Shishan turned around and asked. Nothing. After listening, Lin Jiaxue blushed and lowered her head to do her homework. Shishan was not stupid. She immediately understood, and gritted her teeth and pointed at Tang Qing and said, It must be true. Tang Qing, you, a man with a human face and a beastly heart, actually managed to deal with Jiaxue. Tang Qing hugged his head on Lin Jiaxue's pillow, looked out the window, whistling lightly, not daring to answer, so as not to be verbally criticized. At this time, everything was wrong. I know that Shishan really cares about Lin Jiaxue. Although Shishan was a little bit the dog takes the mouse, and is nosy. But Tang Qing couldn't get angry either. Seeing Tang Qing's dead pigs are not afraid of boiling water, Shishan is nowhere to be seen. Oomph. I will finish my homework first, and I will educate you later, Shishan said angrily. Turning around and writing his homework, Tang Qing took a bite of this beautiful Chinese cabbage by Tang Qing and gave him an expression of then what. Thinking about it, I felt that Lin Jiaxue was losing for Lin Jiaxue. Next, how do you use Jiaxue's cup to drink water? I have always been like this. You? Hey, that is Jiaxue's wardrobe. What do you look at when you open it? You dare to look through it. I didn't look at anything. I just looked at the clothes of our wife's shortcomings and bought her later. This time Tang Qing was really insincere, and his face was a little red. Jiaxue, don't care about him. He flips through your clothes. No, it's okay. Although Lin Jiaxue was shy in her heart, but with Shishan, an outsider, she didn't have much to say. Many of the clothes in it were bought by Tang Qing. The number of times was too high. I was so embarrassed at first. You guys, I'm really annoyed. Shishan is really hating iron can't make steel. Tang Qing was proud of it. In the previous life, he was relatively stupid and was embarrassed and ashamed of being educated by Shishan. In this life, no matter what happened, this is not over yet. Come on, Jiaxue, open your mouth. This apple is sweet. Is it delicious? Okay, this mango is also delicious. I'll feed you. Open your mouth, Tang Qing finally sprinkled dog food crazily, and for a while was full of interest. When it was possible to sprinkle in the previous life, the beautiful women had already left. This life, how can I sprinkle enough? In this way, for the next hour, Tang Qing beautifully enjoyed the angry gaze of certain people. Anyway, he can't kill anyone. Homework. Tang Qing expertly helped Lin Jiaxue prepare the necessary items for going out. Out the door, carrying a small bag, holding a weak, boneless hand, and there, followed by a light bulb of destroyed. Tang Qing is holding Lin Jiaxue's left hand. Shishan is not as arrogant as Qin Shiqi, so Tang Qing doesn't even have to hold his hand. Instead, she holds Lin Jiaxue's right arm, chatting in Lin Jiaxue's ear from time to time about what she heard and watched the way of the Yufu. Tang Qing's ears are sharp, and of course he can hear clearly. However, he is not worried that Lin Jiaxue will learn badly, and he is not an outsider. He has grown up together, and everyone knows everything in his heart, and he doesn't need to be like other lovers who look at each other, calculating how to make the other party pay more so as to achieve the goal of cherishing oneself more. Lin Jiaxue is not stupid, doesn't she know? Of course, I just couldn't bear to make Tang Qing embarrassed by mentioning some conditions to brush his sense of existence. So the left ear came in and the right ear came out. Although Shishan had no plans to dismantle them, seeing Lin Jiaxue being so cowardly and so used to Tang Qing, she worried about her in her heart. Had a taxi. Several people came to the city center. May Day holiday. The street is also very lively. Because it has been expanded here, there is no crowded phenomenon. The three people walked side by side on a road that was not narrow. Jiaxue, do you want to eat candied haws? Tang Qing asked. Shishan just asked for this. She likes sweets. It's too sweet. It's okay, just eat one and open your mouth. Tang Qing was like feeding a child to eat. Lin Jiaxue was too shy to be crowded on the street, but still took a bite. It's so sweet, I can't finish it in one bite. Lin Jiaxue said with a small bite. Don't worry, I will eat the rest. After finishing speaking, Tang Qing ate the hawthorn that was missing a hole in one bite. Delicious. In this scene, Shishan on the right couldn't stand it anymore, and she looked uncomfortable. You two are almost done? I am about to die of soreness. Shishan said angrily. Then you are still arguing about eating candied haws. Tang Qing stunned and went back. Shishan was so angry that she would have to be angry after eating the candied haws I bought for nothing. At this time, I was walking to a knick-knack stall. Tang Qing glanced and directly picked up a white carved headband and put it on Lin Jiaxue. Jiaxue, this headband is good. It looks good. How much is the boss? Tang Qing did not consult Lin Jiaxue because previous experience told him that she would instinctively refuse to ask Lin Jiaxue. It is better to buy it and then give it to her forcibly. Sometimes just want to be so domineering. 2 yuan each. The boss said. Here. Tang Qing handed over a large ticket directly. The boss didn't pick it up. Little brother, do you have any change? This one is too big, I can't find it. Tang Qing was embarrassed again. Looking at Lin Jiaxue, he remembered the last time he gave flowers. He had some change in his pocket, but Qin Shiqi took it all out before leaving yesterday, with only 100 yuan in his pocket. Lin Jiaxue shook her head and smiled empathetically. Just know you didn't bring it. I have it. Lin Jiaxue took out her wallet and gave the boss 2 yuan. In this scene, Shishan finally looked for a breakthrough. Are you going out without change? Huh. I asked Jiaxue to pay for it. Aren't you very rich? You can get $100. My Jiaxue is happy, isn't it, Jiaxue? Tang Qing said triumphantly. Okay. I'm so angry you eat soft rice. Listening to Lin Jiaxue's answer, Shishan felt that she would be off by Lin Jiaxue's cowardice. I'll just eat soft rice, la la la. Tang Qing rarely met someone who didn't need to call her sister and was interested in bickering. Giggle. Lin Jiaxue watched from the side and smiled. Shishan was also helpless. Lin Jiaxue was too used to Tang Qing. She couldn't find a helper, and she fought alone, so she could only reckon. That's it. After a while, a group of people arrived at the destination, the flagship store of Shengtang Apparel. When Tang Qing came here for the first time, he also felt that this place was big, with 2 floors of upper and lower floors. Each floor area was not small. He hadn't been here before, and naturally he didn't bring Lin Jiaxue. This was a rare opportunity, so he called Lin Jiaxue to buy her clothes. Of course, our daughter-in-law has to wear her own clothes. Welcome to Shengtang Clothing. 2 beautiful saleswomen at the door nodded and smiled in unison. As the flagship store of the Tang dynasty, the quality of the clerk must of course be top-notch, as is the service attitude. As for other flagship stores in various provinces, there is generally no such kind of special reception at the door. It's all face engineering. The Tang dynasty could not escape either. Seeing the people coming and going inside, it must be a good business to come, but he hasn't read Xingtang's weekly report for many days, and he doesn't know the specific amount. Jiaxue, I visited this store last time, and I bought a coat, which is pretty good. The advertisements of the Tang dynasty have spread all over the country, and the store has been spread out all over the country. It's amazing. Wait a minute. We Jiaxue can pick your clothes at will, don't feel bad. Shishan kept introducing, not forgetting to give Tang Qing a glare. My name is Tang Qing. Understood. Go to Jiaxue. Let's go shopping. Whoever, you are responsible for carrying the bag. Shishan's grievance persisted, pulling Lin Jiaxue to the women's clothing area inside. Okay, I got it. Tang Qing followed Lin Jiaxue and strolled around on the first floor. However, the clothes on the first floor are all mass-produced goods. Although the quality and style are good, the clothes on the first floor are indeed not as good as those on the second floor in limited quantities. But in no hurry, go to the second floor after the election on the first floor. The last 2 chose for a long time without deciding which one to choose. Tang Qing looked impatient. Why don't you go upstairs to choose? Tang Qing said. It's expensive upstairs. Don't worry, we don't need money, let me ask. After Tang Qing pulled Lin Jiaxue to the stairs. Huh, can you still laugh when you see those prices? Shishan muttered and followed. Lin Jiaxue was dragged up to the second floor by Tang Qing. Although she didn't know how much Tang Qing had, she never asked for the price when buying things for her. She was forced to give it to her if she wanted to. Anyway, Tang Qing couldn't afford to lose money. On the second floor, the decoration style is quite different. The dark decoration style and the scattered goods are arranged in rows, which shows that the price here is very high. Tang Qing was also very satisfied after seeing the real thing. This decoration style was still set by him. It is very different from the bright sunlight on the first floor. It discourages ordinary consumers from seeing it. It is not really trying to drive people, but more suitable. That's it. This time, Tang Qing was too lazy to wait for them to choose, but directly took Lin Jiaxue to stroll around. But he met an acquaintance before he took 2 steps. Brother Tang, is this your little girlfriend? Do Jiao, who was about to pay the bill, screamed and walked over when she saw Tang Qing and looked at Lin Jiaxue he was holding, knowing that Tang Qing's style would not be chaotic. It must be the classmate who was in the same class as his cousin Feng's son. She also knew that Lin Jiaxue didn't know about Tang Qing's company, so she didn't include the word boss. Ah, Jiao. Sister Jiao Jiao. Tang Qing wanted to say that the retribution came too soon, and the nemesis came in an instant. Yeah, I'll bring her to buy some clothes. Jiaxue, this is a sister I recognize. Do Jiao. You can call Jiao Jiao sister. next to her fiancé Pan Yu, Pan brother. This is my girlfriend Lin Jiaxue, her classmate Shishan. Tang Qing introduced one by one. Sister Jiao Jiao, brother Pan, hello. Lin Jiaxue greeted politely. Looking at Lin Jiaxue's well-being and Zaijibu, Do Jiao was also very satisfied, with a smile on her face, just like she was looking at her brother-in-law. My younger siblings are so good-looking. Come to buy clothes. Don't worry, I'll pick them for you. I promise to look good, and my sister will give them to you. Do Jiao said generously. Let Tang Qing buy it for me. Lin Jiaxue whispered. She didn't know Do Jiao, and naturally she didn't know if this was polite or something. It's okay. Don't meet with your sister, brother Xiaotang. You sit with your brother Pan. We choose clothes, Shishan, right? Together, sister will buy you too. Do Jiao said. Lin Jiaxue looked at Tang Qing and listened to what he said. Tang Qing nodded to her and said, Jiaxue, you can follow along. Okay. After that, Do Jiao dragged her to choose clothes. Shishan was also pulled over. The two old men were taken to the rest area, and the sales staff made 2 cups of tea. Brother Pan, you haven't gone back yet. Tang Qing took a sip. Long Jing. Pan Yu nodded and said, Yes, your sister is unwilling to give up your job. I am going to stay with her for a few more days. After I go back, I will arrange business and come back again. If Tianyin is on the Shanghai stock market, it will be fine. Haha, it's not easy. You just need to move your company's headquarters here. You know, Jiao Jiao's grandparents are all here, and many acquaintances and relationships are also there. To be honest, you can also it's not your family's sphere of influence. I know you are in a liquor agency business. It doesn't matter where your headquarters are located. The big deal is to turn a Shanghai stock company into a branch. It depends on the environment of the Shanghai stock market. Tang Qing said. Tang Qing's company headquarters are all planned to be located in Qingyan City, and other provinces and cities will only set up branches. First, they have feelings for Qingyan City. The most important thing is the 4 words sphere of influence. There is the network of Do Jiao's family, the network of uncles, and the network of Lu Gan. Basically, they are well known in the province. If you go to other places, it's not a good thing. He also wants to contribute to the development here. I am willing, of course I am willing, for Jiao Jiao. I am willing to do everything. You are right. The headquarters is the same there. You will have to take care of your Pan brothers' business in the future. Pan, you made a decision in an instant and chose love. I don't do business like restaurants and bars, so how can I take care of you? Tang Qing said with a light smile. Haha, don't think I don't know. I've heard of Chai Rinchai's reputation, and Lu Gan is a local snake. Now he is transforming and operating the service industry. He has a lot of KTV and hotels, especially his network in the province. I heard Jiao Jiao's grandfather say that he is a very powerful character. Pan Yu stared at Tang Qing and said, he didn't expect Tang Qing to know so many important people, and he was still very familiar. He still knew this. How much did he not know? You. All right, for the sake of Sister Jiao Jiao, if I have a chance, I will help you fight for it, Tang Qing agreed. It's just a small matter. Thank you then. Looking back, I want to go to my place for a drink and be full. Pan Yu laughed. Be careful when I file a complaint and instigate me to drink. Tang Qing said threatening. Haha, then drink a drink. Qingyan City is your place here, and I heard that you are going to the Shanghai Stock Exchange for school. I know well there and have many friends. If you have anything to help, you are welcome, although it is not me. The family's sphere of influence, but I am a son who grew up as the deputy mayor of Shanghai Stock Exchange, and his relationship is very good. Pan Yu revealed a little bit of his personal network. Although not as good as Chai Rin seems to him to be a big boss, and he usually kills chickens with a sledgehammer. He never tells others about this relationship easily, lest everyone come to him to run the relationship and make him feel embarrassed. But Tang Qing is already qualified to use this relationship because he knows that the father of the young man is from the Chai Rin family. People on one side. Then thank you in advance. I won't be polite to you if something happens. Tang Qing thanked. After that, the two talked about the company's operations, but Tang Qing didn't understand this. They listened to Pan Yu's introduction of his company's plans for the next step. It's in the clouds. No, it's not interesting. The profit of 10 million yuan a year makes Pan Yu so excited. Tang Qing can't despise others, but congratulations. Tang Qing and Pan Yu were drinking tea leisurely. Do Jiao led the two of them to try on various clothes. Every time she wears something that looks good, Do Jiao has to pull Lin Jiaxue over to take a look. Tang Qing repeatedly expressed his beauty. However, due to age and event restrictions, many of them can't wear a lot of clothes, especially those with a lot of exposure. Don't say Lin Jiaxue dared to wear them. Tang Qing would not agree, and she definitely can't satisfy other people's beauty, so it's suitable. There are really not many clothes, but I have almost picked them in more than half an hour. In the end, Do Jiao bought Lin Jiaxue a total of nearly 20,000 yuan of clothes, a total of 6 pieces. As for Shishan only chose 1,800 yuan. Do Jiao didn't use Tang Qing's free card, which was given to Lin Jiaxue by Do Jiao. If he used Tang Qing's card, wouldn't it become Tang Qing's gift? Even for showing his attitude, Do Jiao even discounted it. All of the offers are useless. Pay the original price directly. Tang Qing wanted to stop, but considering the meeting ceremony for the first time, Tang Qing did not persuade him. Do Jiao is now a small local tyrant. As the general manager of Tianyin, every project invested by Tang Qing basically has a certain bonus. She received nearly 30,000 after-tax bonuses from the acquisition of Mengyun Group alone, let alone Pan Yu's wallet. Seeing tens of thousands of dollars spent, after Lin Jiaxue couldn't give up, she also looked at Tang Qing secretly. Tang Qing nodded to her before she was relieved of her subordinates. She believed that Tang Qing would not take other people's things indiscriminately. Although Lin Jiaxue has 6 pieces and Shishan has only 1 piece, but who said Lin Jiaxue is Tang Qing's girlfriend, she can get 1,080 pieces is a big bargain. She was only shocked by the relationship between Do Jiao and Tang Qing, more than 20,000 yuan, and she sent it out without even looking, which refreshed her 3 views. This is the world of the rich. Okay, I will also make a lot of money in the future and buy a lot of beautiful clothes. Shishan vowed secretly in her heart. Of course, all the clothes were made by Tang Qing and Pan Yu. Let's go, Sister Jiaxue. My sister will take you to other places. There are only clothes here. Let's go buy some other items for our sister Jiaxue. Brother Xiao Tang, why don't you buy some nice jewelry for my sister? Let's go, sister will take you to buy it. Do Jiao accused Tang Qing. Although Lin Jiaxue's previous clothes were not cheap, she did not have any accessories on her body. You are a big boss of more than 100 million yuan, and your girlfriend doesn't even have a piece of jewelry, so you don't lose heart. Faced with Do Jiao's accusation, Tang Qing couldn't dispute it. Stop it, these are enough. Lin Jiaxue also knows the truth of no merit. Even if her sister spends money like this, she still trembles, let alone Tang Qing's sister. Hey, sister, why don't you even have pierced ears? This is not okay. We women will definitely go to various occasions when we go out. Earrings are a necessity. Let's go. My sister will take you there. Lin Jiaxue was frightened and pierced her ears. It hurts. No, I'll fight later. Now I'm in school, and the school won't let me take it. Do Jiao didn't insist on hearing this. It's okay. After you finish the college entrance examination, my sister will take you to pierce your ears. Well, let me see. Then buy a necklace and wear this dress. Do Jiao suggested. I just tried a very good one. Tang Qing and Do Jiao said that it's good to wear them like this. Although Lin Jiaxue feels very uncomfortable. Sister Jiao, forget about the necklace. Jiaxue's family runs a jewelry store, so don't waste this money. Seeing that Lin Jiaxue was a little embarrassed, Tang Qing hurried out to support the market. Do Jiao didn't ask much about his family background. Well, then buy some cosmetics. Tang Qing quit this. Don't harm our Jiaxue's skin. It's so white. It's natural. Tang Qing also squeezed Lin Jiaxue's face twice. It turned red from the white, especially when he was took by Tang Qing, Lin Jiaxue's. The blush is even better, and no cosmetics are needed. Do Jiao also looked at Lin Jiaxue's skin seriously and touched it with envy. Lin Jiaxue took 2 steps back quickly. After that, Do Jiao also nodded deeply. That's right. For such a good skin, don't be harmed by those cosmetics. I will think about it again. By the way, I haven't bought shoes and shoes. There are no shoes on the 2nd floor here. Do Jiao finally found a breakthrough. Shengtang's shoes are indeed in bulk, and they are a bit miscellaneous. But this is what the Tang dynasty will solve in the next step, and even Tang Qing is wondering if he wants to create another shoe brand. Yes, Jiaxue, go and buy shoes. I'll pay the bill this time. Sister Jiao, you should choose a pair too. Tang Qing said, visiting with courtesy. Just one pair. Do Jiao pursed her mouth in dissatisfaction. Double doubles are good. Then Pan Ge will also choose a pair. Choose whatever you want. Tang Qing's face was painful. Of course he was pretending, but he was able to enliven the atmosphere. Do Jiao immediately became happy, and he made more money by blackmailing him. If he were ordinary people, he would definitely be angry, but Tang Qing, a local tyrant who treats money improperly, is just joking. It's almost the same. Go, Joshua. You have to take good care of your boyfriend. Alas, Brother Xiao Tang is really a blessing for several generations of cultivation. Can you have such a good confidant? If he is bullied, just tell me. See if I don't teach him. Where do you live? My sister will take you in shopping and dress up my sister well. And I will tell you, women just want. Do Jiao's words are full of tuberculosis nature. Various preaching began in Twitter. Lin Joshua can only keep nodding her head. With a quiet nature, she was really not used to having such a stubborn person around her, but Do Jiao's enthusiasm also made people feel warm, and Lin Joshua gradually got used to it. As for Shishan, Do Jiao was not too cold, chatting from time to time, but his thoughts were obviously on Lin Joshua, younger siblings, naturally different. Tang Qing and Pan Yu were carrying bags in the back. Fortunately, Pan Yu's car stopped not far away, so a few people went and put down the big and small bags before continuing. Coming to the Brand Street in the city center, Do Jiao and a few women strolled one by one. Qingyan City is only a prefecture-level city, and it is still a less developed prefecture-level city. Naturally, there are not so many international brands settled in, but not without after all. In a big city with a population of 1 million, there is still some high-end spending power. Although not much, it is enough to feed the business in this street. Tang Qing and Pan Yu generally waited at the door. The high-end brand stores are not too big, but basically they are all at a glance. How about this pair? Good looking. How about this pair? It's also pretty. Which of these two pairs is better? It's all up. No, what does one brand do for two pairs? The two pairs add up to more than 3,000. You like to choose whatever you want. I will pay the bill today. No. You. Which pair looks good? They all look good. Or if you don't listen to Xiao Tang, take them all. No. It seems to be solved by throwing a coin. And Do Jiao really settled this dispute by tossing a coin. These two goods. Tang Qing and Pan Yu smiled bitterly at each other. Brother Pan, take care of Jiao Jiao's temper in the future, Tang Qing said with a sympathetic expression. Pan Yu smiled indifferently. This is natural. This is her. We have known each other for so many years. I am not used to her not speaking. God. One is willing to fight, and the other is willing to suffer. This is true love. At this time, Do Jiao's voice rang again, and it is estimated that several nearby shops can hear her clearly. Tang Tang, your name is really good, easy to remember and nice to hear. I will call it like this in the future. Casual. Brother Tang Tang, come and choose a pair too. Do Jiao shouted from inside. After you choose your own, let's talk about it. But this is a men's shoe store. You two are always outside. How do you choose? Hear the words. The two looked inside the shop. It's really a men's shoe store. Good, coming. The two had to go in reluctantly to try their shoes. So it was another. I said it's good. You said it's not good. Do Jiao was basically talking about it. Although Lin Jiashua was also standing aside, she helped Tang Qing speak. Tang Qing said she looked good, and after a few times, Do Jiao stopped asking her for advice. Make a speech. In the end, Tang Qing bought 2 pairs of shoes for everyone, but Shishan only needed 1 pair, which was more than $1,000. Shishan didn't plan to ask for it at all, so Lin Jiashua tried hard to persuade her to accept it. This also allowed Shishan to see Tang Qing's financial resources. Not bad for money. Spending more than 10,000 yuan is as easy as spending a few yuan. She has no idea of taking shorthands. She only hopes that Tang Qing, the rich, second generation, will not disappoint Lin Jiashua. Tang Qing himself was forced to buy a pair, but not leather shoes, but sports shoes. In his opinion, soft shoes were comfortable to wear. The leather shoes were enough for Tang Qing when he ran business in his previous life. The comfort of leather shoes is incomparable to sports shoes. Humph, let's not wear leather shoes. Of course, this is a normal occasion. If I meet with the President of the United States or the Prime Minister of an island country in the future, I will wear cloth shoes. What can you do to me? Cough. Stop bragging. Finish buying shoes. Everyone did not continue shopping. Put the things back in Pan Yu's car, and a few people were going to watch the show. Today is the second day of the May Day Golden Week. As the iconic scenic spot of Qingyan City Duanqing Mountain Scenic Area, it is naturally the first choice for many people in Qingyan City who do not want to travel far. In order to attract tourists, there will be people there every day during the Golden Week. Side performances, sponsored by Qingyan Tourism Bureau and Cultural Bureau, and undertaken by Duanqingshan Scenic Area Operating Company. It's still early, just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's impossible to go to dinner. Brother Pan, let me drive, lest you can't find the way. Tang Qing volunteered. Now there is no navigation, so he might as well drive by looking at the map. Pan Yu didn't ask if Tang Qing had a driver's license, because it was impossible, and Tang Qing couldn't handle it at this age. However, driving skills must pass the test. Okay, just don't drive into the ditch, haha. Pan Yu laughed. Don't worry, I don't know my car skills. After speaking, Tang Qing sat directly in the lead driver. Pan Yu was in the co-pilot, and the three ladies chatted in the back seat. This Mercedes-Benz off-road is also an automatic car, still top of the line, and it feels good to drive. With light music, the trains are fast. Blocked in the road. Tang Qing was speechless. I only drove out for 100 meters. I would have changed my route if I knew it. For a few minutes, there was still no movement in front. Tang Qing was also a little anxious. Seeing that there was nothing blocking the isolation belt on the right, he was going to drive directly up, turning around and taking a shortcut. Kong dang. A crash sounded. The car shook slightly, but his car hasn't moved yet. How could it hit someone else? Besides, with Tang Qing's control, it's hard to hit someone. It must be a rear-end collision. Although we wanted to violate the traffic rules just now, we haven't done it yet. You are sitting in the car. I will go down and have a look. Tang Qing finished speaking and got out of the car. Go to the back of the car. Looking at the rear-end vehicles behind him, Tang Qing was full of black lines, and he was rear-ended by a bicycle, but I was driving in a motorway. You should be in front even if you touch porcelain. But looking at the face of the man lying on the ground behind, Tang Qing's expression was stagnant. Quickly stepped forward and helped the man up. It turned out to be his head teacher Shinmei. Ms. Shun, are you okay? Tang Qing asked with a look of concern. Shinmei saw that it was Tang Qing, and then saw Pan Yu getting on and off the other side of the car, and quickly said, Tang Qing, I'm fine. This gentleman, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. You say the number, I will pay. The edge of her bicycle's handlebar did put a light mark on the paint behind the Mercedes-Benz. Although it is not easy to see, she did scratch it, but it shouldn't be too expensive. No. Teacher Shun, this is my friend's car, Brother Pan. This is my head teacher, Shunmei. Tang Qing introduced. It turned out to be his own. A smile appeared on Pan Yu's face. Hello, Teacher Shin, are you okay? It's just a little bit. It's okay. Hey, your hand is injured. I have disinfectant and gauze in my car. I will get it for you. Seeing Shunmei's arm rubbing a little injured, Pan Yu quickly opened the trunk to get the medicine kit. No more. But Pan Yu doesn't care. Tang Qing's teacher, his own person, naturally can't really care if he is injured. How did you hit it? Tang Qing asked in confusion. Speaking of this, Shunmei was angry. I ridden well just now. A young man overtakes and I want to dodge, so I ran into it. Well, be careful next time. Don't ride too fast. Tang Qing smiled, before thinking that he was here to touch porcelain. This idea, Tang porcelain probably hasn't risen much yet. Good, Shunmei said. At this time, a rough voice sounded. Shouted a bald man standing beside the car behind. Hey, your car is okay. My car is okay. Look at my car logo. Tang Qing glanced at it. It really is. It's also a Mercedes-Benz, but the logo is bent. How much I will pay? Shinmei saw it and remembered that when she fell down just now, her hand overwhelmed something. It turned out to be a car logo. Compensation? 5,000. The bald man sneered. Why don't you grab it? Tang Qing frowned. Didn't you know each other? You have the ability to help him out. The bald man looked at Tang Qing and said, Who? So arrogant. Wouldn't you encounter a brain-dead character? We are also a Mercedes-Benz. If you come up and talk nonsense like this, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? Tang Qing couldn't turn around for a while. How did such a troublesome guy live until now? And looking at this bald head, he was a little familiar. I'm going. The guy who lends money to usury. The guy who almost messed up his task. It's just that the last time I saw this guy in the video was still wearing pajamas. He was scared to pee when the soldier held a gun to his head. Thinking of this, Tang Qing was a little funny. This is a comedic character. Seeing Tang Qing smiling, the bald man said confidently, "What are you laughing at? Don't think that you don't need to pay for a Mercedes-Benz." He sees a lot of bosses who drive a Mercedes-Benz, and not many people beg him. And this Mercedes-Benz is the same. A boss reached him. "Mercedes? Is it awesome? Aren't you lending usury? You're almost paying the money." Tang Qing said with a faint smile. Hear the words. The bald man was taken aback, knowing himself. So he asked, "Who are you, know me?" Tang Qing shook his head and said, "I don't know. I originally wanted to give you 500. Now I don't want to give you a dime. If you talk nonsense, I'm not welcome. Teacher Shun, you go first, it's okay." But Shinmei hesitated, looking at the bald man, who was not easy to provoke. "Don't worry, you go first." Tang Qing straightened the bicycle, and Pan Yu had already disinfected and bandaged Shinmei at this time. Shinmei was pushed by Tang Qing and got on her bicycle. See Shinmei about to leave. The bald man couldn't turn a blind eye to his words, and became annoyed by his words. "You stop for me, don't want to go, old." But his Lao Tzu son hadn't finished speaking, and his eyes went dark for a moment. Snapped. He was slapped to the ground. Of course it wasn't Tang Qing's hand. Tang Qing did not have the slightest interest in beating, and he dirtied his hands. Naturally, this was done by a soldier. He sent out a text message while he was talking. The content was that the guy was entangled and executed the number 23 security handling plan. In order to protect the parties perfectly, when encountering such situations, such as touching porcelain, someone looking for something, etc., it is necessary for the fighters to find a way to transfer the contradiction so that the protection target can get away quickly. Just like now. "Let you not pay back the money you owe. Let you not pay back the money you owe," he said loudly while hitting the soldier's mouth. The onlookers around instantly made up for the whole process of the matter, and the bald man was called for debts. So he started pointing and watching the show. Many drivers also got out of the car, and the depression from the traffic jam was wiped out. When Tang Qing saw it, it wasn't whether Tao was sad or what he felt. Hey. Just look at it. Don't eat melon seeds, and respect the fruits of labor of others. And that bear kid, don't applaud, because he has a tendency to violence at such a young age. How can he get it in the future? Shinmei and Pan Yu on the side were also dumbfounded. I don't know. The bald man's face was swollen, and he strongly denied and resisted. But the soldier is not something he can resist. Deny? It's useless. The soldier still slapped slap after slap. The bald man wanted to dodge, but how could he be able to dodge? Finally, the words were directly ambiguous. "Mr. Shun, hurry up. This guy doesn't pay the money he owes. It looks like the police will come later. You go first." Tang Qing urged. He didn't want to go to the police station to record a statement during the festival. "How about you?" Shinmei worried. Tang Qing smiled and said, "I'm fine. I didn't hit anyone. Besides, the road is clear. I just drove away. He can't find the mess, so let's not mix it up. The road passes, and there are traffic policemen walking here from afar, and he has to leave quickly. Then, okay, I'll go first. Tang Qing, you guys should leave soon too." Shinmei didn't want to get involved in this kind of boring trouble. Great. After that, Shinmei drove away on her bicycle until she saw that Tang Qing was also in the car, and then speeded up and left. As for watching the excitement, she had already seen enough close-up just now, so she didn't dare to stay anymore. A kick of the accelerator. Tang Qing drove away quickly. Subsequently, the fighters have fought enough. Mission completed. If you don't pay back next month, I will see you hit you once. Put down this sentence. The soldier is gone. Floating away. The crowd's onlookers applauded. Good man, bloody. The bald man lying on the ground wanted to cry and couldn't cry. His face hurts and he felt aggrieved, so he cried out of grievance. This was really a disaster. He had just been crushed by someone's car logo and was beaten again inexplicably. He regretted not bringing 2 of his men out. This time, because he went to see his lover, he didn't bring his men at all. After a while, the police arrived, but the bald man could not speak clearly. Finally, when he was spoken by the onlookers, The police also looked at the bald man contemptuously. Driving such a good car, borrowing money, and not being beaten, he deserved it. So also left. The bald head can only eat this dumb man at a loss. What an inexplicable day. I have always urged others to account, but today I was beaten in the street for no reason. What is this called? In the car. Brother Tang, what's the matter just now? Do Jiao asked. Because she was sitting in the middle of the back seat, she only saw the surrounding drivers as excited as they were watching a movie, but she was obedient, so as not to add confusion. She just listened. There were some scattered noises. Tang Qing smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. Just now, my head teacher accidentally ran into Brother Pan's car, and then a mad dog came up to bite people, and was taught by the kind people passing by." Those onlookers clapped and applauded. Concise. The whole thing was processed by Tang Qing, but it turned into a dog bite incident. Lin Jiaxue is still behind. How can such a violent thing as slap and fan face be talked about as much as a storytelling? But why would Do Jiao believe this nonsense? There is no logic, so she looked at her future husband. You really? Pan Yu smiled bitterly after hearing this. Although Tang Qing lied, but when he wanted to say that, it was obviously meaningful, so he nodded in agreement. Yes, that dog is vicious, and he is about to pounce on us. The last kind passerby alone went up and learned a lesson. Click on that mad dog, and it barked. In order not to be affected by the pond fish, we hurried away. Then why do I vaguely hear of paying back the money, hitting, or something? Do Jiao asked again. Well, he said that he still owes a fight. That mad dog is disobedient and owes a fight. Pan Yu, a guy who can't lie, really can't lie. Tang Qing can only give 3 very. That's it, what a poor dog. Do Jiao said with regret. Although Do Jiao didn't believe it, she also found something, knowing that it might not be suitable to say. Hear the words. Tang Qing almost stepped on the brake after he walked. This position. Tang Qing was also drunk. Pan Yu looked at the rearview mirror with a naive look of Lin Jiaxue. He understood what Tang Qing meant, but felt that he was too careful to protect, but it is understandable. He didn't have too many dirty things he had seen and heard, but there was nothing wrong with him. I don't know how to talk to Do Jiao, I just pick it up nicely. At this time, Pan Yu, who participated in the entire incident, also had a question in his heart. Coincidence. It is obviously unreasonable to hit someone who is in debt when they come up instead of collecting debts. It seemed that I was going to hit someone deliberately, so I wouldn't let anyone say a complete sentence. Mindful of this, thinking of Tang Qing's last words of politeness in that calm application, he certainly didn't believe that Tang Qing, a skinny scholar, could do violent things, so he had to rely on it. So is it possible that this person was deliberately arranged by Tang Qing? The more Pan Yu thought about the possibility, he looked at Tang Qing, who was driving the car skillfully on the left, with a thoughtful expression. Do Jiao twittered in the back seat in front of her eldest sister. Come to the entrance of Duanshan Scenic Area. Fortunately, there are not many private cars, and there are still a lot of parking spaces. There are a lot of buses parked on it, but the buses are a bit ugly at this time. Other citizens of the city usually come by bus, which is not too far anyway. Park the car. A few women walk in front, don't need to lead the way, just follow the crowded places. 2 big men walked behind. Of course, there are at least 3 fighters who secretly protected, hiding in the crowd. Do you know that person just now? Pan Yu couldn't help but asked curiously. Tang Qing was not surprised either. The whole incident simply couldn't stand to think about it. And it was not surprising that Pan Yu could guess that it was natural. Brother Pan, maybe. After talking about, Tang Qing hurried to catch up with the 3 women. He was too far away. He was not relieved. Although there were soldiers secretly protecting, he could rush to the front in at most 3 seconds. But he couldn't be too careful with his lover. Perhaps? Pan Yu murmured. This was naturally admitted in a disguised form. Pan Yu looked at Tang Qing's young face of old, treacherous cunning. The more mysterious he looked. Immediately follow up. The closer you get to the stage of the performance, the more and more crowds onlookers. The sister paper singing folk songs is waiting loudly on the stage. This folk song is worthy of being a folk song. It is estimated that you can hear it clearly on the top of Duanqing Mountain. It's a bit noisy, Joshua. Let's not go in and squeeze. The sound effects are too bad. Let's go there. There are juggling to watch. Wow. There are lion dances. Walk around. Lin Joshua didn't wait for Lin Joshua answered. Do Jiao happily took the two to watch the excitement. Tang Qing and Pan Yu followed, eating a big cotton candy over and over. It's so sweet. That's it, just a little bit after taking a big bite. Tang Qing took a big bite, and it turned into a little bit of candy in an instant. Isn't it? It's not much in the mouth when it's all rolled into a ball. It's boring. Yes, I'm tired of eating too much, Pan Yu said with a harp. The two big bosses were discussing rather boring topics, as if they had never eaten marshmallows. Just when Tang Qing disliked the cotton candy in his hand. A 5- or 6-year-old girl in a shabby dress was watching the cotton candy in his hand drooling. Obviously, he is not a child of a normal family. Tang Qing looked at the marshmallows that he had only eaten a few mouthfuls. He squatted down, handed it over, and said with a smile, "Come on, kid, this is for you to eat." The little girl looked at the marshmallow in Tang Qing's hand, swallowed, took 2 steps back, shook her head, and did not speak, but her eyes were still staring at the marshmallow. Tang Qing looked a little worried. This child is so pitiful. He didn't continue to pass it, but took it back and continued to ask with a smile on his face, "Little friend, what's your name? Don't worry, brother is not a bad person." The little girl shook her head and said nothing. He stared at the marshmallow in Tang Qing's hand, and at Tang Qing's unfriendly face warily. His face was full of entanglement. To this, Tang Qing was not angry, but pleased. At least this child's anti-fraud education is well done. If there are so many such sensible children in the world, many children will not be lost. Although this time the Searching People website has helped at least thousands of families find them back. Children, but compared to the number that can't be found, they are still very small, and they haven't even reached 1/10 of the submitted materials. This is a long way to go. Tang Qing didn't know what to say at this time. Because no matter what, it is estimated that this child who is a little vigilant will not listen. At this moment, a 17- or 18-year-old woman of the same age squeezed from the crowd. She was beautiful and dressed like this little girl. Although she was very clean, she couldn't hide the fact that she was shabby. "Fei Fei, why did you come here?" The woman knelt down and said with concern. She disappeared from the child as soon as she turned around, but she was a little frightened, but fortunately she found it without taking a few steps. "Sister, there were too many people squeezing me over. You said, if you can't find you, don't walk around, don't walk with strangers, don't eat strangers' food." The little girl said with a smile. "Really good, right?" The woman also touched the little girl's head and praised. "Hello, is this your sister?" Tang Qing asked. The woman didn't look like Tang Qing like a bad person, so she nodded and turned back. "Yes, we are from the Xingxing orphanage. Although she is not my sister, we are all a family. Bring the kids to play today?" Tang Qing asked again. The woman smiled at this time and said, "It is not true. Although the orphanage usually has expenses, it is not too much. Because of the large number of people here, we will come here to sell some gadgets and make some money to fill it. The cost of the orphanage." Perhaps it was Tang Qing's temperament that made her answer the question involuntarily. "Well, what is the condition of your orphanage? Is it sufficient?" The woman is also surprised that this person who seems to be as old as herself asks this kind of question, but she also honestly said, "How can it be sufficient? Although the Civil Affairs Department has funds and some social donations, it can only provide food and clothing because of congenital disability. Or the defective child is a huge expense, and the Civil Affairs Department does not advance or even reimburse at all, so sometimes we have to think of a solution by ourselves." The woman couldn't help but smile wryly when she said this. Tang Qing also understood this. The country is too big to control. "What are you selling? Are they sold out?" Tang Qing looked at the woman except for 2 poles. The woman raised her pole and said, "We are selling garlands. They are all fresh. I have already bought the ones I just took. Fei Fei also took some. Now I am going to pick up the goods from the tricycle in the parking lot. Business today? Not bad." A happy smile appeared on the woman's face. "That's it, then I won't bother you. I'm sorry just now. This marshmallow was just ready to be given to Fei Fei. It's a bit rude, sorry." Tang Qing thought of the behavior just now. "You are a kind person. Thank you." The woman thanked. "Does your orphanage accept donations?" Tang Qing asked. The woman's eyes lit up and said, "Yes, our deputy dean set up a donation box over there, and the scenic spot gave us a small place. It's not far ahead." She pointed to a direction. Tang Qing nodded and said, "Okay, I see. You can go to work first. If the flowers are sold out later, you can buy a marshmallow for Fei Fei. Okay, I must buy something for the children when it's sold out." The woman smiled. "Goodbye." After saying that, Tang Qing said goodbye. Looking at Tang Qing's back, the woman showed a faint smile of gratitude. Pan Yu followed behind. The two came to the donation box before they had traveled far. Tang Qing took a handful of 100 yuan bills from his right pocket and stuffed it into the red donation box, then took a handful of it from his left pocket and stuffed it in. The total is more than 20,000 renminbi. If it weren't for too much can't fit in his pocket, he might have to give more points. If you encounter it, please help if you can. At this moment, he also knows how the money in the thank you money account given by the parent is used. Since it is related to the child, let it be used to help other children. The children who were abandoned by their parents for various reasons in the previous life, watching TV, many of them have various defects. They are very poor. If they are rich in this life, they have to help. He is going to set up the shelf first. In the early stage, it is definitely impossible to directly cover the whole country, but to establish a complete set of help system. After the system matures, the scope will be expanded. First, the endangered ones will be solved first, and then the next level ones will be solved. After all, dying and physical defects are not a hierarchical concept. Tang Qing feels more and more like a philanthropist, not like a cold-blooded, very spicy banker. Haha, it's not like it's not. Do things with a clear conscience. Go to his egg banker. If you have the ability to make this world a little more beautiful, why not do it? Even if it is to satisfy one's own hypocritical sense of superiority, it's up to him. The passers-by watch this scene, but they fry the pan. Is this kid crazy? So much money is given to the orphanage, right? That's how good this money is for me. If you want to be beautiful, others do good deeds. I guess he will be beaten to death by his parents when he goes home. Maybe people are rich. No matter how rich you are, you can't throw it like this. For the good or the bad, Tang Qing didn't take it seriously. Facing the gray-haired and speechless old man, who was the deputy dean of the orphanage, Tang Qing didn't say much and turned away. Pan Yu looked at Tang Qing's back. He quickly took out all the money from his wallet and stuffed it into the donation box, and hurried to catch up. Another fool. It looks like the two still know each other. Cut. Poor ghost. Those who don't have money say this kind of ridicule. Who are you talking about? I'll just say you. Others have money. That's charity. What about you? Except for talking coldly. You? I don't have the same knowledge as you. Coward. You dare to try my old man. I will let you do it for nothing for a year, and you will not laugh at others if you are not capable. Tang Qing and Pan Yu quickly caught up with the women. Xiaotang, you are still very caring. Pan Yu praised. Aren't you too? Tang Qing smiled lightly. Loving? He is a bit. This is the truth, but it is only a bit, because he has not yet spent his wealth to do charity ideas. I only donated it after you. If I were alone, I would never fail to give it all. Pan Yu admitted. Haha, just want to do it. Tang Qing smiled. Are you the social responsibility of the entrepreneur? Pan Yu said. Tang Qing shook his head and said, there are no entrepreneurs. I'm just a high school student. Admire. You praise me so much and I don't have any money to make. Tang Qing said helplessly. Haha, even if you have no money, you still have to boast. Pan Yu laughed. Has come close to several women. Do Jiao heard the last sentence. What are you boasting about? Do Jiao questioned. It's nothing. Praise my youth in gold. Tang Qing laughed. Do Jiao whitened Tang Qing and said, Smelly, Joshua, you have to take care of him in the future, so he won't let him out. Tang Qing said casually, what do you do if you don't go out? What are you doing is my business. Do Jiao also had no intentions, and she felt a little bit wrong as soon as she finished speaking. It's a bit meaty. Speaking of this, Lin Joshua blushed and lowered her head instantly. Tang Qing was also a little embarrassed or looked forward to it. He remembered the end of high school again. Roar, there is still more than a month, or else take advantage of the opportunity to go to Thailand to do this. Tang Qing became more excited as he thought about it. Pan Yu snickered aside. Shishan was really trying to understand something, and glared at Tang Qing, who was looking silly, and said to her heart, good cabbage is about to be picked. The atmosphere fell into embarrassment for a while. Cough. Adult topics. Tang Qing is still underage. That sugar man is pretty. I want one. Do Jiao quickly shifted his attention. Okay, I'll go. Then what? My dear, have you brought any money? Pan Yu took out his wallet and remembered that there was no money in his pocket. Where's your money? Do Jiao said puzzledly. It was donated to an orphanage just now. Pan Yu told the truth, but didn't mention Tang Qing's share. I didn't take it either. I thought you did. Do Jiao took out less than 10 yuan of change from her pocket. At this time, Tang Qing came out. I have it. I will lend it to you first. Tang Qing grabbed a handful of banknotes from his pocket and handed it to Pan Yu. Why do you give so much? Because he doesn't want to buy things to pay the bill for money. Hey, who told you to be brother-in-law, although not a real sister? Pan Yu took the money, somewhat inexplicable, but immediately understood Tang Qing's intentions. Brother-in-law, I want one too. Tang Qing pointed in the direction of Tang Ren with a smile. The corner of Pan Yu's mouth twitched, and the work of this coolie seemed to be gone. After buying the sweets, one for each person, and eat. Okay, it's better than marshmallow. Unfortunately, the sugar man is too small. Tang Qing finished eating in a few mouthfuls. I was used to eating big mouthfuls, so I was really not used to chewing slowly. The others were eating slowly, and Tang Qing also understood that a few girls didn't like too sweet, and Pan Yu was a little bit like chewing wax. I guess he didn't like this kind of roadside stalls. After a while, after watching various performances, a group of people came to the entrance of the mountain. Do Jiao enthusiastically suggested, should we climb up the mountain? Pan Yu looked at his watch and said, Jiao, it's so late. It's probably getting dark soon after coming down. That's just in time for dinner. It's good, right, brother Tang Tang? Do Jiao said to Tang Qing assault. I don't care, Joshua can't climb. Tang Qing consulted Lin Joshua. I listen to you. Lin Joshua saw everyone watching her shake the pot quickly. You decide. Puff, Sister Joshua, stop fighting between you two. Listen to your sister. Go. Just take exercise, Sister Joshua, depending on your appearance. You usually lack exercise. You will need to exercise regularly in the future to keep in shape. Woman, if you want to achieve perfect body shape, you still need targeted exercise. You know, dieting alone is not good for weight loss, and Do Jiao started her performance again. Lin Joshua and Shishan were both nodding their heads in a daze. Haha, interesting. Then a few people walked up the mountain together. Although Duanqing Mountain is said to be the first peak near Qingyan City, it is not steep, and it is not too tiring to walk a little bit slower. It is not like a large scenic area with cable cars, electric vehicles, and other aero transportation tools. Want to go up depends on two legs. Tang Qing remembers that in 2010, the Duanqing Mountain scenic area expanded in scale. It developed a large area of mountains behind, hit the cable car project, and surrounded a large reservoir for fishing, farm stays, and swimming, vacation, etc., enrich people's daily life. Only then can it be worthy of the word scenic area. Well now, it's a scenic spot, but it's just a few hills and some artificial buildings and sculptures along the way. Really, it's exquisite, although not steep. But climbing mountains will always be tiring. But Tang Qing didn't feel it at all, not to mention leaving. Even if he runs to the top of the mountain, he won't feel tired from this crooked 5 or 6 miles. At most, his heartbeat speeds up. Today is May 2nd. Yesterday, on the 1st, the monthly assessment of the system was naturally qualified. But there is no upgrade. As his level is getting higher and higher, the loan period is getting longer and longer. Although the experience of each level is twice as much as before, and the achievement mission of personal assets has been refreshed to 100 million yuan, it is useless. I basically don't think about the speed of upgrading to the next level in 2 months. Upgrading to the next level is only possible at the end of May. At that time, there will be a loan from a non-recommended client that expires, and he is a little looking forward to it. 5-level system. Don't know what surprises there will be. But although he may not guess the surprise, he must be real. The Integrated Service Center currently only opens one combat dispatch center, and none of the others are open. Once any one is opened, it will naturally require money, and according to Shower, the next level that can be determined is that the robot will be unlocked, upgraded functions, and the opening of scientific research areas. And after the upgrade, the type of currency exchange will definitely increase by one country. The most important thing is the system mall. After all, vehicle weapons, and some large-scale weapons and equipment should be able to be opened. Otherwise, he really can't think of any small military equipment in the mall that has not been opened. Forget it. Tang Qing shook his head. Although these are surprises, they mean that he still has to spend money and spend a lot of money. Wait slowly. While walking, all four of them were a little out of breath. Mountain climbing. I started to be excited, but many people regretted it halfway through the climb. Unable to advance or retreat, advance, and tired. Retreat, not reconciled. And Do Jiao is such a hot person. I'm exhausted. I didn't know how to come up. Let's go. Let's rest for a while. Do Jiao took the two women to rest on a wooden bench. Pan Yu quickly stepped forward and gently handed a paper towel to Do Jiao to wipe off the sweat. This dog food. Tang Qing wants to. But I touched all the pockets on my body without any paper. Oops. Do Jiao laughed when she saw it. Haha. Brother Tang Tang. You are so cute. Here. Pan Yu reached him and gave him one. Tang Qing took the paper, walked to Lin Jiaxue with a smile, wiped her sweat carefully. Lin Jiaxue was a little embarrassed, did not refuse, just looked down at Tang Qing's toe, fingers around, blushing at a loss. Look like. Again. Not enough. Wipe it again. Tang Qing was stunned to wipe Lin Jiaxue 3 times, condescending. This tricky angle, it was still summer, but it was so exciting. However, his ability to control his body has greatly increased at the second level, and with his thoughts, that desire is suppressed. Shishan, who was madly fed dog food, could only silently take out the paper from her pocket and wipe her sweat on her own. Tang Tang, aren't you tired? You haven't even sweated a bit. Do Jiao looked at Tang Qingru's forehead, not even a little oily, and curiously asked, Not tired. Do you want to continue climbing? There is still half of the journey. Tang Qing shook his head and smiled. Yes, but my feet are sore. You carry me. Do Jiao began to play Jiao Jiao. Great. Hearing this, Pan Yu obediently squatted beside Do Jiao, and Do Jiao climbed up with a smile. Tang Qing was not to be outdone either. Jiaxue, come up. He squatted in front of Lin Jiaxue. Lin Jiaxue blushed even more when she thought of the contact in a while, and said, I can go. No, it's a little far away. I'll walk with you behind my back. Come up. Tang Qing couldn't refuse. Oh. Lin Jiaxue can only obediently put her arms around Tang Qing's neck. Hiss. Tang Qing suddenly realized that it seemed that he hadn't carried Lin Jiaxue in many years. Once the little girl has really grown up, forget it. It hurts to think too much. Zhen Qi is absorbed. In an instant, Tang Qing's mind was clear. It's really easy to use. We are also good men who sit back and relax. Tang Qing thought triumphantly. It's just that people are a bit strange. Animals have estrus periods. Humans, especially men, basically have an estrus period of 24 hours. Tang Qing can only stop evil thoughts at all times. Avoid being embarrassed. In order not to hit Pan Yu, Tang Qing has been 2 steps behind. Shishan swore from behind that the university would drop the order. If this goes on, she will be crushed by dog food. Walking slowly. After half an hour, everyone came to the top of the mountain. Tang Qing put down Lin Jiaxue. This blessing is better enjoyed at home. There were still a lot of people on the top of the mountain at this time, and some were taking pictures. Standing at the pavilion where he chatted with his second uncle Tang Kai last time, looking at the city of Qingyan in the distance, Tang Qing remembered the conversation with his second uncle last time. Tang Kai asked him what he wanted to do in the future, and he said maybe he was a teacher. Well now, Tang Qing suddenly wanted to start a school. Haha. Tang Qing shook his head. It's brain dead again. Will we build a city next time? What? It is possible. It's okay for a place as big as Burma, but what did Jinlai do? Is it necessary? Let's build a farmhouse. Tang Qing thought not without evil interest. No money anyway. Why don't you even have Han Han? Pan Yu mumbled as he looked at Tang Qing with sweat. Good physique, brother Pan. You need to exercise. Tang Qing said with a heartfelt voice. Pan Yu immediately quit and said, I do exercise regularly. Look at my figure, 6-pack abs, a standard brawny. You just need to exercise. It doesn't seem to have any muscles. Can Tang Qing say that I can abuse you 10? Can't. Then you are still sweating. You are a little bit imaginary. Pay attention to restraint. Tang Qing winked. I don't learn well at a young age. Pan Yu couldn't laugh or cry. I'm fine. If you are bullied by Do Jiao, let's bully your husband. Evened out. After standing on the top of the mountain for a while, everyone went down the path. At night, Do Jiao treated him and separated after eating a big meal. Knowing that Lin Jiaxue had no phone call, Pan Yu took one from the trunk and gave it to her. Do Jiao still complained about Tang Qing's being stingy. Of course, she was just talking about it. Tang Qing is such a treasure, Lin Jiaxue. How could she not bear a mobile phone? When I returned to my uncle's house, it was a bit deserted. Tang Qing walked into the command room directly. Although there were all robots here, there were a lot of them, and the popularity seemed to be a bit more popular. After all, people are social animals. Command room. Looking at the Tracing People website that has become a fighting ground for many hacker groups and individuals at home and abroad, and websites that have been myths in major technical forums, Tang Qing found it a little fun. The most important is, relevant departments have already sent dozens of threat letters. First, he said that he did not have company registration procedures, that he was illegally collecting citizen information, endangering network security, etc. And finally, he said that he is focused on the overall situation and is full of reassurance. Taste, please contact him. Tang Qing shook his head and smiled. Zhaoan. Dream. However, the money made by the website needs someone to protect it. Cooperation is not impossible. It depends on what price you can pay. Maybe. You can make a lot of money. The income of Searching People website is too single and far from enough. It's 9:30 in the evening. National Information Warfare Research Center. Director Du Jun was holding his head with his left hand in the office and tapping the table with his right hand, his face full of sadness. Tang Qing may not know what kind of influence the Search for People website he created has, but he is quite clear. Whether it is hackers, white hats, or major internet companies in the whole country, all people who have a little knowledge of internet technology have deified this website, because so far no one has been able to take this website. They are naturally one of them. All means are exhausted. Frozen is no use for fart. This website is almost as if there are no loopholes, but as an expert in this area, Du Jun naturally does not believe in programs or websites that have no loopholes, but it has not been found. But for so long, the proud and talented students of the research center was slapped all over. Really, it hurts. It hurts so much that I'm working overtime and crazy these days, and even one of my men is walking thinking about it. The devil is so stupefied, he accidentally stepped on the dog's tail, was bitten by the dog, and took a few days of sick leave. What's the matter? And this is the opponent's defense technology. Although they did not find the slightest trace of the intrusion technology, they are not fools. After the analysis of the expert group, the right and left of this website must have shared the surveillance network, and it is a large area. The facial recognition technology is definitely not human. As for real-time monitoring, they never thought about it, because such a huge amount of traffic will definitely be recorded by the operator, and the traffic transmission rate of each communication device port is certain. The information collected during this period of time across the country shows that there is no technical failure. The phenomenon of large area monitoring outside. Du Jun was a little dumbfounded now. More and more children are being looked for. Things are getting more and more unmanageable, and they can't suppress their influence. They wanted to start with those bank accounts, but the other party has no chance of transferring funds or withdrawing cash. As for the owner of the bank card, don't mention it. Talk too much, it's all tears. Then, this website inevitably attracted the attention of big guys. So the task of thorough investigation came. He smiled with a rare bitter smile and complained to the leader, but it was useless. You represent the highest technical strength in the country. If you don't carry this task, who will carry it? Drinking strong tea. It made Du Jun's mood better temporarily. Just then, one of his men suddenly rushed in and shouted, "Director, they have a reply." You mean that website? Du Jun was not stupid. He immediately got in touch and stood up straight. Yes, they sent a message for you to go over, and they want to talk to you. The subordinate nodded vigorously. If these people were not a gang, he dared to eat the big flower pot at the entrance of the research center. Just kidding. Du Jun was in tears. Finally, he was willing to take care of them, and if no more news came, he was going to write a letter of guarantee to the leader to complain. Immediately, Du Jun rushed to the information hall of the research center. There are more than 300 square meters in the hall, densely packed with computers. 30 or so staff members have already fried the pot, stopped their work, gathered around a computer, and talked a lot. The above is the user interface of the Search for People website, but it's not the same as usual. It's conversational. Unlike before, you are only allowed to upload information. What are you doing around? Go back to your posts. Don't you know the regulations? Dujun shouted loudly. It is definitely impossible for these technicians to know about the next dialogue. The masters were also drunk. Don't blame them. Their devices and brains have been abused thousands of times by this website, and their curiosity is about to break through the sky. But no matter how curious I am, I dare not challenge the rules here. There are state-owned and national laws, and every family has their own rules. Supporting his subordinates, there was also a deputy director on duty at the same time. In such a conversation, he, as the director, has no right to contact the other party alone. With sweaty palms, I looked at the words on the dialogue box. Please leave me to talk. Dujun hurriedly typed and said, Hello, we are from the country and want to talk to your correspondents. 10 seconds later, I am, just say it. But don't say anything about the overall situation, legality, patriotism, and recruitment, so as not to waste everyone's time. My time is precious. If you talk nonsense, I will be angry. Yes, next time, maybe the year of the monkey may not be fixed until there is time to care about you. The tone is very straightforward, concise and concise. Stop talking nonsense and talk business, otherwise I won't have time to talk to you. Dujun took a deep breath and controlled the speech that was prepared to know the reason and move the other side's hands. Obviously, the other party did not intend to be recruited at all. Think about it too. With such a great technique, recruit security? Get a salary of several thousand yuan a month? Who can be so stupid? Can we cooperate? Jun typed. Yes, paid. The first two words made Jun very happy. The last two words made him speechless, and he was used to using the righteousness to influence people and to get various help at a near low price. Now that it is paid, it makes him feel a little weird. Your network technology, we are very interested. Dujun said. Yes, the package price of the source code of this website is 100 million yuan. This price scared Dujun half to death. Their research center only had a year's funding, and it was a ghost if they could afford it. It's too expensive, unless all the technical staff also join us, and the maximum is 5 million yuan. Dujun also knows that the other party obviously does not want to sell the website source code, but he still has to say. So, this business cannot be done, and we have never thought about making money from it. I hope that our cooperation is based on equality. We are a cooperative relationship, not an affiliation relationship. What do you mean? Dujun questioned. Don't keep thinking about our technology. Tell you that even if the source code of the website is given to you, it is useless, but we can take on tasks such as land security solutions, website security hosting, intrusion, and other tasks. The source code of this website is actually nothing unusual. At most, some loopholes have been completed, but it is not an absolute defense. It is not this website, but the second one. As the core server of the website, it runs on a system other than one. The Internet Communication Protocol of the outside world also stops at the interface between the communication server and the second, and the communication server does not undertake processing tasks, but only undertakes forwarding tasks. Invading a system that is not the same Internet protocol at all, and a semi-intelligent supercomputer with unfathomable discrimination and defense, there is no other adjective besides dreaming. This is the core. Invasion? What do you mean? The first two Dujun knew that one was self-protection, and the second had little to do with them. They did not involve commercial use, and at most maintained government websites. As for the intrusion, the scope was a bit wide. You really are. You are only interested in this. The meaning of invasion is very simple. We will help you get the equipment you want but can't get, or you can't get it silently. We will follow the difficulty and importance. Charge a certain fee. You want to be mercenaries on the internet. Dujun frowned. No, we also have national borders. Who calls us our own? I only provide you with these services. You should be fortunate. Don't think that you are taking advantage. In fact, you can earn the money back. How to earn? Dujun was puzzled. The first two cooperation projects, the domestic internet has just started, it is full of loopholes, and the security situation is grim. I look at it and worry about it. It is difficult not to enter the dark, so you, as an authoritative organization, serve the government and public institutions across the country. Isn't it good to provide security support for the local area network and website? And through you, the big internet companies will also cooperate with you. How much money can be made depends on yours. We only provide technical support. As for the market, that is your business. The invasion you are talking about also means that the information on this website comes from the invasion. Do June suddenly change the subject and made money? Not their primary interest. You already know the answer, don't you? Okay, my terms are set out. You must have a meeting, report, discussion, and make a decision. None of them can't be decided in a day or two. Then, if we talk in detail at this time the next night, you have no right to decide anything. It's not. Is this admitted? Although Du Jun has doubts, he has nothing to know. Well, we will contact you at this time the next night. Goodbye. End the call. Tang Qing was very satisfied. It's just a bit old-fashioned to successfully pretend to be stunned. It's really meaningless to bully the children. His first two businesses, through technical strength, may be able to almost monopolize the network security field of the government and public institutions. In fact, Tang Qing has no interest in how much money he makes. This is something Du Jun and his leaders have to consider or balance. Tang Qing is only responsible for collecting money according to tasks. The purpose of the first two businesses is to let Du Jun know that they are not dedicated to sabotage. Yes, after all, this image is not glorious. As for the civilian network security field, forget it. We still have to leave a way for domestic companies to stay alive. Since the tasks set by him will be charged very high in the future, and there will be many restrictions, it will not drive good security companies like Jinshan to death. As for foreign companies, do you let a fighter set up such a company? Let one or a few fighters with Western faces create a large company that monopolizes the cybersecurity field of Western countries. In order to avoid being split by antitrust, it seems to be okay to open a few more stores. Okay, interesting. You can think about it. Let them tremble. 10 p.m. Just when Tang Qing kept crooking how to push the foreign network security companies one by one on the ground, Du Jun was madly busy over there. At night, his immediate boss had just finished dinner and hurried to the research center after hearing a brief report. Large conference room. 5 people were sitting at this time. The director of the research center, Du Jun, the other 2 deputy directors, and one of Du Jun's immediate supervisors, a director of the industry and information department, Yu Tao. Director Yu, it's like this. Du Jun gave a detailed introduction to the content of the conversation just now. And by the way, he also handed over the written materials prepared by a deputy director on the way Yu Tao was just now. Yu Tao repeatedly looked at the content of the call in his hand, including the other party's tone. His brows were frowned into many rivers. Obviously, they want to recruit security or spend some money to dig people over. The other party is not willing at all, but talks to them about the conditions. The content of the conditions is not too harsh, but a distance from their predetermined goal, not low, but high. The worst result they predicted was that the other party didn't pay attention to them at all. Now it is considered good, but it's just such a result. Obviously, they can only make a difference, and the credit is a bit bad. Yu Tao also wants to have greater results. Director Do you think there is still room for discussion? Yu Tao raised his head and looked at Du Jun with inquiring eyes. Du Jun didn't want to take the opponent, but as a technician, he naturally understood the arrogance of these people, graduates from prestigious schools, computer geniuses, and he could find the other party to understand them with reason, emotionally, and even threateningly. But you don't know your identity at all, so don't think about it. Leader, I don't know. The other party's tone is very firm. I didn't have the qualifications to discuss any conditions at the time, or I should report to the leader to make a decision. Next time I can discuss the details. Du Jun gave a standard answer. Yu Tao didn't say anything. His question was just to confirm his willingness to shake the pot. It seems that this is the only way to go. Okay, I will report to the leaders by phone and let the leaders make a decision. Yu Tao is also not qualified and can only report. That's it. This news is reported up layer by layer. Orders were passed down one after another. In short, it's just one sentence. Next time I will talk about a little substantive content and also look at the strength of the other party. Facing this kind of force that is completely intangible, but has huge energy, it is really disturbing. Move your mouth on the top and break your leg below. Various departments and experts also worked together overnight to discuss the content and benefits of the next negotiation on this matter. It also liberated Du Jun. Wait for the script. The other side. The instigator of this incident was swimming in the training area of the Combat Dispatch Center. That speed made Phelps wonder if he had swam the fake swim for a little while. Of course, he hasn't gotten to the point of running fast. After all, water also has resistance. The greater the force, the greater the reaction force. It will fall from an altitude of 30 meters. If it is slapped to the surface of the water, congratulations, you can reincarnate. Even later generations of Tang Qing watched a video saying that someone had done an experiment. If Patel's bullet hits the water, the high-speed bullet would have broken into many pieces at the moment it touched the water. Two soldiers stood on the shore and looked at the water. It wasn't for the soldiers to look at their clothes. There were no outsiders here, and it was not for fear that Tang Qing would drown. This was impossible, but to increase his popularity. Otherwise, no one was deserted on the surrounding shore, and there were some algae and plankton in the water, and even the shadow of a fish or shrimp had not been seen, and Tang Qing would be panicked. Especially here is the entrance of the training area. There is no shallow water area, and there is a deep water area with a depth of hundreds of meters directly on the shore. It's not that there are no beaches and other environments. Yes, but it's a bit far away. At the end of the training area directly opposite the entrance, he went there last time. It was not bad, but there is no anger, only sand, not even shell creatures. He still wants to pick up shells. Can only be defeated. Tang Qing wanted to use the vast waters to raise fish, so that they could eat, watch, and fry them. System, I don't charge for raising fish in this water. Tang Qing hadn't reported much hope. A stingy system that requires money. However, the system said something satisfactory. Back to the host. You can put aquatic organisms into the waters of the training area, but the amount that the host can eat and bring to the outside world must not exceed 1/10. Otherwise, it will be charged according to the general cargo storage standard. After listening to Tang Qing, he was confused about the starting point. Can only take away 1/10? Also, but what does the system want to do? Tang Qing asked. The system, the fish here, what is the dispatch center doing? Back to the host. The canteen in the living area needs organic matter such as protein and fat, and aquatic organisms can be used as one of the supplementary sources. The system explained. Can you still play like this? Tang Qing knew in an instant that it turned out that it was for the soldiers. No more than 1/10 was nothing. He could still go fishing, and it would be unsuccessful. Stocking here would be regarded as a wild fish farm, and it had a huge area. The entire 1,500 square kilometers of fish ponds are seawater, but they are enough. You can raise seafood for yourself, and you don't need to buy them in the future. They are naturally pollution-free. Okay, it's a great feature. Wait, 1/10. Tang Qing suddenly realized that if fish farming could feed the soldiers at a rate of 9 out of 10, what about the other things? What else? Amount. Nima. For a while, I didn't think I could use it. Tang Qing was speechless. This flash of inspiration was just a remnant thought. I really don't need anything urgently to save for my own use, or for the soldiers to use. Okay, it's really brain dead. System, then can I still plant the ground on the other side? Look at the weeds, and the soldiers don't need training. I want to plant some fruit trees, rice or something, but I don't have to. Tang Qing has a variety of every minute and second. Tion's rhythm. Soldiers are naturally proficient in all soldiers' skills, and the role of these places is estimated to be experimental sites for various weapons and equipment in the future. If missiles can be purchased in the mall one day, there is definitely no place for the outside world to play as they please. But here you can, smash it, throw it at will, just watch the fireworks. Can get a positive response from the system. Tang Qing was immediately excited. I want to farm on a large scale. Well, the training area also has a land area of 1,500 square kilometers and more than 2 million mu of land. All or most of it is used for farming. He still can't find a decent reason, but it is also a way out, a source of food, at least in the future. The food safety of himself and his family will be lost. Self-sufficiency. It's great. Do you want to raise some pigs? Where's the cow? Where's the horse? It seems to be useful too. Forget it. Don't be brain dead. Little air. Tang Qing shouted, stepping on the water. Commander. Xiao Air's voice seemed to ring in his ears. Let the soldiers in Bangkok take the time to get some fish fry and seafood in. Get more. You can figure it out. You must maintain the stability of the ecosystem in the waters. Don't let some kind of seafood or exotic aquatic plants overflow. Let's find some kinds of flowers, plants, and trees. By the way, there are also fruit tree seeds. Get some of the seeds that can grow in it, and see if we can grow them. Tang Qing only thought of so much at a time. The geomorphic conditions of the training area are very special. There are all kinds of environments that can be found in the outside world. Maybe some environmental modification equipment is maintained. Hot, cold, dry, and rainy. If the soil quality is okay, I want to come. Can survive. However, the soil quality should be no problem because the training area is not without grass, but there are a large number of grasses, but there is no one that can be eaten. But it seems that it will take a long time to eat. It takes a lot of time for all kinds of seafood to grow up, but Tang Qing is not in a hurry, so he doesn't bother to get the mature fruit trees in. If there are too many, it will be troublesome. Then Shower happily took the order and left. Tang Qing continued to dive in the water, not to mention, as long as it was not too deep, the vision was still quite good, especially the artificial solar light source. The water quality was abnormally clear. It really looked like that. It's just a mouthful of sea water. A bit salty. The next day, May 3rd, Tang Qing did not visit Lin Jiaxue in the morning, but painted at home. The subject wasn't a gun this time, but Lin Jiaxue, who had been skilled for so long, and he really hadn't painted for her. One is not enough, 2, 3, many. There are no failed works in his hands. The one in the painting is his lover, and he does not allow himself to tear up or roll up anyone and throw it in the trash can. Because this is what he loves in this life. After finishing the largest one, Tang Qing took it and hurried to the frame shop. This is the largest and best picture roll mounting shop in the city. Tang Qing hadn't been here before. The information was collected by the command room, and he would know it as soon as he asked. It was not far away. The taxi arrived in 5 or 6 minutes, 1 block away from his school. King Feng's High. It sounds very literary, and the plaque is also very particular. Looking at the high end, Tang Qing kept nodding his head, writing well, and it is the material of the plaque, which is the same as what we have. He didn't understand it all, only know that it is wood. Once in the door, the cultural scent hits the face. This is mainly about mounting hand-painted artworks, not mounting photo posters and the like. The business is relatively single, but it is also professional. It's just that some of the works displayed in the entrance hall are a bit he. Tang Qing curled his lips. You copied this ghostly appearance and showed it. You really feel good about yourself. If it weren't for most of the works, he turned around and left. An old man who looked very energetic was carving a wood carving on the counter in front of the store, but it seemed that he was just beginning and couldn't see what to carve. Seeing Tang Qing entering the door, the old man stopped his work. Hello, little brother. Do you want to mount something? The old man pushed his eyes and smiled. The smile is very kind. A painting uses the best materials. Tang Qing replied. Our best frame material is yellow. Tang Qing interrupted the old man's careful explanation. I want it mounted. Ah, good. Encountered a local tyrant. The old man is also very happy. Speaking of accepting the painting in Tang Qing's hand, he didn't need to open it. As soon as he touched the paper, he knew it was a sketch. He thought it was a clumsy work by a young man, but slowly opened it, and a beautiful and immortal woman leaped on the paper. He not only took a deep breath of air. Good painter. Good composition. General sketches are limited in what they can express through shadows. Especially when drawing people, old people have a more photographic sense of vicissitudes than those of young people. But Tang Qing's sketches look unusually smooth, and there is no excess. The lines of each stroke are indispensable, but they can express the beauty of a woman perfectly. It's a god. The old man has never seen such a perfect sketch character when he grows up. Really a master level. Little brother, is this drawn by your adult? The old man asked in surprise. No, what's the matter? Tang Qing shook his head. No, I just want to meet the painter and dare to ask which master Qingxue is. Looking at the big red clay seal on it, he was sure he had never heard of it, but the word Qingxue was firmly imprinted on it. In his mind, listen, Tang Qing drifted a little unconsciously. The master dare not be. This is my painting, old man. Hurry up and mount it. I will add more money. and I am in a hurry to give it away. Tang Qing urged. He was going to give it to Lin Joshua later. The old man's complexion changed, and he looked at Tang Qing in shock and asked, "You painted this?" "Well, trouble," Tang Qing said. "No trouble, no trouble, little brother. Please, Xiao, come and pour tea for the distinguished guests." The old man hurriedly took Tang Qing to the sofa in the corner of the hall and greeted the backyard. "Come on." A crisp female voice came from the backyard. The old man smiled at Tang Qing and said, "Little brother, wait a minute. I will definitely fix it for you within an hour. Even if you increase the price, dare you ask where the little brother is?" "I taught myself." "Self? Teach yourself? You are really a genius," the old man exclaimed. "Thank you." Tang Qing smiled. At this time, a 16 or 17-year-old woman came out, wearing a school uniform. Tang Qing smiled. It looked like she was still in a school, but she shouldn't be a senior in high school. Otherwise, she wouldn't be unrecognizable. "Grandpa, who is this?" "A distinguished guest. You look at the shop first, and I will mount this picture," the old man said. "Oh." When the old man arrived in the backyard, he couldn't. The clanking sound and the sound of the cutting machine. Tang Qing didn't go to see it either. That is the craftsmanship of others, which is a taboo. The woman was doing her homework at the front desk on her own. It's nice to have Grandpa here. Tang Qing couldn't help but think of his grandfather. There is an old man in the family. If there is a treasure, it is a pity that both grandparents and grandparents have driven to the west. Tang Qing feels a little bit sad when he thinks of all the things here and before. Tang Qing was not stupid, but went outside to buy some snacks and gave it to Xiao. The two chatted because of this. It turned out that she was really a schoolgirl, a sophomore in high school, a liberal arts student, and her parents died young. Living with grandparents, a very strong girl. Time slowly passed. After 1 hour, the old man took out the framed picture. 40 times 60 frame. Tang Qing took a closer look and found that the frame was exquisite in workmanship, and he was very satisfied. "Boss, how much is it?" Tang Qing wrapped the painting in paper and tied it up. "Just charge you a cost price, 6,003. The old man looked at Tang Qing a little nervously. 6,003, not a small amount. Tang Qing exchanged 7,000 renminbi from his pocket, counted out 7, and handed it over. "Give." Seeing Tang Qing turn to leave, the old man hurriedly asked, "Little brother, I don't know if you have any paintings to sell?" "They mount the paintings here, but they can also sell them on their behalf." I asked Tang Qing not because of the money, but he too those who love painting want to take a closer look at Tang Qing's other works. "Sorry, my paintings are only given away, not sold." Tang Qing refused. The old man felt much better for Tang Qing in an instant. This reason, he accepted. "It was me who was abrupt. If you have any paintings to mount in the future, you will come to me at a cost price. This is also a respect for art." "No problem. Thank you in advance." Out of the shop, Tang Qing took a taxi and came to Lin Joshua's house. Ring the doorbell. Once in the door, there are no surprises, but there is one surprise. The light bulb she shone was there again. "Why are you still here?" Tang Qing muttered. "Why can't I be here, lest you bully Joshua?" Shishan said irritably. "Being treated as a superfluous thing, it is strange to be happy." "How come?" Tang Qing said embarrassedly. He really planned to come to bully his daughter-in-law. Shishan didn't bury him anymore, looking at the picture frame in Tang Qing's hand and asked, "What are you holding? The bag is so tightly packed." "A painting," Tang Qing said and walked in. Lin Joshua was watching TV, and when she saw Tang Qing, she quickly got up to pour tea. "Sit down together." Tang Qing handed over the painting. "Joshua, it's for you." "What is this?" Lin Joshua wondered. "Open it and take a look," Tang Qing said. Lin Joshua did not tear the package, but carefully untied the rope and slowly opened the package paper. "Look at the contents of the picture scroll." Lin Joshua was covering her mouth, and her heart trembled even if she was a little prepared. She raised her head to see Tang Qing's eyes flash deeply. Her face slowly filled with tenderness. "Did you paint?" Lin Joshua gently stroked the scroll through the glass. She actually has the answer in her heart. Tang Qing's painting skills have been seen during the last dinner. "It is really admirable seeing the beautiful and moving herself in front of me. Lin Joshua really loves this painting." "Painted? Well, I sent it to you as soon as it was mounted. Do you like it?" Tang Qing said. I like it very much." Lin Jiaxue held the picture frame with a sparkle in her eyes. Do you have any nails in your house? I see where you can hang them. Tang Qing got up and was going to look for nails. Lin Jiaxue hurriedly stopped and said, Don't hang it, just put it on the side of my bed. That's fine too. Shishan, who just went to wash the fruit, also saw it. Wow, you can still paint. Of course, how else would you be worthy of our Jiaxue? Tang Qing said with a smug expression. Why don't you draw a picture for me? Shishan instantly changed her face and pleaded, and she also sighed in her heart that Lin Jiaxue was so destined that she has such a versatile, handsome, and golden boyfriend. Oh no, fiancé. Next time, there are no tools today. Tang Qing declined. Oh, Shishan can only write down this promise first. Then Tang Qing sat down and kissed the pretty face of the beautiful woman next to him. You, I'm still here, Jiaxue, don't care about you. Shishan was violently hit by thunder. Lin Jiaxue didn't object, just lowered her head silently. Tang Qing had been fed dog food for so many years by Shishan and her husband in his previous life, and he returned well in this life. I'm going to do my homework. Shishan also did not see clearly, and returned to Lin Jiaxue's room angrily. Without outsiders, Tang Qing doesn't care about anything. If no one enjoys this rare time, Lin Jiaxue also becomes more enthusiastic than usual. Just don't let me do it. But in no hurry, it's only been more than a month, and he can't bear it. In this way, Tang Qing stayed greasy and crooked all day in Lin Jiaxue's house. Although the meaning is still unfinished, but it can be regarded as a solution to the suffering of lovesickness. Shishan looked at Lin Jiaxue, who never resisted Tang Qing's rogue behavior. She hated iron and steel. She vowed to take Lin Jiaxue to her home next time to do homework and see if Tang Qing dared to chase him. Tang Qing didn't know Shishan's thoughts, but what if he knew it? Because tomorrow Lin Jiaxue and the others will start school, and there is basically no time to rest until the end of May. Haha, mad at you. In the evening, when Tang Qing returned home, he went to the training area honorably. Go to farm. Yes, it is farming. The order Tang Qing issued last night was naturally the first order urgent task and needed to be done immediately. Therefore, in just one day, the soldiers in Bangkok bought a large amount of fish fry and various kinds of seafood, and basically rounded up the Bangkok nursery. The water area of more than 2 million acres requires a huge amount of fish fry, if not for transmission money. Tang Qing would not be so extravagant. Even in order to maintain the ecological balance, some organisms in the sea with strong reproductive capacity have been brought in. Although there are algae and plankton in the seawater of the training area, but the fish is getting bigger and bigger, it's impossible to eat this stuff. You don't have enough to eat from morning to night, or you don't eat fast, so you need some small fish, shrimp, jellyfish, etc., to maintain the stability and order of the entire food chain. At this time, these hydroacoustic species have all been put into use. All that remains is to plant trees. There is also a kind of food. Raise some small animals. For example, there are rabbits, cows, horses, and sheep, but not many. There are only a few dozen of each type. Throwing into such a huge space, they are basically missing. Although there are basically no natural enemies, they want to eat meat. If so, it will take a long time to form a large-scale herd of cattle and horses. As for the rabbits, they are raised in captivity to avoid flooding. Even if they are flooded, the soldiers can suppress them in minutes with guns and cannons. But the ground full of rabbit holes is a bit ugly. On the open space at the entrance of the training area, 2 square kilometers of land have been cleared. One by one, working people dig pits on the ground with military shovels. Others plant seeds by planting seeds, planting saplings by planting saplings, watering by watering, fertilizing by fertilizing. In apple pie order. Tang Qing. It belongs to digging. A scene of a hot match day. Of course, these fighters are not professional farming, but analysts temporarily transferred from the command room. 2 square kilometers. In front of these abnormal physical strength guys, it is indeed not a difficult task. The scene is a bit deserted. Little air, come to the music for the scene. Tang Qing shouted. Unity is strength. Silly shower. Tang Qing covered his face. Change 1. Tang Qing shouted again. Our hometown is on the fields of hope, and the smoke is on the newly built houses. Okay, it's a bit side by side. Tang Qing nodded in satisfaction. Continue to work hard. In this way, in front of a group of people's professional farming techniques, the land was planted in one night. In order to avoid being raised by those horses, the entire planting area was enclosed by a simple mesh military fence, and a soldier was specially sent to look at it with a gun. Who knows if any animal cramps and jumps over a fence that is more than 1 meter long and still needs someone to guard it. But the sapling is a bit small, half a meter high, and if you want to eat the fruit, it is estimated that you will have to wait a few days. After work, I took a swim. After waking up, Tang Qing put on his clothes and went to school. Tang Qing was busy all night, and Du Jun and others in the capital were also busy for 2 whole days, finally finalizing the next conversation process. And there is a bottom line. At night, Information Hall of the Information Warfare Research Center. Still that computer, surrounded by many people. As the director, Du Jun sits on a stool waiting for the negotiation time to approach. To be honest, the people standing behind are basically leaders. He is really a bit pressured. As a specialized technical department, he is a director at the deputy department level, and he has nothing behind him. There are 2 leaders who are deputy or above department, and there is a general he doesn't know. The atmosphere is serious. Obviously, they can't help but live and die this website, otherwise they won't come here. Du Jun's palm was slightly bragging. Watching time approach, staring at the screen, suddenly the dialogue box popped up again, and Du Jun let out a long sigh of relief. He is not worried about the outcome of the negotiation, because it has nothing to do with him. What he worries most is that their group of people have been released from the pigeons. That is so embarrassing that he has nowhere to put his face. How are you? Tang Qing said in a bluff. It was true that he was talking, and Xiao Er was responsible for the input. Hello, how do you call it? Du Jun asked quickly. He forgot to ask the other person what his name was last time. Although he knew it was impossible to tell his real name, he couldn't help it. You can call us Guardian. Protector? It's really appropriate. But Du Jun was absolutely sure that this was made up temporarily by the other party. Let's go for a snack. Mr. Guardian? Du Jun wanted to make sure that men and women are the first. You can just call the Guardian. I don't want to talk nonsense, Mr. Du Jun. Next, I hope to get to the subject quickly. Don't ask about my information, and don't think about presenting facts and reasoning. I hope to do it now. How about negotiating the 3 businesses I proposed last time? Tang Qing looked at the big battle in the video in the information hall and smiled. The big people who were not in contact with the previous life are all listening to me. It's really life. It's so different. Du Jun was not surprised that the other party knew his name. He hadn't thought that his surveillance system would be hacked, because many people in the industry knew his name. See the other party's uneasy routine. Du Jun looked at the leader behind him. Several people whispered a few times and decided to skip to the topic. Nodded at Du Jun. Du Jun hurriedly turned around and typed. No problem. Let's discuss the last business you mentioned last time. How about it? The first 2 leaders are not interested. The profitable business is not what the leaders should consider. Okay, let me talk about our scope of business first. First, regarding the invasion, the fee starts at 5 million yuan. Therefore, we don't need to find us for trivial things. At the same time, we pay for the money and deliver the goods. A fee of varying quantities will be charged according to the value of the commodity. Secondly, we will definitely archive and check the things we have obtained. I said they don't, and you won't believe them. Therefore, if you think we are not qualified to check the mission objectives, please don't do it for us. Otherwise, everyone slowly became more and more suspicious, but it was not beautiful. Third, we don't like bargaining, but we don't want to ask for it, so don't argue with us about the price, because it's about the next one. Fourth, we don't want any of this money. With the income from the website, we will invest all of it in charity and charity. I know that the country now has strict management of charitable foundations, and most people don't want to apply for it, so you need to set up a nationwide charity foundation specifically for this fund. We will recruit people to manage this charity foundation. You must not intervene in personnel issues, but you can monitor the flow of all funds without allocating or embezzling funds. Right? Otherwise, I will be very angry. Fifth, I hope you keep our cooperation secret. Otherwise, if I know about it, I cannot guarantee that you are my only partner. After all, I don't want to be dug out by other countries. Sixth, the website business test has ended. Next, after 12 o'clock tonight, the business scope of the website will cover the whole country. Therefore, the sender will not be us in the future, but will send all to you. The local police station assigned the task. That's it now. Do you have anything to ask? Du Jun and others looked at it 3 times carefully, staring at each other. Like, the style of painting is a bit wrong, right? The other party didn't ask for the money and used it all for charity? This is a bit unbelievable, but I have to believe that this lie is meaningless. Everyone couldn't help but stand in awe. Other conditions are normal, nothing, and I bought a good one, so that the public security department also has face. As for the scope of business, there is basically no problem. Now the other party is only in the testing stage, and the strength is not known yet. Of course, he will not give too much confidential tasks. Seeing the leader behind him, Du Jun nodded again, and then typed, "We have agreed to your terms, but all of this is based on a foundation. You still hope to understand your strength. Of course, it is normal for you to have concerns. In this way, the first time we cooperate, we will take on a task for free." Tang Qing said, "Well, we are not taking advantage. The owner of our center can be said to be the best land defense system in the country. There is a folder named Winter in the core server of our center. There is a string of numbers in it, and the server is connecting. The network connection will not be disconnected within 1 day. And within 1 day, you can go in and get the string of numbers inside, and we can formally cooperate." Enter is waiting for a reply from the other party. But the next second, the reply came. 72160. Looking at these numbers, Du Jun really looked like he had seen a ghost. His eyes widened, and he stood up hurriedly. Hee. Du Jun couldn't even say a complete sentence. He kept going. The general who knew this number later also changed his face suddenly. He put this number in. 3 minutes ago, it was connected from the background through the server's physical interface. Their computer had never been connected to the internet through any wired or wireless connection. Was it breached like this? The country has spent huge sums of money and invited many people in the industry to test the defense system, so it's gone? This is a more complete version. The previous beta version of the center's defense system has been attacked by hackers at home and abroad, and has only been compromised once. This time is the most complete version. It's the first time to connect to the internet. It only takes a few seconds. Right. Leader, what to do? This is beyond his authority. Naima is too scary. Is this a dream? Start a backup plan. Yes. Du Jun quickly returned to his seat after speaking. We have seen your strength. Can you take the first task today? Yes. Send the task description, and someone of us will review the delivery time. Tang Qing said, we want an account with the authority to use the American Blue Gene supercomputer. Du Jun hit the enter key. Look at this message. Tang Qing in the command room really didn't expect Du Jun to give this the first task. The Blue Gene is part of the Advanced Simulation and Computing Program of the U.S. Department of Energy Security Agency. It seems that the #1 supercomputer in the world is now a set of Blue Genes, manufactured by IBM, located in the U.S. Department of Energy, National Nuclear Security Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory of the Bureau. Tang Qing frowned. Tang Yi, can this guy be done? Tang Qing asked. No problem. The global network equipment scanning and analysis software we wrote has a record, which can connect successfully and conceal computing services. Tang Yi said, you mean that even if you use it, you can cover up your traces? Tang Qing said in surprise. Yes, it is. Tang Qing asked again. Compared to the speed of the second, how about this set of Blue Genes? This is a pile of rubbish. Tang Qing was speechless. Okay, 2. A supercomputer with more than 100 trillion times of beauty is really hee. Compared to the existence of a super epic like Shower, it is really like a pile of scrap iron. But Tang Qing has never thought about it. It is better to keep the computing power of the Junior 2 directly and keep the good things for yourself. 1 minute. Du Jun and the others waited anxiously for a minute, wondering if it was too difficult. A message came. Everyone quickly took a look. No problem. The transaction is sold. An account sells for 5 million yuan, but I don't know if you need ancillary services. Yes, Du Jun is excited. Affiliated service? What do you mean? What ancillary service? Du Jun asked. You certainly didn't want this to play, and it's definitely not a calculation of a confidential project. But if you want to calculate something, we are responsible for providing a cover-up trace, so that this account will not be blocked after a few times. It's not expensive. Each with 1 million yuan a month, we can guarantee 30 trillion computing services at any time. Tang Qing promised that 20 trillion operations is already the limit. No matter how much it affects other services, it will be exposed. Besides, even if it is insufficient, Xiaoer added that it was only the last plan at that time. This promise is still valid in a short period of time. Okay, no problem. Du Jun, who received the instructions, quickly agreed. This is a question. If long-term benefits can be obtained, it can be done. The fastest domestic supercomputer is only 12 trillion times, which is 10 times worse than the other. Domestic research institutions are in short supply of computing resources, but it is not important. The computing service, Sengwang. 1 million a month is really not expensive. Okay, we have agreed to deliver in 1 hour. You will pay the bill after the test is completed. In the future, there will be someone who will contact you for cooperation. Just use this account to upload the task to describe it. At the same time, we can take up to 1 task per day. But come. Also, you'd better complete my conditions at the end of the month. I will find all the staff. You can solve the others and supervise the operation of the funds. Okay, do you have anything else to say? Du Jun quickly replied. Yes, can you name this website so that people think it is our official website? No problem. Tang Qing saw it and understood it. It looks good on the face, and such an influential website naturally has to be collected on the surface. Just so boring. It's the most troublesome to name it. You should choose a name that sounds nice. Forget it if it sounds bad, Tang Qing said. Du Jun and others were tucked away by Tang Qing's first sentence. Have to be nice? Fortunately, the other party agreed to the request. Sunqin.com is an enterprise under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Public Security of our country. Du Jun said according to the script. Tang Qing curled his lips at this. Such a straightforward name. Seek relatives. I thought you would discuss the name of Jiao Zhitian. At this level, not so much. Forget it. If you change it, you can change it. Before, the website didn't even have a name, and it has been sharing your surveillance network. Just give you this face. Well, give you this face. Okay, it has been changed. In the next second, the home page of the next computer changed instantly. 3 large blue block letters appear in the upper left corner. In the registration information below, a row of text appears for an unprecedented time. This website is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Public Security of China. Please feel free to upload the information. Thank you for your trust. It was completely different from what Du Jun thought. Really, it's a bit non-compliant. The filing format is the same as random filling. But everyone thinks about it. Forget it. Just take it if it saves you face. Don't tell me. I have something to do. Goodbye. I wish us a happy cooperation. Tang Qing said. Goodbye. The webpage dialog box disappeared. Leader, what should I do? Du Jun turned his head and asked. The leaders behind were also frowning, and for a while they couldn't figure out the behavioral logic behind this website. They don't need money and donate all for charity. After thinking about it, charging is not too unacceptable. After all, they will use it. For charity. They are also doing good deeds indirectly. Director Du, this account and today's matter are classified as top secret, and this account will also be used by us and the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology in the future. As for the cooperation projects he proposed, we will talk about it later. The unangry general said. It is not yet sure how strong the other party's strength is. Other cooperation needs to be put on hold for some time. I see, Chief. Du Jun quickly agreed, and finally sent the hot potato out. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Things in the future really have nothing to do with Du Jun. At most, they sometimes need their skills. Support only. After 1 hour, Du Jun was dismissed, and the new security department took over. No more, no less, 1 hour. An account number and password are passed, and of course there is a way to log in. The technicians quickly log in to check and test. 10 minutes later. Head, there is no problem. It is indeed the blue gene. I saw that we are a special permission account, one of the super users, but the other party seems to have restricted a lot of functions and can only perform calculations and cannot increase or decrease the number of users and tampering. Query the data of other computing tasks, and our account seems to be hidden. There is no account information in the total number of users, that is, we do not exist in theory. The technician said in surprise. Such fraudulent authority can be obtained in China. He almost dropped his chin too. This is the most powerful supercomputer in the United States, and the computing power is still ranked first in the world. The baby of the United States government is no good. Which great is this? But he dare not ask more. How is the opponent's technical strength? The general asked. If it is strength, it can be said to be unfathomable. Not only are they proficient in software systems, they are also familiar with Blue Jean's hardware systems. If I hadn't even seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't be able to believe that this is not IBM's own person. Get the back door. The young man kept admiring. He wants to apprentice. At the same time, go to another room. Professor He, what's the result? No problem. All the simulation data are accurate. Is this the country's new supercomputer? In order to verify its computing power, they found a professor of astrophysics at Peking University who came over and checked some things that only a supercomputer could complete in a short time. The calculation tasks are all calculated domestically. This time, compare the results. Well, you go back first, the general said, and at the same time he thought about it. That is, since the other party can obtain one account authority, can he get a lot of them? This solves the problem of the shortage of domestic computing resources and not important calculations. The service can use this. The supercomputers in your country all serve for confidential computing projects. Very nice. But not in a hurry. They still need to continue to test other areas and report upwards, and wait until the end of the month is stable. When the website was renamed, many night owls noticed the willful filing information under the website, and the internet exploded. Really, I didn't expect it to be the website of this country. No wonder it does such a good thing. I guessed it a long time ago. It's probably an experiment. You guessed a fart. You were the one who said cool words last time, and you said it was banned every minute. Know that the website is affiliated by the court. Those who are jealous and have a lot of wanting and swearing about the website have chosen to shut up. If you charge personal fees, you might even go up and scold them. But this is money collected by the state, so it's different, and it's voluntary and not forced. For a time, many passers-by turn their fans. It won't work if you don't transfer. Solving the legal problem, the website no longer has a loophole. The next day, 12 o'clock, the website has launched a nationwide tracing service. All of a sudden, the server prepared by the Information Center of the Ministry of Public Security instantly added thousands of pieces of information, all of which were information on missing children from other provinces, as well as information on those people's food. In the past, because the website was a non-governmental organization, the police station was also embarrassed for those who had no direct evidence. But this time, it was the documents issued by the immediate boss of the domestic leader last time, as well as the investigation report. They no longer doubted one by one, and they all thought it was really something that was tested internally in their own system. It's just that no one knows. These things just changed the sender. Firecrackers were set off in many places to celebrate. As for the criminals, they were all terrified. Even if there was no evidence, they were directly called to investigate and investigate. Many of those who couldn't hold it accounted for the facts of the crime. Slowly, more and more confessions were confessed. Basically, no one doubted the authenticity of those files. Greet them. Will be a fair ruling of the law. As a result, no one dares to commit crimes in many places where children are often thrown away. This also made the Public Security Department think of another cooperation plan. They were sure that there must be a set of analysis, tracking, and identification software behind this website. So they sent a report to the above and asked to negotiate to obtain this system. But will Tang Qing agree? Of course not. These things are based on the abilities of the Junior too, but not software. The Sky Eye system and the Fian system, which will cover the whole country in later generations, can achieve this effect, but it is still early, and the monitoring network and communication infrastructure are not perfect, and it is useless to get them out. But it is possible to provide case analysis services. It can also be regarded as a source of money, but he has to cool them off. I'll give you what you want and think for you. I really think I am a soft persimmon. The website business covers the whole country in just 2 days. The funds in the sunken website account exceeded 100 million yuan. So much money. It's time to find someone to manage the operation. To find a qualified president and staff for this charity foundation is difficult to say, simple and simple. It's simply because who can't be a leader, just sit in the commander and do things under his hands. Coupled with the supervision of the relevant departments, it's not easy to make small moves to make money. Therefore, For the pureness of this charity foundation, all staff will be recruited directly from the command room. No interview is required, and resume delivery is not adopted, but invitation. At this time, the personal information archives downloaded and shared by the command room on the internet came into play. After several screenings, many candidates have basically been determined. These people must be people with a sense of responsibility and love, those who are not enthusiastic about charity and don't like children, no matter how strong they are. Sorry, passed directly off. Tang Qing always believed, do a job and love a job. Responsibility and a sense of honor are the psychology that people who engage in charity should have. But don't worry, the Charity Foundation is estimated to be established at the end of this month, and they will need a period of cooperation to complete the accumulation of trust and long-term conspiracy of long-term cooperation. Therefore, during this period of time, Tang Qing only ordered the command room to select people and continue to collect information online. As long as the network is connected, then I'm sorry, borrow your hard disk data for a use. A charitable fund is more than just a few people from the headquarters. In the early stage, every province and municipality will set up branches. Especially large prefecture-level cities will also have branches. So there are many people, hundreds of people. This is not necessarily if you can live there. There will be no problems with the operation of the foundation in the future. And then a large-scale expansion will be carried out to cover all prefecture-level and county-level cities as much as possible. As for the county seat, forget it. There are as many as 700 cities above the county-level city in the country, which is crazy enough, and then it can be handed over to the city-level branch. Besides, the initial fund is mainly to help those who are due to various reasons. The reason is that the children in the orphanage who are seriously ill can receive treatment from the city with better medical conditions. After all, the medical conditions in the county cannot be compared with its superior management agency. Of course, except for those economically strong counties. Therefore, it is safer to divide according to administrative regions, and there is no need to set up branches in places below county-level cities. Taking into account whether the other party is willing to come to work in the end, the command room has already selected thousands of people, so that it is a bit embarrassing if there are not enough people in the time. But this is all about the analysts. Tang Qing, the shopkeeper, just shakes his mouth. Don't tell me. The feeling of planting the ground is really different. From time to time, Tang Qing would like to go to the command room to plant and play. And by the way, see how the previous plants grew. No, when Tang Qing came back to the seed shop at night, he bought a lot of vegetable seeds by the way, but he could come and play. So Tang Qing also added an entertainment project, digging, planting vegetables, watering, and waiting for the harvest. This kind of child grows a bit faster. Early in the morning on May 6th, Tang Qing habitually went to look at his small vegetable garden. He looked at the green vegetable garden in front of him. It's a little unbelievable. They all sprouted. This is unscientific. Xiao, there is no problem with the time flow here, right? Tang Qing raised his head and asked in surprise. Back to the commander-in-chief. The time flow in the training area is all normal, and the timing is synchronized with the outside world. Xiao replied. Tang Qing nodded. Too. He had been in and out of the command room for such a long time, and the time hadn't really been missed. But how to explain this? Tang Qing pointed to the vegetable garden and asked again. Then why do these seedlings sprout? Is there something in the soil? Back to the commander. There is no such information in Xiao's database. Meowed. Is it going to be a pending case? Do not agree. System, what's going on? Tang Qing asked again, changing his target. The host, the soil and seawater in the training area do have substances that stimulate the growth of organisms, which have little effect on native plants, but they have a strong effect on the growth of these low-level plant life outside. The system replied. Native plants? Tang Qing remembered the many flowers and trees that existed in this land before. They were really different from the plants in the outside world, but they couldn't see any advanced places. Did you say that those weeds before were also advanced plants? Tang Qing asked. Yes, these native plants have a relatively stable genetic structure and strong survivability, and the genetic chain of the plants you brought in is not only unstable, but also chaotic, easily tampered with and affected by various environments. Tamper? Influences? Could it be that what genetic technology is? Can you give me an example? Tang Qing didn't understand at all. The native plants in the training area have strong survivability and can adapt to various harsh environments. They are only regulated by me and cannot be flooded on a large scale. At the same time, its gene chain itself has strong protection. Genetic modification of it will cause the gene chain of the plant's seed to collapse and fail to grow. System road. It's still protected, it always feels weak. Why do you want to protect it like this? Tang Qing gently tore off a weed on the ground and said with his lips, I thought it was so powerful, it was a little harder to break than ordinary grass. What's the use of this? In order to maintain the ecological stability and uniqueness of the species. System road. Tang Qing waved his hand and said, Okay, forget it, I don't know what purpose you have. Is there any benefit to eating it? There is no benefit to the host eating it, but most people will have some effect if it eats it. Long-term use can strengthen their own immunity, strengthen gene stability, and block and restore abnormal expression. What do you mean? Can it be cured? Tang Qing seemed to hear something. Yes, it is. What kind of disease can it be cured? Tang Qing looked expectant. After gene stability is strengthened, all harmful viruses and substances that affect the normal expression of original genes and damage the normal work of cells can be effectively repaired and defended. What? So hanging? Tang Qing was a little excited. Damn, can you get cancer if you eat it? Tang Qing asked hopefully. Can. This word is as beautiful as a fairy in Tang Qing's ears. Cancer can. And many more. Something is wrong. Can these vegetables cure cancer? Tang Qing suddenly remembered. What he asked just now was to eat genetically stable foods. These are genetically unstable vegetables. No way. The system poured cold water on Tang Qing. Huh. Tang Qing was suddenly disappointed. The natural gene chain of the seeds you bring in by the host is unstable. Only native plants can store this material and pass it to the next in the food chain. It cannot be continuously transmitted. The system explained. You mean, if you want to treat cancer, you have to eat those grasses? Tang Qing couldn't say anything. Tell him to sell grass? Who will eat? Who else will believe? Yes, it is. This kind of substance can be extracted. Tang Qing held the last straw. Nothing. He could only be happy for nothing. Sick? Come eat half a caddy of grass. Tumor? Eat half a caddy of leaves. Haha. This scene is also wonderful enough. Yes, extraction equipment can be purchased after the scientific research area of the Combat Dispatch Center is upgraded to level 3, and the host needs to be level 7. The system replied. System, the mud plays well. Tang Qing was severely choked by the system. Obviously, the third level is not something he can upgrade to immediately, and there are also personal system level restrictions. But it's okay. You can get one level up at the end of this month, and you can count on it as a hope. Research area. There is such a great thing, money. Is it still a matter? Wakaka. Lots of votes. It is expected to monopolize the global pharmaceutical market in the future. Looking at the weed and leaves that can cure cancer in the distance, Tang Qing liked it more and more. Do you want to start your own pharmaceutical company? Tang Qing thought beautifully. Amount. Just forget it. This thing is too hateful. It is better to exist in the form of an industrial alliance. In a short period of time, he does not want to be kidnapped, blackmailed, and monitored. Those pharmaceutical companies have a deep background, and they threaten to come to the door if they are not uniform. Murder. He doesn't want any direct contamination. On the surface, he must be a legitimate businessman, at least for a short period of time. Otherwise, this hard-won peaceful life will have to say goodbye. Fighting with people everywhere? Business intrigue and conflict? Leave it to the soldiers to deal with it. In the next 2 days, Tang Qing will attend class honestly. In the afternoon of May 6th. And they are back. The house became lively again. Tang Qing couldn't help feeling a little sad when he thought that it would be difficult to have such a scene in a month. But fortunately, we have money and want to fly directly when we come back. When we wait for the beginning of school, the airport in Qingyan City will be open to air navigation. Brother, I heard Sister Joshua said that you gave her a painting. It's quite big, and I want it too. Qin Shichi walked into the room. Can your house be put down? It's all things already, and it's not easy to settle down. Oomph, I can't put it down. I won't put it away. I don't care. Our family wants one. You just say half do it. Do it. You must do it. You must do it. Whoever dares to say nothing. I don't agree, but you put the knife down first. It's almost the same. move, and reward you with an apple. Qin Shichi handed her an apple that had just been cut. Draw it for you right away. Tang Qing took it and agreed with a big bite. Make it beautiful, otherwise, be careful when I scratch you. Don't worry, it's absolutely beautiful. It's 11 o'clock in the evening. After finishing a few paintings, Tang Qing came to the command room. Looking at the task description uploaded by that special account, his head is a bit big. The mission on May 4th is to obtain an account for the Blue Gene supercomputer of the U.S. Department of Energy. The task on May 5th was to obtain research materials on animal organ cloning technology from a biological research institution in the island country. The price was raised to 20 million yuan by Tang Qing, and the money was credited to the account after passing the inspection. But today's task made Tang Qing a little embarrassed. It's not impossible. It's not too difficult. It's a bit speechless. The description of the mission is very simple. That is, a Chinese doctor from abroad wants to return to China, but is restricted from leaving the country. Although no one is watching it, it is necessary to check in every day, and their family can't get on any plane in the United States at all. Don't even think about it. As for smuggling? Haha, there is a way, but the risk is great. The other family of 6 people, old and young, can't all be transferred back to China safely. That means the mission has failed. However, this task has not yet been completed, so the other party did not upload detailed information. The content of the task is also very simple. That is, he hopes that he will tamper with and forge the registration information and entry of major U.S. airlines, so that they can pass the inspection smoothly, so as to transfer to Europe, and then transfer back to the country through Europe. After the operation is over, the information will be falsified again. Erase traces. Tang Qing is not entangled in whether it can be done or not. It is very easy to handle. He can erase all information in the surveillance and flight information, and the surveillance video can be tampered with. It is a trivial matter, except for witnesses, leaving no traces at all. What he hesitated was whether he wanted to get people involved. This kind of plan is only allowed to succeed, not to fail. If the intelligence is inaccurate and the other party is really monitored, then all the actions of the command room will be inferred. If that is the case, the following things will be fun, waiting to be listed as the focus of the United States to dig out. The FBI and the CIA will definitely try to find Tang Qing and the others like crazy, and will implement more stringent monitoring of all their goals in the future. To be honest, Tang Qing did not participate. He was worried. It is very likely to harm others, and it is likely to be an incident that exposes itself and the United States to make enemies. It may also cause this method to fail in the future. It is not a good thing for Tang Qing or other important Chinese who want to return to China in the future to abolish such an important method of action. The other side. Many people are also staring nervously at the dialogue box that has not responded. Everyone was very worried. This is their only way. Before, I wanted to take my time to test the opponent's strength, but the plan couldn't keep up with the change. Suddenly, a difficult task was dispatched from above, and they had no choice but to see if there was any hope. Old Pei, is this task too difficult? Of course it is difficult. It is not only the airlines involved, but also the FBI and the CIA's restricted entry and exit lists. The two agencies and the airlines are connected in real time. I heard that these two agencies will meet every 5 seconds. Check and compare the list on the server connected to the internet to prevent anyone from tampering with the information. So, if you want to get this list, you can imagine how difficult it is. Oh, yes, but time waits for no one. It can only be the last hope. For 6 people, smuggling is very stupid and impossible. Yes. Ding dong. Here comes the information. The 5 big guys in front of the computer instantly cheered up. This task is a bit difficult, and it's not impossible, but our people have to take over the whole plan. Your people, to be honest, I'm not at ease. Look at this reply. Several people are blinded. Take over? Don't you do software? What task is this? Do you have the ability to take over? We are the professional, okay. This matter is very important. Our people are all professional. Plans and personnel have already been arranged. It's up to you. A person hurriedly replied. If they agreed, they would all have to retire early. 10 seconds later. Let me tell you this. Your plan has nothing to do with me. I only care about whether my method of action will be leaked out. This may involve the 2 major U.S. intelligence agencies and various airlines. I have to ensure my safety. As for the strength of our people, you can rest assured, as long as your people don't cause chaos, I am 90% sure. Tang Qing said. 90%? It is 40 higher than their success rate. Even if Tang Qing wipes out the traces according to the previous plan, it will have a 50% success rate. 90? Those present here don't believe it at all. What to do? If you don't agree, they will definitely be picky. But they do software. If they don't participate, we don't even have a chance of 30. It's a bit difficult. If such an important matter is handed over to a wild organization, they simply cannot bear the responsibility if it fails, unless there is any reason to convince them. Tang Qing looked at the tangled faces of the few people who also understood. It's a big deal. It's a ghost if it can be handed to him like this. If you don't come up with something substantive, it is very likely that they would rather cancel the mission directly than risk it. At this time, the screen flickers again. Yi Hong, male, 39 years old, received his PhD in biology from Massachusetts Institute of Technology in 1995 and is a professor in the Department of Biology at MIT. He is currently a senior researcher at the California Marancer Virus Research Center. He lives in Plow, California, USA number 42, Gott Street, East City, living with his parents, wife, and 2 sons. Chu Tian, male, entered the country in January 2005. Lu Zun, male, entered the country in September 2004. Wu Kai, male, entered the country in September 2004. There are a total of 4 people's information. The first one is the objective of this mission, and the next 3 are the personnel from the United States in this operation. In order to take care of face, the following 3 people's messages are very brief. But the face of someone who is doing it changed suddenly. These are all secrets, and they were posted directly. The head of the intelligence department was already sweating on his forehead. The other, his immediate boss, also almost jumped up in shock. Have not typed the inquiry yet. Tang Qing's message came again. The 3 below are currently scattered in the city. One is near Dr. Yi Hong's residence. How do you know? Where did you know it? Intelligence Director Wu Shu and his boss looked at each other and asked quickly. Don't be nervous. I learned about the 3 of them in the entry and exit records and surveillance video. As for why Dr. Yi Hong was locked, analysis. When the amount of information is sufficient, there are no secrets in this world, you say. Tang Qing started again. Facing Tang Qing's reason, everyone could only accept it, and at the same time, they raised the strength of this organization again. After discussion and request, they can only take the risk once. Are you 90% sure? Yes. The remaining 10% is the few of you who are holding us back. The big guys are full of black lines. Are our elites holding you back? You really dare to say it. What about the charges? This time the fee is based on the number of people, and in line with the principle of equality for everyone, regardless of men, women, old or children. Each will be 5 million yuan, and the total price for these 6 people is 30 million yuan. Tang Qing Lion opened his mouth, but it was used anyway. To help those children, even if you call more, the other party won't say much. As predicted, what if it fails? 30 million yuan is still acceptable, but it is not lost. We will not fail. Tang Qing said firmly. That's all right. When do you act? The big guys are not talking nonsense anymore. It's important to do things. This is a secret. You will only know our plan of action after the mission is completed. Also, please try to reduce the number of such missions in the future. We can help complete the transfer and acquisition of information, but the number of pickups will cause more consequences. It's hard to predict. In order not to pit himself, Tang Qing could only set such a rule. This time there was no way. Yi Hongfang couldn't just leave it alone. Okay, we will pay attention and wait for your good news. Bye. Both parties end the call. Can they finish it? A person with such a powerful technology must be very logical and will not take meaningless risks, should have a great chance. Old Ho, you really can comfort yourself. What else can I do? Learn Xiao Wu's bitter face. Yes, haha, Xiao Wu, it has nothing to do with you. The other party is too cunning. Wu Shu's face was helpless, who called him a small official. He could only be teased by the big guys. Command room. Tang Yi, immediately make a plan to bring Yi Hong's family on the plane back to China. Are there enough Asian-faced fighters in the U.S.? In order to avoid the misunderstanding that they are foreign powers, it is really necessary to use Asian-faced fighters. Back to the commander-in-chief. There are 3 that can be transferred at any time. Tang Yi answered without hesitation. Is that enough? Tang Qing frowned and asked. Back to the commander-in-chief. The main operatives are completely enough, and the auxiliary personnel will cooperate and secretly provide support with Western-looking fighters. We don't need to fight with people. We just send people to the plane. Tang Yi said. Tang Qing nodded. It can be done. Otherwise, it can only be tuned from the European side. Well, you quickly make a plan to send them back as soon as possible. Remember, the first goal is to ensure the safety of their whole family, and the second is to send them back. 1 less 1 won't work. Tang Qing warned, the style of the soldiers. However, I understand that Yi Hong is the primary goal. In the logical judgment of soldiers, when encountering danger, they are likely to choose the core goal of completing the mission. The life and death of others will be ignored in the weight judgment. Yes, Commander. Then, under Tang Yi's order, a plan was quickly worked out. Tang Qing looked at it, and there was nothing wrong with it. So he ordered the implementation to begin. United States. California. Under Tang Qing's order, 3 Asian-faced fighters flew over by plane from all over the United States and did not gather. Instead, they drove around the city in their respective cars, modeled the city, and calculated the best evacuation, the route and finishing plan. Although the command room has models of major cities in the United States, the task is imminent and must be rechecked. At the same time, the auxiliary personnel have also made preparations to ensure safety along the way of evacuation and handle emergencies. After 1 hour, the modeling was completed and the detailed plan was released. The soldiers rushed to Yi Hong's residence. Each made their own preparations, and then started at night. After all, there were too many eyewitnesses during the day, and the finishing work would be very troublesome. Moreover, according to the monitoring network, not only was one of the 3 people from China being stared at, but Yi Hong's residence was also monitored by the FBI in real time, even at home. Fortunately, it was only remotely monitored. No one was sent to stare at it, so he could move. There are too many hands and feet. There is video surveillance outside the house, and there is an eavesdropping device in the house. This is all set, which is the usual practice of the U.S. intelligence services. It's a bit tricky, but it's all small things. Winning or losing does not matter, because there is no FBI nearby. These data are all transmitted via the internet and arrive at the FBI's data analysis hall. The messages collected by various eavesdroppers are gathered to a nearby receiving device and then enter the internet for forwarding. When sorting out the monitoring, the analysts found the information attached to it. The data stream of the eavesdropper. This made Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh for the power of the spy equipment. It was in a house that was uninhabited all year round, not far from Yi Hong's house. The location on the 2nd floor. A pair of eyes stared closely at Yi Hong's residence through the sparse curtains. Wu Kai, 26 years old, is a member of the 3rd Division of the Overseas Operations Bureau. He did not come to the United States specifically for Yi Hong, but as a dark chess lurking, waiting for various tasks from his superiors. Not long after he arrived in the United States, only 4 missions were performed, 3 times were successful, and 1 failed. This ratio is already high. After all, the U.S. intelligence services are not vegetarian. 4 days ago, he received this mission and lurked nearby. Only after a domestic order, he and a few colleagues implemented it as planned. However, he is only an operative, and it is not him who has been in contact with Yi Hong. Originally, she thought she would act in these 2 days, but suddenly she received an order from her superiors that the operation was canceled, and she changed to pay close attention. No matter what she saw or what happened, just report it as soon as possible. Wu Kai thought that something must have happened. Changes, but he is not qualified to know. Can only pay attention to Yi Hong's residence at all times. 12 o'clock in the evening. Inside Yi Hong's house. Although it was late at this time, he couldn't sleep at all. He thought he would start to take action in China within 2 days to bring himself and his family back to China, but this morning suddenly received news that he would send another group of people. Pick him up, but the time is uncertain. Let them be ready at any time. This time he was anxious to return to China. It was not that he had mastered a powerful virus or a miraculous cure for a malignant disease. If that were the case, FBI people would definitely be watching him around him, and he would not allow himself to live here. Instead, A private laboratory approached him and asked him to join a biological research project. At the same time, for the sake of confidentiality and convenience, his family would move elsewhere to restrict freedom. There was nothing at all. The most important thing is that he has heard of this laboratory. This laboratory has been undertaking scientific research projects in the United States. As an insider, of course he has heard some gossip, and that is that he is likely to live his life. Can't get out. For Americans, this kind of plan would basically not restrict freedom, because there is no need for betrayal, but foreigners are different. Even if Yi Hong's old and young are here, he is not eligible to receive invitations. Of course he didn't agree in his heart. He just shied away and said that he would give himself a week to think about it. The other party's attitude was very indifferent, as if he had taken him down. Yi Hong knew that even if he didn't agree, they would let him agree. So he hurriedly contacted the contact person. He had passed this information to the country many times before, all of which were given free of charge. This is why he continued to stay, but now, he never wants to stay in this country anymore. It is foreseeable that in addition to creating value for the United States in his life in the future, he wants to bring back the research results. He knows that this is a dream. The FBI, the laboratory owner, and the U.S. military, and the tripartite surveillance, he is not a professional. The spies of China have absolutely no way to continue to deliver information to the country. That being the case, what are you doing here? It's just that he has little hope for this evacuation report, but it is also a hope. Since the people of the country have agreed, then he must be a little sure. And the only thing he can think of is smuggling, and it's still sea or airplane. Don't even think about it. Thinking that the next period of time might be spent on the road or in a container, it is inevitable to be a little bit disappointed. Yi Hong drank coffee mouthfuls. Just then, ding-dong, a sound of the computer's built-in prompt sounded, and the computer in the screensaver state turned into a black screen. Yi Hong took a closer look. I saw a sentence on the computer in front of me. Mr. Yi Hong, hello. It's still written in Chinese. Yi Hong sat up in shock. It was late at night, and in the middle of the night, there was a word on the computer that 9 out of 10 people were afraid. Especially him. He grew up in the countryside in Yen. Although he is now a PhD, he is skeptical about ghosts and gods in his mind. Mr. Yi Hong, please pick up the headset next to it. Another sentence replaced the words, just now. Yi Hong suppressed his panic and hesitated, but slowly picked up the headset on the table in front of him. Put it on. Mr. Yi Hong, hello. A male voice came in the headset. Who are you? Yi Hong frowned and said softly. This person must be a master computer hacker, so he first ruled out people from China. After all, he has not returned to China for many years. The development of the internet in China is serious. His concept's still stuck in the primitive stage. Don't be nervous. I was sent by the country to help you return home. You can speak in a normal voice. The monitoring and eavesdropping devices in your residence have been resolved by us. Yi Hong sneered. Who do you think these pretends? That is the famous FBI. If you say it is done, it will be done. Guess I believe it or not. I do not understand what you're saying. Yi Hong still didn't believe it, so he didn't dare to answer the conversation. Mr. Yi Hong, I know your concerns, and I can't convince you through this call, but our people have already arrived at your house. You can just follow them later, and he will give you a detailed explanation. You are already here? Where are you? Yi Hong said in surprise. Behind you. Behind you? Yi Hong murmured, 3 words that are not difficult to understand, but... Wait, the next moment, a horrible feeling spread all over Yi Hong's body, goosebumps all over his body. Under the light, his shadow was reflected on the wall, and he suddenly noticed that a black figure appeared behind his shadow on the left. Yi Hong instantly had an urge to call her mother, but he was suppressed by reason. In the big night, do you want to be so scary? A person came silently behind him. With fear in his heart, Yi Hong slowly turned around and saw a man with a Chinese face standing behind him, his eyes resolute and upright, but his face was expressionless. Yi Hong quickly put down his earphones and leaned his back against the computer desk. His calves trembled slightly, and a stranger appeared in his study like a ghost. Isn't it scary? Yu Guang looked at the open window, thinking that he had crawled in through the window. Who are you? Yi Hong said solemnly. The one who picked you up, Mr. Yi. Please pack your things as soon as possible and follow us. The person said. Are you from the country? Yi Hong was still skeptical. Yes, We have prepared everything. But time is running out. I know you may doubt me, but please trust the country. At this time, an unsolvable chain of suspicion appeared, and the soldiers could only move out of the word country. Up. Obviously, the effect was very good, and Yi Hong was shaken. The word country. It is a sacred word for Yi Hong. No matter how far away he was, he knew that he was a descendant of the dragon, a son and daughter of China. Where was the person who contacted me last time? Yi Hong questioned. You were talking about a person named Qinghu. He is just an intelligence officer, not a member of the mission. We also have a division of labor. The soldier explained. I believe you. I will ask my family to get ready immediately. Yi Hong stared at each other fiercely, adding the word country and his own intuition, and he believed it. Please as soon as possible. I'll give you 20 minutes and bring the necessary items. Great. Saying, and Yi Hong quickly woke up all his family members. Come to the parents' room. Boom, boom, boom. Dad, Mom. Now that the eavesdropping device was fixed, Yi Hong didn't speak in a low voice. Some important things were communicated with his family by hand the other day. Yeba, what's the matter? His mother's voice came from inside. Mom, open the door, Yi Hong said quickly. The sound of broken footsteps sounded. Crack. The door was opened. His tired mother asked, What's the matter? The country has sent someone to pick us up and clean up quickly. Yi Hong said. What? Really? Mother Fu Qin said in surprise, and his sleepiness disappeared instantly. Well, hurry up, pack one set of clothes, and we will leave immediately. But the surrounding surveillance. They said it was done. Do you believe it? Fu Qin was a little worried. I believe. At this time, Yi Hong had no retreat. He couldn't show hesitation in front of his family. Besides, the other party had already found his doorway, and he had no choice. Whether it's dead or alive, it's a cut. Okay, I believe you. Old man, hurry up and pack up. Fu Qin believed in his son. After speaking, Yi Hong hurriedly ran to the room of his wife and children and called them up. The family hurriedly packed their things. But Wu Kai in the room on the second floor in the distance saw the lights in Yi Hong's rooms, and the sleepiness disappeared immediately. Think of the boss's orders. He made a phone call quickly. Boss, there is a situation. Yi Hong and the others got up in the middle of the night. What? I asked. After half a minute. After getting the affirmative reply that Tang Qing had already acted, Wu Kai's boss was also relieved. It was his own person, but he didn't know why they had to replace them. But the domestic boss did not explain. Obviously, he is not qualified to know. It's nothing. You continue to stare and be alert to your surroundings at any time. It is your own person. But are they not afraid of monitoring? I heard that this time I also hired a network expert. I don't know about the others, but be careful. You still have to watch it carefully. At least there should be no problems at this point. No problem. 20 minutes later, Yi Hong's family cleaned up. Bringing Yi Hong's family to his garage, in doubt, the soldier got into the driving position. Are you not going to drive my car? Where is your car? Yi Hong questioned. Just drive your car. Here, my car has a tracker. Yi Hong was a little bit wanting to scold someone. Even if you came alone, the car still has to drive me. It's already taken off. Get in the car. I'll drive. In the evening, the soldiers sneaked into the garage. In order to facilitate the family's travel, Yi Hong bought a 7-seater Volkswagen commercial vehicle. They were just right to sit down, so there was no extra vehicle to prepare. Well, let's go up quickly. What else can Yi Hong say? Yi Hong's family got in the car. The car started slowly and drove out of the parking garage. The door of the parking garage slowly closed. The car drove quickly towards San Francisco. At night, there was no plane to New York. They planned to go to San Francisco first, then transfer to New York, then transfer to Singapore, and finally return to China. There is no way. They want to go directly. Considering the connection of time, there is no such flight. The car was driving fast on the road. Yi Hong knew that it was the road to San Francisco. He was a little nervous. They couldn't make a plane and couldn't even buy a plane ticket. Is it possible to embark from there? Well, it should be. At 1 o'clock in the morning, there are not many cars on the road, but not without them. In the evening, there is no need to worry about bumping into the police. After a while, the people in the car slowly fell asleep. Only Yi Hong was full of energy, sitting in the co-pilot, looking at the silent person beside him. The atmosphere was a bit strange for a while. Brother, where are you from? Yi Hong broke the silence. Sorry, this is confidential. Where are we going? Yi Hong originally wanted to ask about the boarding location. Airport. What I? We can't get on the plane. Yi Hong's face suddenly changed and gritted his teeth. He was really frustrated. By plane, isn't this a joke? Don't worry, we naturally know. Hear the words. Call. Yi Hong took a deep breath and stopped talking. He chose to believe in the Chinese who didn't talk much beside him. 3 hours later, the car arrived at San Francisco's airport, although it was early morning, but there was no shortage of passengers here. Outside the airport, Yi Hong looked at the ticket in his hand and couldn't believe that he could actually buy the ticket. The airport police had not come out to warn him and detain him. Carefully through the security check, looking at the plane outside the terminal, Yi Hong and others still couldn't believe it. Just pass it? This made Yi Hong feel how well the nation has prepared this time. Is it the one who bought the airport? Looking at the calmly disreputable soldier beside him, Yi Hong was sure of this guess in his heart. It's 5:30 in the morning. Tianma is bright. Standing at the security gate of New York's JFK International Airport. He didn't fully believe in the identity of a soldier until he got the ticket. Mr. Yi, we can only separate here, and someone from Singapore will come to pick you up. The soldier said goodbye. Aren't you going back? Yi Hong was still a little bit reluctant. Although the contact time was short, his sense of security was full. I still have a mission. Be careful all the way. You will be safe when you get to Singapore, the soldier said. The task is to end in the country. This way is naturally Tang Qing's escort. Thank you. You have to be careful. You are all heroes. Yi Hong sincerely admires this person who doesn't know the name and still executes various dangerous people for the country. Although I only saw the person in front of me this time, there are definitely many people who are busy behind the scenes. Goodbye. Say goodbye to Yi Hong's other family members again. Yi Hong and others turned around and went to the security check. Past the security check. Get on the plane. Yi Hong finally let go of his heart, and at the same time sighed that his country was so powerful that he could send them out blatantly. Watching Yi Hong's plane take off, the soldier turned and left. Then we have to deal with the finishing touches to prevent the FBI and other agencies from finding something to call the plane back home, which would be disgusting. Since Yi Hong could not go to work the next day, he would definitely be found out and reported. Agents can be there within 10 minutes at most. Although this city is not a big city, it has many scientific research institutions and laboratories. It is the focus area of the U.S. intelligence service. 10 minutes may be considered slow. Not surprisingly, the news of Yi Hong's disappearance would go out soon after dawn. Even if the vehicle and airport surveillance were erased, the memory of the person could not be erased, so the command room would not completely erase Yi Hong's traces, but use the wrong way to guide. The command room is preparing to make the exit of Yi Hong's family a great escape within the U.S. That's right, it was a big escape. By modifying the surveillance video content, letting an empty car run around in the United States was causing some problems. Occasionally, the Yi Hong family appeared in the video, and the FBI's attention was shifted elsewhere. It's all right to forge a bit of a video of smuggling to Canada. Until half a month later. Even if those people at the airport were questioned, they could hardly remember the information of Yi Hong's family. This marked the complete end of the mission. Therefore, Tang Qing is very reluctant to take on this kind of task. The finishing work is too difficult and cumbersome, especially if the number of times is too large, the risk of exposure is high. Even if the domestic intelligence personnel discover something. It is true. Haha. So this kind of task is a mess. If it's better to pass the information, he can have no scruples, but there are too many living people, really bad luck. At the same time, the country is also waiting anxiously. After learning that Tang Qing's people had already started to act, they never left the computer and kept sending messages to inquire. But the reply was just one sentence. Mission in progress. A group of people who watched rushed to the toilet many times. After staring for most of the day, all of them were a little bit sleepy, but no one went back to rest. Yi Hong has delivered a lot of extremely useful information and experimental data to the country over the years. The credit is not small, plus there are 6 people, so they can't help but be cautious. The most important thing is that Yi Hong still has a value that he has not discovered himself. A key domestic biochemical scientific research project is stuck. This is a link in a huge plan, and Yi Hong is an expert in this area. It will be conquered immediately, but it is a huge help. Otherwise, People from so many departments couldn't sleep together and gathered here. The atmosphere is very depressing. Just when everyone anxiously waited. Ding dong. A message came. They hurriedly stepped forward and took a look. The member of your team in California, Qing, has been suspected and monitored by the FBI. There are 2 people at the front door watching in a Volkswagen car on the side of the road outside their residence. Please evacuate them from the United States as soon as possible. After reading this news, everyone in the room was nervous and did not panic. Has another one been discovered? They are also accustomed to this kind of thing. Many people who have performed several missions will be sent back to the country or to other countries. The intelligence agencies of various countries originally judge people based on the principle of presumption of guilt, and everyone is the target of suspicion. Rather than finding evidence to suspect, as long as abnormal behavior is discovered, it will immediately become the target of reporting. That is, Lu Xun has performed several missions over there, maybe where he is suspected, but he doesn't know how much information the other party has, whether he wants to investigate or fish. But no matter what, the exposed person cannot stay there anymore. Thank you for reminding. We will arrange it as soon as possible. Where is Dr. Ye's family? Asked the typist, who carried 2 cents on his shoulders. Their family has already boarded the plane. As for which flight it is and where it is destined for, I am sorry, but it needs to be kept secret. Unless we are sure that they are in an absolutely safe place, you can know the details and location of the mission. Risk? Tang Qing would not take the risk of no objection. How long will we know? 24 hours. After calculating 24 hours from now, you can know the details of this mission and the location of Dr. Yi. 24 hours later, Yihong's family should have arrived in Singapore, and we will be back in time. Don't be afraid of anything. Round the clock? It is not unacceptable. At least better than not knowing anything just now. Well, just 24 hours. We wait for your good news. Well, please pay attention to the confidentiality of this operation. If your misconduct caused the failure of this mission, we will not be held responsible. We will pay attention. Goodbye. End the communication. A few big guys naturally know what you mean by improper behavior, but what can be here is impossible to have a problem, but it needs to be reiterated. Director Chen, tell Qing to withdraw quickly. Yes. Everyone, please strictly observe the confidentiality regulations. United States. Yihong's family is gone, and the people deployed there will naturally evacuate. They will either return to their country or go to other places to wait and hide. It is very dangerous, but they are willing to live and die for the sake of the national interest. After receiving a message from his boss, Lu Xun quickly got up and took his belongings after knowing that he had been found. Open the window. Lu Xun jumped down and landed lightly. Fortunately, it is the 2nd floor. Otherwise, he really wouldn't dare to jump. Seeing that there was no abnormality in the surroundings, he hurriedly evacuated according to the original route. Several other operation team members also immediately began to transfer. This is also the reason why the intelligence personnel are difficult to do. It is like a foreigner in the domestic crowd. It is almost like the light bulb is as conspicuous. It is very difficult to hide it. At this moment, something unexpected happened to even Tang Qing. When Lu Xun crossed an alley around the corner, Lu Xun was also a little dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. Crack. The sound of dense bullets loaded. Lu Xun wanted to scold God when he saw it. It's so amazing that I ran into 2 groups of people who looked like they were doing illegal transactions. 6 old-fashioned cars that were very too, and at least 20 people pointed their guns at him, black and white. If it weren't for his strong psychological quality, he would definitely kneel immediately. Who are you? Hey, man with earrings and nose ring asked. After inspecting the goods just now, someone rushed out. Not only was Lu Xun scared, they were almost scared to pee. If the police came, they would wait to pick up soap. Seeing whether it was one person or Chinese, the 2 groups were relieved, but they did not dare to be careless. In the United States, there is no Chinese police. I'm passing by, I'm leaving now. Lu Xun raised his hands and said that there was nothing in his hands. Let's go. You see something you shouldn't see? You still want to go? The man said grimly. Whether it was for the sake of face or safety, Lu Xun would not want to leave today. The monitoring range of the command room is only the place where there is monitoring. Although the monitoring coverage in the United States is very wide, this is only 5 years, and it is still an area in a building not a traffic road. So naturally, it will not be so extravagant to monitor, because there are many. Once the corners are settled, they will soon be destroyed and become a breeding place for darkness. In the end, they will be nothing. Only in public areas and non-public areas with a large number of people, monitors are installed. This also led to the danger here not being discovered by the command room. Lu Xun's face changed suddenly. Although he has a gun on his body, he is no match for more than 20 guns. It's too late to run. He didn't want to die either. After so many years of training in the country, proficient in 3 foreign languages, and graduating from a regular military academy, it will cost you 2 cents when you go back. The reason why you are here for no reason to explain here in order to escape will definitely make your teacher annoyed. I pay the ransom. Lu Xun can only use the last plan. The money is not really taking the money, but delaying time and waiting for the rescue of his companions. This is written in the manual, but he did not expect that he would use it today. Oh, how much? Hearing that there is money, the black man slightly lowered his muzzle and became interested. In the United States, money is supreme and money is easy. You make a price. Lu Xun said quickly. The black man put down his gun and winked at his men. Then the 2 big guys immediately grabbed him backhand. Firearms and some debris were found. Looking at the guns, everyone was not surprised. The United States couldn't help but guns. What's so strange about guns? Look at the passport. Not immigrants or native Chinese. Thomas Thi frowned slightly. He is not a fool. A foreigner came here with a gun. He said he would believe it only if he came to travel. He already had some guesses in his mind. Should we offend a country for the sake of some money? This is obviously unwise. Thomas, what's the matter? The person he was dealing with came up and asked. This was a Westerner. Thomas closed Lu Xun's passport. I gave this person to me. How about it? Thomas asked. He already had the answer in his heart. What do you want him to do? Want to swallow this money? The Westerner sneered. No, about the FBI. Thomas leaned over and whispered. The man's face changed suddenly. FBI? This word has a strong influence in the United States. Too late to think about the details. He didn't want to know the others, so as not to be silenced. He didn't know the courage that Thomas brought to take over, but he didn't. I go first. After speaking, the Westerners quickly evacuated with their men. Only 3 cars remained at this time. Seeing 3 cars go away, Thomas sneered. Stupid human. Turning his head to look at Lu Xun, Thomas stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, Brother, let's talk about the price in another place. Lu Xun is not stupid, knowing what Thomas seems to have guessed. But I don't order it. Want to resist. But looking at the number of people around him, he temporarily dispelled the idea. After all, 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands. A few men are quietly grasping his hand, and the other party has a gun. Even if he is also physique a good soldier, but it's useless if he doesn't work well. Movies are always movies. The Jedi counterattacked. Haha. Then Lu Xun was pressed onto one of the cars with his hands tied. Thomas brought a total of 3 cars. Lu Xun was stuffed into the middle one, and Thomas was sitting in the front one. Just as Thomas left the alley, 2 men in casual clothes rushed out. Seeing nothing, they called to report, turned and left, leaving behind an angry. Out of the alley, Thomas hesitated and dialed a call. Thomas, what's the matter? A man's voice came out of the phone with an impatient tone. As the deputy chief of the Ploy City Police Department, John Roberts was yelled by a call above before he got up. Hearing that a Chinese doctor's family disappeared, John Roberts wanted to scold his mother. Especially for a Chinese doctor, even a professor, it has something to do with their police. If people lose it, it's your FBI business. What made Lao Tzu run before and after? In the movie, your FBI can't do it. You are everywhere, making it as if their American police are all rubbish. In reality, they are always called to them. Although the curse in his heart is thrown away by 10,000, he had to get up to work quickly. It turned out that although Yi Hong hadn't got the time to go to work, he couldn't stand the emergency. One of Yi Hong's overtime subordinates urgently needed to use a device in the laboratory, so he called Yi Hong and wanted the key to the laboratory's advanced equipment room. He could have waited for Yi Hong to go to work or find someone else to ask for it, but it's Chinese. Then it doesn't matter. Although he is Yi Hong's subordinate, he doesn't take it seriously at all. Quite simply, Yi Hong is a foreigner. In the short term, Yi Hong is very good, and his experience and knowledge in all aspects are better than him. But there is a ceiling, artificial ceiling. All the most sophisticated laboratories and projects are basically Westerners who are qualified to join, and now this research center is just a springboard. It won't be long before, and its status will surpass. Yihong is not a problem at all. This is also the prevailing status quo here. People from other countries are exhausted. They seem to have high salaries, but the core level does not have his position at all. So Yihong couldn't get through. So he found Yihong's home phone from the duty room, but it still couldn't get through. In the end, his brain suddenly became active and felt that there was a problem, so he directly notified the security office of the research center. So, I called a colleague nearby to come and have a look at the house, and the building was already empty at this time. This incident was reported immediately, alarming the FBI people. Then, the deputy chief of the police station in Ploy, John Roberts, was arrested, and he received a call from Thomas as soon as he went out. Very angry, Thomas can be regarded as one of his informants. At this point, any illegal transactions are not important. Dear Roberts, I have a gift. Don't you know if you want it? Thomas also thought that Roberts was angry because he got up. What gift? What is the important transaction? Don't bother me with this kind of thing now. I have an emergency. John Roberts said impatiently. Seeing that the deputy director had a bad tone, his heart was angry, and everyone wanted to be respected, so he didn't make a roundabout. Director Roberts, I have a foreigner here with a gun. What? Foreigner? What foreigner? The alert Roberts asked hurriedly, almost slamming on the accelerator. A Chinese. Thomas said. Chinese. That's great. Although there is only one, but regardless of him, it is enough to go out with a gun. At least it is a bit of credit. Well, where are you? I'll pick you up. Roberts said excitedly. Thomas didn't know what Roberts was excited about. He hadn't said his doubts yet. I'll wait for you in the old place. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Thomas said. As for the exchange of terms, it is okay to wait for the meeting. The two have been working together for several years, and they have trust. Okay, I'll come right away. Take good care of him. If it disappears, you will be in trouble, Roberts finally warned. Okay, people can't run. Hang up the phone. Thomas kept thinking about the harvest this time, and the more he thought about it, the happier he was. As for the loss of people, oh, how is it possible? John Roberts made a sharp turn and drove to the trading location amidst verbal abuse. At this time, Lu Xun in the car behind was also prepared for the worst. That was to be sold by Tonus. Really Nima back today. Lu Xun smiled bitterly and helplessly. The other side. Yihong's residence has been surrounded by a group of FBI agents and police corps. The cordon was pulled up, various photographs and monitoring equipment were checked. In the end, naturally, nothing useful was found. Yihong's computer, mobile phone, and fax. No clues were found in all of them, and all the equipment was intact, and there were no traces of disassembly. And a family of 6 people just disappeared. The group of people on duty in the surveillance hall of the FBI San Francisco branch was scolded badly. At night, with such a big movement, people left and the car drove away. There was no problem with the video. It must be those people who dozed off. No, don't think about the bonus this year. Everyone who is staring at the monitoring is helpless. Did it really take a nap at night? Well, I can only pay attention next time. If a person stares at more than a dozen screens, it is inevitable that he will be run away by the other party if he is not paying attention. Although the probability is small, it has not happened. There are always 5 or 6 times a year. After scolding, naturally, it is necessary to start tracking and monitoring. Miller, the head of the branch, stood behind a group of busy technicians, staring at the surveillance closely. Less than 10 minutes. The good news came. Director Miller, we have already approached Yihong's family. According to surveillance, they appeared near a gas station in Kirpat town 15 minutes ago. They also changed to a commercial vehicle, and Yihong's family got off. There was a breeze and left after 2 minutes. Now there is another person driving on the road to Sacramento, whose identity is unrecognizable. The license plate number is registered as a vehicle that disappeared 3 months ago. Keep fast-forwarding the monitoring of the surrounding main roads. Good luck. They looked for it in a few seconds. Everyone is also very excited. It's like a cat catching a mouse. My heart also despised Yihong's brain dead, escaping and getting off the car to blow the air under surveillance. It would take a lot of no brains to do this kind of silly thing, so the big camera can't see it. Director Miller quickly ordered. Let the nearby police stop immediately and keep an eye on the surveillance. They must be caught. He has determined that someone wants to send Yi Hong's family away. As for who it is, there is no need to guess. And the route is to Canada. Huh, it's beautiful. Miller felt that his country's surveillance network was so easy to use. A sense of pride spontaneously emerged. Yes, Chief. The technician led the command to continue tracking and notify the police over there to intercept and set up the card. At this moment, Miller's assistant trot over. The chief, I just got the news from Roberts, the deputy chief of the Ploy City Police Department, that a Chinese man with a gun was found. We checked, and the man was still the target of our surveillance. It was just weird. Why didn't it last night? Just leave. Tell them to take them to the Ploy City Police Station and let Agent Clark on the scene interrogate them. We will assist remotely. Miller felt that things went well today. Yes. The assistant had to leave. The command room is not omnipotent. Naturally, I don't know these things. I only know that Yi Hong's departure was discovered ahead of time and the reason was found, but I didn't think it was a part of the plan. Time does not affect Yi Hong's safety. But when Lu Xun arrived at the police station and got off the car, the command room saw Lu Xun during the surveillance of the police station. Tang Qing, who got the news, was also speechless. It was also his fault, and he should have notified him earlier. He didn't expect Lu Xun to be caught like this. He has previously ordered that if Lu Xun is found during surveillance, he will give some convenience, but Lu Xun is not a key protection target, so he has not been found in the surveillance area for an hour. After all, if Lu Xun takes the test from the sewer or in a hidden corner if the car was evacuated, Lu Xun couldn't be seen in the command room. Could someone really send someone to look for it? Tang Qing also had a headache at this time. But since we encountered it, of course we must save it. It's just a question of how to save. Rush into the Ploy City Police Station to grab someone? Haha, that was the bridge in the movie. If the analysts made this kind of plan, Tang Qing would dare to fall directly to the ground. If you rush in to grab someone, it looks so cool. But the troubles are endless, and such a big thing will soon be sold by both sides. Ugh, it would really trouble him. Well, they are all compatriots. Just help. Naturally, Tang Qing could not sit idly by. Tang Yi, find a way to rescue Lu Xun. Pay attention to avoiding fierce frontal conflicts, and try not to kill people. Tang Qing rubbed his temples and said, how come we have encountered thorny things these days? Shouldn't we cooperate with the country? No, he doesn't regret it. It's very simple. It's the guarantee of the income and fund use of the family-seeking website. In order to have a bargaining chip to negotiate and help more children, this is the right way to find the use of this fund. The most powerful backer is also an important source of funds, and it is not to sell its own technology, and it is not completely unacceptable. Yes, Commander. Upon receiving the order, Tang Yi began to urgently issue tasks and mobilize personnel. The two auxiliary soldiers who had not evacuated in this operation hurried to the police station. Fortunately, they were not far away, otherwise it would not take a short time to get there. Ploy City Police Department. The interrogation has not yet begun. Lu Xun was placed in a separate detention room and handcuffed. A total of 4 American police officers watched inside and outside the door, preparing to hand over to the FBI. Lu Xun's expression was dim. He didn't expect to fall into the hands of the person he didn't want to meet the least, and the days to come will be sad. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.